Hello and welcome to 6th part. Today I'm gonna start a new series, What If Deku Went on a Rampage, Part 1. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a big thumbs up, and to watch more videos like this, subscribe to my channel and turn that bell notification on so you never miss an upload. Now wasting no more time, let's begin.
Midoriya's point of view. All right, I'm going to ask you again, what were your motives? The detective asked. This is getting old quickly. I already told you, I did it for fun. I said. That's not gonna cut it. I know you're working for this League of Villains or whatever, and I'm not going to stop unt. Then I hope you won't miss your family, because I can't say that I'm a part of something that I'm not a part in. I responded. And besides, I don't like to work with others. He groaned with frustration, until a huge pile of muscle entered the room. Step outside, I'd like to speak with him. All Might, the symbol of peace, decided to grace me with his presence. What an honor. With a sigh, the detective left, leaving All Might and me in a cramped room. All right, young man, why are you going down this path? You're young, and have a foo. Cut the crap, All Might, I said, as he quieted himself. He stared at me for a few seconds longer than I would have liked. Who are you? He asked. Who? You really don't remember me? I sought out. It's amazing how you can forget in a few months. That was my response. Midoriya, he inquired. Ding ding dingling lingling, I shouted. What happened to you? You wanted to be a hero, whatever happened to helping people with your smile? All Might inquired. What happened? You happened, I was shouting. The moment you told me I couldn't be a hero due to me being quirkless. Was the straw that broke my back. After I exited the rooftop, I was lost and didn't know what to do. I broke down crying and screaming, releasing my pent-up anger and frustration at a nearby building. I fumed. Then something awoke inside me, and now I can do this. I exclaimed as a roaring flame escaped my mouth, charring the ceiling. After witnessing what I had done, I fled the scene before the police and fire department arrived. As I was running, one man in a hoodie walked up to me. His hair was blue and looked rather wrinkly. He went on and on about how heroes are a detriment to society, and how he plans to eradicate them all with his League of Villains. I'd be lying if I didn't say I wasn't interested in it. Wait, you met Shigaraki? All Might inquired. Yeah, I kinda had to. He was my boss for a little while. He gave me this whole spell about how heroes are fake and only doing this for fame and fortune. I went on. That's no. Then explain that BCHMT. Lady, or Uebami, and the list goes on and on. Hell, just today MT. Lady stole the credit from Kamui Woods. I responded. So, why are you a villain then? All Might inquired. Simple, I have nothing to lose now, I said. After many other jobs with the League of Villains, I was abandoned the minute I was caught burning another building. With my one phone call, I called my mother. She was crying, and she blamed herself for everything that happened to me, even though she had nothing to do with it. It broke her spirit, and it broke me as her son. I explained. The media managed to connect me to the fire that happened a month prior to the other one. And injured so many people. The Mighty One replied, yet you didn't kill any of them. I was just as surprised as you are. I thought I might have killed someone. I groaned. All right, I'll give you an ultimatum. He said as I looked at him with confusion. Based on what you told me, you are a troubled young man. So here's what I'm going to do, under watchful eye. He said as he pulled out a slip of paper. I want you to come to UA. Wait, what? I yelled. After all I've done, you're just letting me into the most prestigious schools ever. Are you f***ing insane? Think of this as a rehabilitation program. He went on. What makes you think I won't just go on a murderous rampage again? I requested an explanation. You never went on a murderous rampage, and based on what you told me, you love your mother very much. It was almighty. I looked down. More than I've ever told her. I muttered. Then prove it. He gestured with his hand. Everyone makes mistakes. Including me. Had I not told you what I did, had I told you that I was quirkless myself, then none of this would have happened. He went on. Wait, you were quirkless. And you didn't tell me. I demanded, enraged. He held up his hand defensively. Listen, you didn't ask, and that's not the point I'm trying to make. The point is that we all make mistakes, but it's about redeeming yourself for your mistakes, All Might said. I see. So you want me to go to UA so you can redeem yourself for failing to tell me you were quirkless? I said, exhaling an angry sigh. This set half the table on fire. Sigh, and for me to redeem myself for going on a rampage, and to become a hero for my mother. I interrupted. Yes, so, what do you say? He asked, still holding out his hand. I looked at his massive hand and said, all right. I shook his hand, but know this. I'm not doing this for you, it's for my mother. Fair enough. Classes start in about 9 months, All Might said, which is more than enough time to get some training in. He unlocked the cuffs and led me out. Now, I could simply take my chances and bolt from here, away from All Might. But that won't work because, A, he's faster than me, and B, I want to be able to talk to my mother without feeling like a complete failure as a son. So we went to the beach. All right, young Midoriya. Don't push it, I said sternly. All right, Midoriya, here's your training regimen, he said, waving to the dump of a beach. Are you going to make me clean all of it? I asked as he nodded. Are you sure this isn't community service? I asked, staring at the piles upon piles of trash. No, it's all training. I'm just here in case you try to run away. He offered an explanation. So, you're my massive ball and chain? I asked, and he nodded. That is correct, so let us get started, he said as he sat on top of a broken down washing machine. Let's see how strong you are right now. Drag this washing machine to that truck. Okay, that seems simple enough. I was mistaken. This is horribly wrong. I didn't account for the 500-pound man sitting on the already heavy washing machine. Regardless, I dragged it to the truck, which took some time. Ah, it appears you've already built some bulk, but it won't be enough for UA. He said as he pulled out a paper. Luckily I made a regimen for you and where you are, so follow it to the letter. He handed me the paper, which included meals, workouts, and a strict schedule. Okay, works for me, I said. That's how it went for 9 months, and the beach was spotless. At least my pseudo-community service was completed. Good work, Midoriya, and the results are amazing, he said, plucking a hair from his head. Now it's time for your reward. I don't follow, I replied simply. Oh right, I never told you, he said, glancing at his watch. I have time until school starts. All right, listen well. He explained his quirk, One for All, which is the polar opposite of All for One. He went on to explain that it's a quirk that has been passed down through generations to make them stronger for the sole purpose of defeated All for One. All for One, why does that sound familiar? I wondered. He's, for lack of a better term, the original and most powerful villain. This is what All Might said. Wait. Oh my god. What is it? I know All for One, when I was with the League. What? He's the boss, the sensei, of Shigaraki, I said. Do you know where their base of operations are? All Might inquired. Sure, if they were complete morons and stayed at the same area. I replied sarcastically. But they aren't, so they probably left. I see, he said, but then raised his head. Anyway, the reason I'm telling you, is that I'd like to pass it down to you. Needless to say, I was shocked. Why? I inquired. Why me? I was literally arrested 9 months ago, and now you're giving me this power. I inquired. Something is wrong with the logic here. While your actions were horrible, you've spent 9 months digging out garbage on the beach to go to UA to redeem yourself. He stated as he held my shoulder. Remember, you didn't have to do all of this, but you stuck through it all the same, for the sole reason of redeeming yourself for your mother. He went on. That determination was one of the true fundamentals of being a hero. His explanation. So here, accept One for All. He went on. I looked at the hair follicle and chuckled. Was the sappy street entirely necessary? I asked, but took the hair anyway. All Might said, yes, now eat it. What? I asked. That's how it gets transferred, via my DNA, he explained. That sounds like something you should, I don't know. Explain at the beginning, I yelled, staring at the hair in disgust. Did you at least wash your hair? I asked, struggling to swallow the hair follicle. All right, Midoriya, let us go to UA. Class starts in 10 minutes, All Might said as he led me to his car. This is it, whether I deserved it or not, which I clearly do not. I am beginning my school career. I have a feeling that this will be terrible. Midoriya's point of view. We made it to school. All that remains for us to do is meet the principal. Needless to say, I was nervous. All Might said, "Don't worry. Oh yeah, sure, not like I'm a criminal who is going to meet the principal of the most prestigious school in the world. Why would I be nervous?" I responded facetiously. "Great, glad we agree," he said with equal sarcasm. "I hate you," I said, as he laughed. We made it into the principal's office. And just my luck, the entire faculty is present to witness this. "All Might, I know you mean well, but why the FK are you bringing a criminal into the school?" A guy in a sleeping bag asked, venom seeping from his voice. If he hadn't looked so ridiculous, I would have been terrified. "I agree with Aizawa. This is a bad idea," said Present Mike, a guy the first could recognize anywhere. "Ahem," Principal Nezu exclaimed, drawing everyone's attention. "All Might, could you please explain the boy's story?" he inquired. "I'd be delighted to," All Might said. He described who I was. From our first meeting and my good intentions, to what he said to me and how soul-crushing it was, to my encounter with villains, to my arrival here. When All Might finished my story, they looked at each other. "Be that as it may, it does not excuse what he has done," Midnight, the R-rated hero, said. "Not that I blame them. If I were in their shoes, I would also give them the boot." "Well, how about this?" Principal Nezu asked, as everyone, including me, paid him full attention. "Track his behavior. If he misbehaves 3 times, he's expelled," he suggested. Any normal student would be vocal about this, but this demonstrates that Principal Nezu believes in me. He believes in my ability to change. Works for me. I'm fine with that. Soon, all the teachers began to agree. Even though some of them were hesitant, particularly the man in the sleeping bag and Present Mike, they eventually agreed. "Okay, then this meeting is adjourned. Midoriya, your room is Class 1A, Principal Nezu said, as the man in the sleeping bag choked on his water. He said, "Why you can't be serious?" Principal Nezu negotiated. "I'll give you a raise, Aizawa." Aizawa said, "All right, come with me." Was that all it took? We all filed out of the principal's office, and All Might gave me a thumbs up before leaving me with Aizawa. "All right, listen up," he went on. "I'm your homeroom teacher, Mr. Aizawa. Now the principal and All Might may have took it easy on you, but I haven't." He went on. "Meaning, you're going to have to work hard to build that trust." He went on. I said, "Understandable, a man of few words. All right, come with me, I'll show you to your class." Aizawa interrupted. We arrived at the class quickly. The door has 1A on it, which is easy to spot. To be completely honest, I was nervous. I am absolutely certain that everyone knows who I am, a criminal who got a free pass into U. Are you going to get in? Or are you going to have a mental crisis on your first day? Aizawa went on. Right, sorry, I said as I opened the door. The walls and door must have been very thick, because when I opened it, a loud chatter escaped into the hallway. However, once I fully opened the door, the room was quiet. It was because they assumed the teacher had returned or because of me. I'm inclined to believe it was because of me. I walked into the classroom, and the look of fear was all over their faces. Except for one. Deku, Kachan or Bakugo said, standing up to face me. "Oh great, the criminal and the hothead know each other," said a guy with yellow hair. I won't lie. That comment hurt, even though I expected it. "K-Ka," I said before he pulled me into a hug. I'm sorry," he mumbled. As the class looked as stunned as I was. "Why are you sorry?" I inquired. "Look," I said straight to you, and it made you snap. "Your mother was a wreck and I felt entirely responsible for it. So, I'm sorry," he went on. "Don't worry about it," I responded. "It's nobody's fault but my own." "Alright, that's enough of that," Aizawa said as Kachan and I let go. "We're doing a physical assessment, so put on your gym clothes and come outside in 10 minutes. Everyone moved ahead of us. Well, it's me. I may have helped Kachan relax, but that wasn't enough to put them at ease. What a fool I was to think it would be so easy. The locker room was especially awkward because everyone except Bakugo was on the opposite side of me. "So, where were you for the last 10 months? Bakugo inquired, putting on his gym clothes. "Well, 9 months ago I was arrested, you know what happened. Anyway, All Might came in and pretty much bailed me out for rehabilitation, as he called it." I went on to explain. "Okay, but something didn't add up," he said, leaning in closer. "You didn't have a quirk, but 9 months ago, you were breathing fire. What happened?" He inquired. Quick, consider a lie. You know, late bloomer I am. I said. He chuckled at the remark. Well, good. Now we can see who's superior. I laughed as well. At least he's back on full throttle. Yeah, we'll see, I said. To be honest, if you had told me a year ago that Bakugo would be my best friend, I would have laughed. But hey, it'll make my life a little easier knowing he won't be too upset with me, at least until we do something competitive. We soon returned outside, where he administered a simple quirk assessment test consisting of 8 trials. The 50-meter dash, grip strength, the standing long jump, sustained sideways jump, the pitch, curl-ups, seated toe reach, and a long-distance run, and if you finished last, you were immediately expelled. Needless to say, Aizawa was focused on me, considering I was only here on an ultimatum. My 50-meter wasn't exactly turning heads, but it was decent. If there weren't people here with speed-boosting quirks, I'd be last, but thank goodness I wasn't. What was unusual was the grip test. When it was my turn, I grabbed the grip tracker thing and gripped as tightly as I could, but that wasn't the strange part. The weird thing was that my arm was literally glowing. Was this the one for all that All Might gave me? 5023 kgs of force, Aizawa stated as I quickly released the tracker to inspect my arm. There was numbing pain, and it appeared purple. What was that? Midoriya, are you okay? Bakugo asked, looking at my arm. What the FK happened? He asked, concerned. I said, I don't know. Shoot, he's going to become suspicious. I thought you could only have one quirk, the other students said. Quick, think of an excuse. Wait, maybe that's why I got my quirk so late, I said as everyone looked at me. I was harboring 2 quirks. This quirk feels like my great-grandfather's quirk. I said, great excuse, genius, they'll never fall for it. A pink girl with horns said, that makes sense. I cannot believe they fell for it. Well, the test is still going on. The next step is the standing long jump, Aizawa said, giving me a glare before returning outside. It was my turn for the long jump. I cannot rely on one for all. If it was even one for all, the only thing I can use is my fire, which I hope will propel me far enough to get a decent score. I joined the line and turned around. As I took a deep breath, I said, I'd recommend moving. Here goes nothing. I jumped into the air and exhaled as fire shot from my mouth. I flew over the dirt area until I ran out of air and landed face first in the grass. After spitting out the dirt and grass, I ran back to perform the sustained sideways jump, which I crashed and burned in. Then it was pitch time. I, like every challenge here, was the last to go. I picked up the ball with my left hand. If I used my fire quirk, I would probably disintegrate the ball. I need to use one for all here, or I might fail. No, I probably will fail, and the game is over. I gripped the ball and pulled my arm back, feeling a surge of power rush through my arms. Then it quickly vanished. Stop, Mr. Aizawa said as he walked towards me. Just what do you think you're doing? He asked. I was planning on throwing the ball. Wait, you're Eraserhead the Eraser Hero. I interrupted. What I am is not important right now, what's important is that you're not anywhere near ready. He grumbled. You discovered this immense power 15 minutes ago, yet it destroys your body like a ragdoll. But, were you planning to break yourself just to survive this one test? Were you willing to break both of your arms for this one test? Just so you can get by? He wanted to know. That's not my intention, I yelled, as bandages were wrapped around my body and he drew me closer to his glaring eyes. Intentional or not, if you are going the way you are now, you'll be nothing more than a liability if you just destroy yourself by throwing a few measly punches, even with that second quirk of yours. He went on. You have the drive to do whatever it takes to defeat the villain, but even with that drive, you'll just make things worse. He finished when he released me. I returned that quirk of yours, now get your throw over with and end this already. I'm tired. He began to leave. I'll destroy my body with a few light punches. Wait, that is it. I walked over and picked up the ball. He's completely correct. If I used one for all at 100% power on my entire arm, I'd be out of commission, so what if I used the required amount? I gripped the ball with my left hand, and as I pulled back for the throw, I surged one for all into the tip of my pointer finger. All that remains is to unleash it at the appropriate time. Ha! I exclaimed as the ball sped through the air. It hurt like a motherfucker, but I didn't break my arm like the previous time. The ball landed a long distance away, and when it did, I turned to Mr. Aizawa. Hey. I said as he looked at me, I'm not out of commission. I said with my broken index finger. He smiled. I never imagined I would see the day. I also did not expect the day to come so soon. But that smile quickly faded as we faced the 3 remaining challenges, which were extremely painful and difficult to complete due to my injured arm and finger. I collapsed to the ground, exhausted from everything. But I still needed to get the scores. Whoever was last gets sent home. Okay, well, calm down. I did well on the grip test, standing long jump, and ball throw. On everything else, it performed horribly. Here are the scores. They should give you a good idea of where you are, Mr. Aizawa said as he displayed the scores to us. Where am I now? Where am I? A13 Izuku Midoriya. I did it, I'm alive. I exclaimed. I couldn't care less about the glares from the 8 students below me. I'm not experienced. And I was lying. No one is going home, Mr. Aizawa stated. ... Wait, what? I exclaimed. That was just a rational deception to make you work harder, he said with the biggest street-eating grin I've ever seen him wear. You gotta be kidding me, I said, collapsing on the ground. I busted my A for nothing. I'm surprised the rest of you didn't figure that out. I'm sorry, I guess I should have said something, said a girl with a black ponytail. Quote ... I hate you, I muttered, standing up with my broken arm and finger. That's it, we're done for the day. Don't forget to pick up the syllabus and read it over, Mr. Aizawa said before handing me a pass. Oh, and Midoriya, go see Recovery Girl about your arm and finger. That's it, goodbye, he said as he walked away. I sighed as the fire reached the floor. This class will be the death of me. Hey, do you know where Recovery Girl is? A girl with rosy cheeks and brown hair inquired. No, but if you can point me in the general direction. Great, I'll take you there, she said as she walked ahead of me. Did she hit her head or something? Well, I might as well entertain her. We were heading over to the nurse's office. Then she decided to start a conversation. So, you're a criminal? She inquired. You really need to learn tact. But yes, I was a criminal, I responded as she shifted her head in disbelief. An extremely long story short, I was quirkless for most of my life, at least up until 10 months ago. A pro hero broke it to me that I couldn't be a pro hero, crushing my dreams and spirit. In frustration I cried and screamed at a building. Then as I was screaming, fire erupted out of my mouth, igniting a whole building on fire, but luckily no one died. I corrected her as she. What? She exclaimed in surprise. Well, I lasted a whole week. My mother called me when I appeared on the news. She was ushered into a mental hospital after the sheer shock of me. Her, little Izuku, I said with air quotes, was shown burning down a building full of people. Over the phone she was talking to me, saying how sorry she was for me ending up this way. She took all of the blame for the saint I did, which caused me to snap once again. I said, anyway, that Rampage was what got the police to arrest me. While I was being interrogated for info on the League of Villains, All Might came in, talked to me and gave me an ultimatum, which is coming to this school for rehab. I explained. She just stared at me with wide eyes. I thought you killed a person or something. She muttered, sorry, tact. That's fine, I thought I did too. That thought horrified me. Once I was told that no one died from both of my emotional rampages, I was extremely relieved. The last thing I want my mother to think about was that her son was a murderer. She's barely dealing with her son being an ex-arsonist, I said as we arrived at the nurse's office. Anyway, thanks for leading me here, I said as I left her outside to return to class. Oh, who are you? Wait, I know who you are. Recovery Girl responded. You're that criminal who All Might happen to like. ... She's the quiet, snarky one. I see you used one for all. Was it your first time? She was interested. Yes, the arm was completely accidental. I didn't even think that one for all would wait, how do you know of it? I responded with nothing but disbelief. Oh, calm down, I'm one of few people who even know about it. Principal Nezu knows about it as well. It was clarified. Quote ... Okay. Was all I had to say. Anyway, you appeared to be grasping it quickly, young man, she said, kissing my forehead. Why, man, I'm tired, I said, feeling a little wobbly. My quirk speed up the recovery time, but it takes a lot out of you, she said as she handed me a tablet. With this, it'll help you regain your lost stamina, but if you use it too much, it might kill you. Quote dot dot dot. Oh good, I muttered as I swallowed the tablet. At least I'm fully awake now. Anyway, head back to class, it's the middle of Present Mike's class, go on shoo shoo. She exclaimed as I was practically pushed out of class. That girl exclaimed, oh, you're done. Wait, did you wait for me? I inquired. Of course, you were injured, I needed to make sure you were okay, she said with a smile. Oh okay, I said, feeling my face heat up. Damn, I thought I had buried that habit. Uraraka's point of view, his face was turning slightly red. Perhaps it's a result of Recovery Girl's treatment. Oh well, at least he's okay. Now we just have to go to present Mike's class. The class went silent when we entered, but it resumed once we took our seats. Though I swear I saw Present Mike staring at Midoriya. Anyway, class has ended, and it is now lunchtime. I was given a seat alongside the rest of Class 1A. Although someone was missing. Where's Midoriya? I inquired. Why do you want him here? Yaoyorozu inquired. Don't be like that, I said as I looked around, and there he was, hey Midoriya. I yelled as he looked at me, want to sit with us? I asked. He hesitated before slowly walking over. I scooted inward to make space for him to sit. Hello, he said, but no one answered. Man, why did we get stuck with the loud angry guy and the criminal? Kaminari was moaning. I was just about to throw one of my chopsticks at him. Until Midoriya stopped me. While I won't refute the fact that I was a criminal before coming here, I will say this. What I've done is completely different from what I'm doing, and what I plan to do. If you want to distract yourselves by calling me a criminal, that's all fine and dandy, but that won't stop me from achieving my goal of graduating and becoming a hero I was told I couldn't be. So if you have any intention of becoming a pro, I suggest you stop focusing on others and look at yourself. Yeah, well what would young Midoriya, a booming voice yelled, as here. He pointed to Midoriya. What is it, All Might? He asked. I've come to extend my full congratulations. He continued. Your first day of rehabilitation has went on without any snags. You will make a fine hero at this rate. He interrupted and fled. Is that proof enough? Bakugo asked as he resumed eating his food. Well, alright. That's enough, I commented to everyone's surprise. I couldn't care less if he was a criminal or not, because he's here for the same reason as all of us. To become a pro hero. He may have hit snags along the way but is here now, and is here. So if you want to keep pointing it out and distract yourself, then by all means, but I'm going to work hard and graduate just like he will. I responded as I returned to my rice. My outburst caused the entire table to fall silent, until, hey, Midoriya, can you pass the soy sauce? Kirishima inquired. Huh, oh sure, here, he said, sliding the bottle across the table. Look, I don't know all the details, but you coming here to change yourself, is the manliest thing I've ever heard. You have my vote, he said, drizzling his entire bowl of rice with soy sauce. While the others were skeptical, at least some of them are gradually warming up to him. We soon finished our classes for the day and headed home. Hey Uraraka, your train is this way. He was wondering. Yeah, wanna go for a walk with me? I asked. Yeah, he said before someone rushed up to us. Excuse me, he yelled, standing in front of us. Oh, it's you, Tenya Iida. Yes, and I must first take a moment of your time, to apologize. He was bowing. Midoriya inquired. I must apologize for treating you like a natural-born criminal. When you're here to not be one. It was ignorant for me to think this way. So please accept my apology. He yelled. It's fine, everyone thinks I'm a criminal. He scratched the back of his head. No it is not, he gasped. I should not have degraded the name of a fellow classmate, especially one that has more motivation to work harder. Oh okay, if I accept your apology will you stop bowing, people are watching. Midoriya asked. Yeah, Iida, you're embarrassing him. I smirked. I found it amusing that he is getting so worked up, especially since he was calm as a cucumber just a few hours ago. You Uraraka, he yelled, and I laughed. Anyway Iida, we're heading to the station, want to come with? I was curious. He stood next to Midoriya, straightening himself up and saying, yes, I would be glad to. I could tell by his expression that he was relieved that the awkward situation had ended. In all honesty, I like it when he expresses emotion. It helps people remember that he is just a teenager who has lost control of his emotions. Hey Uraraka, are you okay? You're spacing out, Midoriya asked as I snapped out of my reverie. Oh, I'm fine. Oh, hey, we've arrived, I said, looking at the station. Midoriya said as he boarded his train, yeah, see you all tomorrow. Yeah, see you tomorrow. Midoriya's point of view. Uraraka inquired, hey Midoriya, where's your hero costume? Well, I didn't really think of one. I responded. I didn't really think about becoming a hero, because of, you know. Oh, as all she said. Yeah, I didn't put much thought into my costume. So I changed into my gym clothes and called it a day. Anyway, All Might summoned us to perform an exercise of some sort. I am here, and there he is. He quickly explained what we were doing. In short, we were divided into 10 two-person groups. We'll be playing as heroes and villains. The hero's goal is to either capture the villains using the capturing tape provided to them, or to capture the deadly weapon. The villains' goal is to capture the heroes using the same tape while protecting the weapon for 15 minutes. Now for the first round. All Might said, reaching into a box and pulling out 2 balls. Pair 2 is the heroes, and pair 7 is the villains. He exclaimed. Hey, how appropriate. I'm first, and my partner is a Momo Yaoyorozu. We're the villains, up against Kaminari and Kirishima as heroes. All Might provided us with the necessary supplies, which included tape and a map indicating which floor the weapon is located on. Located on the 5th floor, it appears simple enough, with only one entrance assuming they do not climb up the building's side. Alright, let's go, I said, walking into the building with Yaoyorozu close behind me. Do you even have a plan? She asked, walking beside me. No, aside from protecting the weapon, I assume you do. I said as we reached the 5th floor. Well, it is a rather bare-bone plan, she explained as she removed metal plates from her belly. Interesting, Quirk, I said as she began drilling a plate holder into the door frame. It allows me to create any item from my body fat, so long I know the molecular bonds. She went on. Wait, I might have a plan, after all. Hey, can you make a pair of flame-retardant gloves? I blurted out. Oh sure, she said, tossing me a pair of flame-resistant black gloves. Bada, so, is there any particular reason you need such gloves? She inquired as she began to place the plates on the door. Yes, it's in case those 2 manage to get through the primary defense, I said, testing it on a nearby pillar. I curled my hand around my mouth, making a small hole. Now all that remains is to test my newly created attack. As fire erupted from my mouth, the small hole left by my hand fired a concentrated shot into a pillar. Excellent. Not bad. You managed to not only extend your range, but create a more concentrated blast. She said. Nice catch. With these gloves, I can now make a concentrated blast for either one-on-one scenarios, or when the enemy has only one entrance. She concluded. Ding ding ding. I can see why you've got in on a recommendation. It was my response. Pardon me, but you got in on a recommendation as well. I can see why All Might took interest in you. She went on. Well, it's more of an ultimatum. I said simply. He must have had a reason for giving you an ultimatum. He must have saw your potential that was being wasted with you being in prison. She went on. Well, it was more out of pity and atonement, plus the fact that I'm carrying one for all and am aware of the uprising League of Villains, but I can't tell her about it. Yeah, probably. I said simply. Are you ready? All Might yelled. Hero team, go. I was waiting by the door when it opened. Get ready for battle. I did some research beforehand. Kirishima's quirk allows him to harden his body and dish out attacks. Kaminari's quirk is just electricity, but still be wary about him. I interrupted. I know, and I took some precautions. She said as a massive tarp shot out of her chest. This is a really thick insulator, in case Kaminari has any ideas. Great idea, I said, giving her a thumbs up. Then I noticed, more than I'd ever wanted to see. Oh my god, I exclaimed, turning away. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I mean. She inquired. Didn't she notice? Oh, it's okay, I can make a new costume. That's not the problem here. I yelled. Hey, here they are. Kirishima exclaimed from the other side of the door, street. As I heard Kirishima pound on the door, I said, get ready. The bolts were flying off quickly. The door was not going to hold up well. Get over here, she exclaimed. Are you at least decent? I inquired. Midoriya, she exclaimed. Sorry, I yelled as I dashed beneath the massive tarp, only to discover, what the FK? Then the door was blown off its hinges. Kaminari now. Kirishima yelled. Got it. 1.3 million volts. He yelled as electricity flooded the room, but the tarp provided enough cover to keep us safe. Alright, now it's time to pull off the tarp and catch them, Kirishima said, walking over to do so. A big mistake. That's checkmate, Yaoyorozu declared as Kirishima revealed 3 cannons aimed at him. Wah, he yelled, but was hit by 3 cannonballs and sent flying back out into the hall. Whoa, that was amazing. I exclaimed. Don't get too cocky, we still have, Kaminari, she inquired as he walked around with a dazed expression in his eyes. Did using his quirk make him stupid? I inquired. Well, doesn't matter, let's capture him and face Kirishima 2-on-1. Alright, I'll capture him, you use your concentrated shot to keep him at bay. Roger, I said, standing in front of the door. Kirishima was dazed but quickly got up. Midoriya, you can't take me 1-on-1, bro. He yelled, hardening and charging towards me. You sure about that? I yelled as I used my concentrated fire blast to strike directly at Kirishima, only for him to block it in. Attempt to direct it to the ceiling. You good over there? I asked, taking a deep breath and hitting him again with a concentrated blast. Got him, she yelled, sprinting next to me to join the fray. But he is too close. I need to use it. I need to use one for all. When he got close, I sent one for all through my finger. All I had to do was knock him back to give myself some wiggle room. I'm not destroying my entire arm for that. Ha, I exclaimed as I flicked my powered up finger, knocking him back to the end of the hull and weakening his armor. I bought us some time, I said as I noticed the glove on my left arm was completely torn apart. Shoot. Don't worry about it, just keep fighting, she said, taking out a metal bat. Consider waiting. Can you make oil, of any kind? I inquired as All Might appeared on the intercom. 1 minute left. Oh, I see, she said, pulling out a bottle of gasoline and dousing her metal bat. I took the remaining gasoline and poured it on my glove. Flame retardant is not the same as flame resistant. It can still catch fire, but only for a few seconds at most, and that will suffice. Now you're catching on. Get ready, I said as I noticed Kirishima rushing toward us, desperation setting in. Wait for it, now, I yelled, setting her bat and my glove on fire. Team attack, flaming onslaught, I yelled as Yaoyorozu hit him in the face with the flaming bat and I punched him square in the stomach with my flaming glove. He flinched, but took the hit and plowed through us, rushing for the weapon. Shoot, even though he is faster than me, I had to rush after him. Kirishima reached for the weapon, and I was close behind him. I can't use my fire because it would boost him into the weapon. Instead, I'll have to hope that he makes a mistake so that I can catch him. Time's up, All Might yelled as Kirishima came to a stop an inch from the weapon. The villain team won. Saved by the buzzer, not very satisfying. Damn it, he yelled as he stood up and took a big breath. Good match you two, you had some great teamwork, he commented, before All Might summoned us all to the monitor room. Hey, don't underestimate yourself, you almost had it, I said as we walked into the monitor room for a mini debrief. Well, I'm sure you all can agree that Yaoyorozu was the MVP of this round. The Almighty replied. Everyone was stunned. Well, almost all of us. Kaminari hadn't joined us yet. But shouldn't Midoriya have won Most Valuable Player? Asui asked. Yaoyorozu and I both said, not exactly. Do you want to explain it, or should I? Yaoyorozu asked. How about this? I'll explain where you went right, while you'll explain where everyone else went wrong. That way, you won't come across as narcissistic. I half joked. She smirked and nodded. Fair enough, you may proceed. Okay, so I'll start with this. She was the entire reason the match went the way it did. I said as everyone looked at me in surprise, allow me to explain in the order in which they occurred. If she hadn't created the iron plates, Kirishima and Kaminari would have attacked right away. In a 2-on-2 fight, even with my double quirk, we were at a power disadvantage. If she hadn't made my gloves, I wouldn't have been able to use my concentrated blast. If she hadn't made the insulated tarp, Kaminari's attack would have completely destroyed us. If she hadn't created the cannons, Kirishima would have probably taken care of us. If she hadn't invented the bat and oil, we wouldn't have been able to stun Kirishima long enough to give us enough time to win, I explained. Her quirk and her ability to think in extreme situations was what carried us through that match. While most of that is correct, Midoriya had some brilliant ideas, which is why he wore gloves and used oil. Though he became distracted and, despite being a little loud, alerted the enemy to our presence, she explained. I had 2 reasons why it was completely understandable. I offered an explanation. Moving on, Kirishima demonstrated a strong ability to persevere in the face of adversity. His gung-ho plan of breaking through the door by force and causing Kaminari to pass out was what got him into that situation in the first place. Kaminari. Yeah, that. He became overzealous, which hampered his team, she explained, as All Might looked surprised. Did we cover all of the bases? I asked. Well, yes, you did. Congratulations, you too, he exclaimed, giving us a thumbs up. All right, time for the next match. He announced as he dug into the box. It's Team 10 versus Team 8. He yelled. According to what I saw, it's Asui and Iida versus Uraraka and Todoroki. I'm torn on this one. I guess I'll have to root for both. Uraraka's point of view. I'm on the villain team, and my partner is Todoroki, who is very standoffish and quiet. He also has half of his body encased in ice. Anyway, we're on the 5th floor, and all we can do now is wait. Hey, you can make yourself float, correct? Todoroki asked. Why yeah for a short time, why? I asked. Wait for the 2 of them to approach. Then we'll finish this match quickly. He said, with confidence. Just what are yo, go. All Might yelled into the intercom, as I heard rapid footsteps approaching. No time to explain. Just go to the windows and see if Asui is climbing up, he said, standing in front of the door, most likely waiting for Iida. Oh okay, was all I could say as I approached the windows. I couldn't see Asui anywhere. They're here, Todoroki said, as I turned to see Asui riding on Iida's shoulders, swinging her tongue over him. Sorry, Uraraka, she said as she let go of the pole her tongue was gripping. Whoa. Before they could touch it, I grabbed the weapon and moved it out of the way. It's so light. Is this paper match? Uraraka, make yourself float, he said. I had no idea what he was up to, but I didn't argue. Instead, I clasped my fingers together to make myself float, and Todoroki managed to freeze the entire building, and I mean the entire building. Asui was out like a light, thanks to her quirk that put her into a hibernation state, whereas Iida was trapped by the ice and vulnerable to capture. Sorry Iida, Todoroki said as he wrapped the capture tape around both his and Asui's arms. Once All Might confirmed that we had won, he thought out the entire building. Did he also have control over fire? We were told to return to the monitor room for a debrief, but there wasn't much to debrief about. I wanted to do something meaningful, and while I did move the weapon, Todoroki did everything while I just floated there. Talk about lame. Oh well, guess I still have work to do. Hey, Uraraka, Midoriya approached me. Oh hey. Are you bummed about not doing much during the battle? He asked. As he patted my shoulder, I admitted, a little bit. Well, look on the bright side. You saved your team from defeat, and you weren't a total disaster for your team, he said, as Kaminari glared at him. Not cool, dude, he muttered, as Jiro began laughing. Just stating the facts. Oh and by the way Thunderbolt, maybe using 1.3 million volts wasn't such a good idea. He replied with a smirk. Normally, I wouldn't laugh at someone making fun of someone else, but Midoriya was correct. That was a terrible gamble, and Thunderbolt was kind of funny. SNRK, Thunderbolt, Jiro exclaimed, bursting into laughter. Midoriya was the only one who needed to see Recovery Girl for his broken finger, and All Might assisted him in getting there, so he should be able to return to class after lunch. The rest of the matches were either interesting or a complete mismatch. Midoriya's point of view. So, was there a reason you ushered me into Recovery Girl? I asked. No real reason, he said in his skinny form. They were behind closed doors with only Recovery Girl in the room, so it would be a waste of energy not to be in that form. Are you sure? Not as a checkup to see if I had already ruined anyone's lives. I asked. No, but I can tell something is bothering you, All Might stated. Sigh nothing, just worried about my mom, and some other things. Then I replied. What kinds of things? You're already aware that my mother is in a mental hospital. The problem is that she is my only guardian. So I am all alone. Oh, now, it wouldn't be so bad if I weren't 16 years old and be unemployed. So I'm being kicked out of my house and forced to live somewhere else until she recovers. When will that happen? I have no idea, I admitted. Oh, well, I have a simple solution, All Might said, standing up. Why not come live with me for the time being? What? He asked. I'm pretty much in charge of your rehabilitation, so I might as well keep you in my sight. I didn't know what to say. The number one hero was asking if I wanted to stay with him. I said, oh okay. Great, I'll help you move in after school, he said as he glanced at his watch. Anyway, you should get going, you have present mic next, he said as he left the nurse's office. Did what just happened actually happen? Did All Might just offer me a place to stay for almost nothing? Yes, he did. I'm not sure if I should be excited, confused, or any other emotion. For the time being, I'll settle for confused. There's no point mumbling about it in my head. I should get to class right now. Midoriya's point of view. Okay, calm down, it'll be fine. I'm just going to see my mother, who probably hates my guts and will most likely slam the door on me when I arrive. I was standing right in front of it, grasping the handle, but my fears and anxieties were preventing me from entering. I'm here because I need help with my hero costume. I know, I haven't visited my mentally unstable mother in 2 months like a shitty excuse of a son, and the one time I'm visiting is for selfish reasons. Standing here won't accomplish anything, you can do it, I whispered after taking a deep breath and mentally preparing myself. When I opened the door, she didn't look at me and instead stared out the window, so I walked closer until I was directly behind her when she finally said something. I don't need anything new. Mom, I said. She looked up, turned to me, and then quickly turned away. Saw something Doomba, I'm in UA, I said, hoping for a reaction, a statement, anything. But she didn't look at me. I knew she did. Before I could finish my thought, she stood up and grabbed me in a hug. I'm sorry, I should have raised you better, she muttered. It was as if those words smashed through my emotional wall, and I burst into tears and hugged her back. Why the why are you apologizing? I asked. I was the one who messed up. I was never there for you. When you needed me the most, she muttered. You've been in here for 2 months, and this is my first visit. I didn't even tell you I was brought into UA. I said, I was never there for you when you needed me the most. Even after all of the bad things I've done, she still blames herself, despite the fact that she had nothing to do with any of it. We hugged for, I am not sure how long, but I had to ask. Mom, this is a very selfish request. But can you help me with my superhero costume? She pulled away and looked at me, her eyes red and puffy but still smiling. I'd love to, she said. We spent the time I had with my mother designing my costume. She finished it and handed me the paper, which included a diagram and key points about how my suit should be constructed. While I'm not cleared to leave, I'll support you 100%. She went on. She forgave me, even though she says I'm not at fault. I was clearly at fault, but she didn't want to tell me that in front of me. Tears welled up on the sides of my eyes, but I wiped them away. I promised not to cry anymore. Thank you, Mom, I muttered as I glanced at my watch. Visiting hours are over, I said. Oh, thank you for visiting me, Izuku, she said, waving goodbye as I exited the room. While she hasn't fully recovered, I have a feeling that her visit helped in some small way, and now that she has this costume, she can also help me in her own way. I returned to home, which is a difficult term to use because it is not my home, but rather a temporary custody, as I refer to it. All Might, I'm home, I announced as he landed in front of me. You're here, he yelled, and then instantly returned to his skinny form. Do you have to continue doing that? I asked. Anyway, I finished my costume design as you requested, I said, handing him the paper. He grabbed it and quickly scanned it. Flame retardant gloves, but a flame and heat resistant jumpsuit. Wait, skin tight, he asked. My mom asked the same question. I have a plan for the gloves, though, I intend to use the fire hand technique in combat. I answered. As for the jumpsuit, I specifically wanted it to feel like nothing. It'll help for close combat, and baggy clothes will only get in my way. Oh, so you went to see her? All Might inquired as he continued to scan the paper. A belt with 3 separate pouches. For what purpose? All Might inquired. One is for the gloves themselves. If I'm going to use both one for all, I'll need a place to store them. Another is for a small bottle of gasoline. If it shatters during battle, I won't be a walking match ready to be set ablaze. The third, I'm not sure right now, but it's a good idea to have more than you think you need. I said. Fair enough. He said, the suit is entirely black with green flames. Interesting take. I just shrugged as he looked over the rest of the notes. Well, I'll hand them in, pull some strings, and have it ready by tomorrow at the latest. He said as I gave him a thumbs up and headed to my room. It's still early in the day, I should study. The following day, I don't know why I studied so long, but I got on a roll and things progressed from there, so I'm ahead of schedule for a lesson or two. Hi, Midoriya. I turned to see Uraraka rushing next to me. Oh, good morning, I said. I'm wondering what we're doing today, Uraraka inquired as she began walking alongside me. Well, I do not know. With all might, it could be anything, I explained. She hummed in agreement before looking up and saying, oh, right. Did you submit your costume design? She asked. Oh yeah, I turned it into All Might on my way here, I said, stretching the truth because I don't want the others to know I live with the #1 hero. Ah, I see. Do you have your plans with you? I'd love to see it, she inquired. I'm sorry, but All Might stated that the costume would be completed as soon as possible later today. So, who knows, maybe you'll get to see it. I said, oh, we've arrived. Iida and Yaoyorozu tied for second place with 2 votes each, while I won first place with 3 votes. I voted for Iida because I thought it would be shady to vote for myself, and I'm sure the others did as well, but there are 4 people. How the hell is there a tie? Kaminari exclaimed. More importantly, how the hell is Midoriya the victor? ... I'll let that one slide because I was curious as well. I believe Uraraka voted for me. Did Bakugo vote for me? If that's the case, who is the mysterious third vote? Well, there has to be only 2 people to be the class representative and the class deputy. Mr. Aizawa responded. Figure it out. We ultimately decided on a tie-breaking election between Iida and Yaoyorozu, and to be honest, I want Iida to win. Hey Uraraka, I'm voting for Iida, too, she whispered. As I texted Bakugo, I said, good. Would you mind voting for Iida? B. Sure. Thank you. The votes were counted, and Iida was elected class deputy after a 9-11 victory. Yeah, I yelled instinctively, then realized that I cheered out loud, gee, good election, I muttered, sinking back into my seat. So there you have it. Izuku Midoriya is the class representative, while Teni Iida is the class deputy. Are there no objections? Good, not that they would have mattered anyway. As the bell rang, Aizawa said, anyway, you all have lunch period, you may leave. We were allowed to go to lunch, or rather, we were booted out of it. I sat with Uraraka, Iida, and a disappointed Yaoyorozu, who invited a few other people I didn't know yet. Are you okay, Yaoyorozu? I asked as I took a bite of my meal. And no, it's fine, just dealing, she said. Oh, I see, well, if you want, I could give you my position, I stated. Oh, no, I couldn't do that to you, and besides 2 other people clearly wanted you in. She went on. I asked. You have 3 votes, right? One is you, followed by 2 others, she explained. Uraraka figured, yeah, one of them was me. Bakugo also figured, the other was me. But Iida said before I put my hand over his mouth. Yeah, but you seem much better for the job than I do. I said before leaning in to whisper in his ear, she'll be crushed if she finds out I didn't vote for myself, so don't bring it up. Oh, well even so, the people have spoken, you deserve the job. Her reply was, damn modesty. Well, no amount of words will persuade her otherwise. I could do something stupid to give her my place. No, that's F-King stupid. My attendance here is already hanging on by 3 thin threads. If all of them are severed, I'm out without a second thought. Fine. So, Iida, how are you? The alarms began to sound, and before I could ask what was going on, Iida grabbed one of the students and asked him what was going on. He said it was a level 3 security breach, or something similar. I'd lost track of Iida, Uraraka, and Yaoyorozu a long time ago, but then I heard something on a megaphone. Everyone, please calm down. It was Yaoyorozu, but she was completely ignored. Then I noticed Bakugo approach and snatch the megaphone from her hands. Hey, a-holes, shut the FK up and stay calm. Bakugo yelled. Bakugo quickly handed over the megaphone to Yaoyorozu as the stampede came to a halt and turned to investigate the noise. Okay, listen up, It's just the media outside, there is no danger. Return to your classes in an orderly manner, she said. That, somehow, managed to resolve the situation. Maybe it's because Bakugo glared at everyone while she said it. Either way, that was impressive. But something crossed my mind. How the heck did the media break into UA? Whatever they got, I'm sure the staff will handle it. We returned to class, and Iida and I were tasked with selecting our class officers. Okay, so we need to figure out who the remaining class officers are. But first, I'd like to say something, I said as everyone, including Iida, looked at me. I'll be honest with you, I am not good at leading a class. So I'm going to do the smartest thing I can think of, pass the torch to Yaoyorozu. What? She asked. She calmed the student stampede. With a little help, of course. So I believe she is better suited for this job, I said, looking at Iida, if that is okay with you. I have no problem with it. In fact, if you hadn't spoken up first, I would have offered my place, Iida said. Well, that's settled. You have no choice in this decision, so get up here, I said, taking my seat. She was taken aback by the sudden development, but she eventually stood in front of my class. So that's my good deed for the day. We then began deciding who our remaining class officers were. I was asked to be one, as a thank you for giving her the representative spot, but I turned it down, saying I wasn't suited for this job, and I don't want to be a hypocrite. Afterwards, we were told that we were going to take a trip to somewhere. Yeah, they neglected to tell us. On the plus side, All Might came in to hand me my costume. Steam was coming off of him, he must be reaching his limit. Of course, the others caught on. Oh, this. I was just heroically fighting off a villain who specialized in fire, nothing major. He exclaimed, now I must leave, Principal Nezu requires my assistance. Now watch a professional exit the building. He yelled as he darted away. Good cover up. I changed into my costume, and it was made exactly how I envisioned it. Wow, they are good. All I need is a good source of gasoline, which I hope Yaoyorozu will provide. I was the last to exit the dressing room, and everyone's eyes were on me when I stepped out. A pink girl in particular was looking around. Whistle dang Midoriya, nice choice. She said with a huge smirk. Perhaps a skin-tight suit was a bad idea, but combat efficiency came first, followed by modesty. I like it, Uraraka said, smiling broadly. It looks comfortable. It is, it feels like I'm wearing nothing. I said. Looks like it too, Ashido said before being smacked on the back of the head by Yaoyorozu. That's enough. We can only deal with one pervert in the class. She said, anyway, the idea of wearing a skin-tight jumpsuit is a good choice because it allows your movements to be more fluid. That was the idea, and by the way, may I ask you a favor? Sure, what do you need? She asked. A small bottle of gasoline, I replied. Oh, no problem, she said as she produced a small bottle of gasoline from her bicep. Here you are. Many thanks, I said as I slipped it into one of my pouches. We were then led into the bus, where Iida attempted to arrange us in an orderly fashion, but the bus was not designed for his strategy. The bus's open layout ruined my boarding strategy. He muttered, defeated. Iida, you really need to chill. Ashido said, if we're pointing out the obvious, I have a few things to say. Well, actually, about you, the girl next to me said. Was it Asui? Yes, I asked. First and foremost, why did All Might allow you to come here on their recommendation? Asui asked. Yeah, I'd like to know too, Kaminari said in an unpleasant tone, which I ignored. Well, you all know the story. I burned down 2 buildings. The first was completely unintentional, because that's when I unlocked my quirk, for lack of a better term. The second, well, it was a job for a group I was in at the time, so I am avoiding the question. All Might happened to be the one who interrogated me, and he gave me an ultimatum, come here for rehabilitation. I told him it was a bad idea, believe me, but he did it anyway, I explained. I see. Anyway, next question. Why did you choose this particular costume design? Asui asked. I want to know that too, Ashido said. One more comment from you, and I will set fire to everyone except a few of you, I said, annoyed. Okay, ease up, I'm just joking, she said, raising her hands in defense. Yeah, well, jokes get old after being repeated 3 times in the span of 3 minutes. That was my reply. Continuing on, I mean in terms of your pouches. Asui responded. I saw you get something from Yaoyorozu, but that doesn't explain the remaining 2 pouches. Oh simple, the thing I got from Yaoyorozu was this, I said, holding out the small bottle. It's gasoline, and with it, I can use my fire as both a method of range and for close combat. I explained, the second pouch contains these, I said, holding out my gloves. The last ones were destroyed, so I got new ones. They are flame retardant, so the flames do not last long, making it a last resort weapon. The third pouch is currently empty, but I keep it in case I come up with another way to adapt my fighting style. I explained. Interesting. Anyway, my final question. Well, my last 2 questions, but they go hand in hand. She said, your quirk, the power-up one, isn't it similar to All Might's? She asked. Dang it. Lie through my teeth. Yes, but it's only a simple augmentation quirk. It increases my strength to astronomical levels, but at the expense of destroying my body while I use it, I explained. Yeah, All Might does not injure himself while using it. That makes a huge difference, Kirishima explained, relieved to have been saved by Kirishima. Fair enough. My final question is, how did you get a second quirk? Asui inquired. I had never heard of that as a possibility. Is it as far-fetched as you claim? I asked. Todoroki, for example, I said, glancing in his direction. He has control over fire and ice at the same time, just on either side of him. I explained, so, with that in mind, is having 2 quirks really out of the question? Well, if you put it that way, no, Asui clarified. But that still doesn't explain how you got them, let alone so late. Kaminari was puzzled. Remember, I have 2 quirks. Is it safe to assume that both of them would take longer to manifest? I asked. Well, I rest my case, I said before turning to Asui. Any further questions? No, but it must be nice to have a simple augmenting quirk. My hardening is good at taking down bad guys, but it's not nice to look at. Kirishima provided an explanation. Well, if it's effective at taking down bad guys, what's the problem? Who cares how good you look doing it, what matters is that you get the job done. I said, which stunned everyone. With that in mind, I think your quirk is pretty bada. You really Mr. Aizawa said as the bus came to a halt in front of a dome building. We're here, stop messing around. We were told that this building was called the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or USJ. How they managed to use that acronym without getting in trouble is beyond me. Anyway, this facility has many different areas that represent many different natural disasters, including fires, floods, heavy rain, landslides, and ruins. The purpose is to train us on how to rescue civilians in different natural disasters. Right, now that that's over, Aizawa said before being cut off by a loud explosion. The lights were turned off, revealing a purple portal. No, it can't be. As the portal widened, a hand emerged, followed by many more, and it was him. Anger and rage welled up inside me. Stay together and do, Shigaraki, I yelled as I started walking forward. Midoriya, get back, Aizawa yelled, wrapping me completely in his capture tape. Let me go, damn it, I yelled, struggling to get free. All I see is 2 heroes and him, Kurogiri said, referring to the mist guy, who I could spot from a mile away. But what's the thing behind him? So you used the press to sneak onto campus? Aizawa asked as he tossed me to the side, and you? I don't know your history with those guys, and I honestly don't care. You are going to stay here, and I will take care of them. And if I see you join the battle, I'll expel you. He threatened as he prepared for battle. Wait, I called out. What is it? He asked. Be careful with Shigaraki, the guy with the hands. If he touches you with all 5 fingers on his hand, your body will crumble into literal dust in a matter of seconds. I went on. I could see a bead of sweat run down his face as he said, thanks for the information. He jumped in regardless. Let's go, Midoriya, Iida called out. A small part of me wants to yell, jump in, and kill that bastard Shigaraki. But I can't because I don't want to be expelled right after my mother designed my costume. Right, I muttered as I ran with the others, and Kurogiri appeared right in front of my eyes. Ah, it's nice to see you again, Izuku Midoriya, he said. I can't say I reciprocate your feelings, Kurogiri. Now cut the bullshit and explain why you're here, I said, bracing myself for a fight if necessary. It would be my pleasure. We heard about your little excursion and decided to invite ourselves. However, it appears that someone named All Might is missing. he said. Wait, All Might is the giant villain next to Shigaraki. Are you planning to kill him? I asked. Indeed, even though he isn't here, I will settle with all of you, he said as he began to expel purple mist. Bakugo and Kirishima rushed in before Kurogiri could finish his attack, causing a massive explosion that was nowhere near enough to take him down. I should know. A valiant effort, he said, appearing right behind us. But not enough. We were enveloped in purple mist, and I could hear everyone caught in it yelling, before they went silent and everything went black. Midoriya's point of view, splash. My eyes opened, and I was completely submerged in water. Kurogiri must have teleported me here. It makes sense. My quirk is causing fire, so moving anywhere other than the flooded area would have been a bad idea. Anyway, if I continue to think about it and do not move, I will drown. As I was swimming, I felt something move past me. Could it be another student? I turned to see if it was anyone I knew. Asui, Iida, Uraraka, Bakugo, or anyone else. But it wasn't a friend. It was a villain charging towards me, opening its sharp maw. Fearing for my life, I planned to use one for all. Then I saw a surge of green kick the villain in the face. It was Asui. She placed her tongue around my waist and lifted me onto the boat. She hopped on the boat as well, dropping off the coughing Mineta. We should be fine here for now, she said, as Mineta coughed up all the water. Hold on, Midoriya, he said, pausing to catch his breath. How did the villains know your name? He inquired. I was wondering that as well. You also know the blue-haired guy as well, including his quirk. Asui replied. I sighed. I should have expected this to happen. Okay, I said, looking over the boat's railing as the villains emerged from the flood zone. I have time. Now before I say anything, how much do you know about what I've done? I made a request. I know about the 2 fires you started, Asui responded. Mineta added, yeah, that's it for me as well. Okay, you know about as much as the media knows. Which, in all honesty, is about a third of what I actually done. I said, and they stared at me wide-eyed, but I just continued with my story. Anyway, these guys are a part of a group. They love to call themselves the League of Villains. I should know, because I was a part of it. What? Mineta inquired. Leave all your comments, questions, and shocked noises for the end please. So while I was in the League, they made me do other street-like robberies, attacking other heroes, and on my last job, burning down a hero agency building. I was arrested the minute it went up in flames. The pro that was inside the building managed to catch me and haul me to interrogation. The rest you already know. My response was, so any questions? A lot, Asui responded. First off, why? Why did you join the villains? That one's easy. I hated heroes back then, and I detest them now. I responded. One of them crushed my dreams of becoming a hero even with me being quirkless at the time anyway. Once he said that, I snapped, yelling and crying at an abandoned building, then I suddenly was able to breathe fire. Then Shigaraki, the blue guy with hands came up to me, gave me his speech about heroes and how scummy they are. I agreed, and then it was set in motion. Then why are you here? Mineta inquired. Going for the kill, huh? I inquired, looking down. It's because of my mother. Your mother? Asui inquired. She's in a mental hospital. The minute I appeared on the news and called her from the detention center, she lost it. She cried and apologized. She blamed herself for the stupid saint I've done. I was certain that she knew it was my fault, but she still blamed herself. It crushed her in every way, which broke my heart. I explained, while it was a stupid decision, All Might granting me a chance to go to UA was a way for me to make it up to her. Hey, she's not a bit, Asui said, moving on. One last question. Shoot, did you have any interaction with All Might beforehand? Asui was wondering. Elaborate, isn't it kind of weird that All Might, of all people, came into your interrogation, and offered you of all people a spot in UA? I blinked for a few seconds. Laughed, you're observant, but no, we didn't meet beforehand. In fact it was bizarre happenstance that he would A. come to my interrogation, and B. offer me a spot. I said as I gazed out at the vessel, the villains are still waiting in the water, but they look antsy. We should attack soon. Wait, you want to get off the boat and into the water with all those villains in the water? Mineta inquired, sounding nervous. I must agree, even with my quirk, it'll be hard to fight them off. Especially with your fire breath and your augmentation quirk that'll destroy your body on use. Asui responded. That's why we need a decent plan. Before that, can you all tell me your quirks? I motioned. Alright, I'll start. Asui responded. My quirk is frog. It's pretty self-explanatory. It gives me the characteristics of a frog. Fast swimming speeds, long and strong tongue, ability to stay underwater for a long time. She went on to explain. Okay, Mineta, what's yours? I asked. It's just this, he said, pulling a purple ball from his head and plopping it onto the boat. It can stick to anything and gets stickier depending on what I eat beforehand. It can't stick to me though, in fact it just bounces off of me. He touched it to demonstrate. Quote. Alright, I have a plan. Uraraka's point of view. 13 used her quirk, Black Hole, to suck up the mist villain. What did Midoriya call him? Kurogiri. It didn't matter. 13 was sucking him in, and it was only Amata. Black Hole, the quirk that sucks up matter and turns it into dust, such an astounding power. However, you're a rescue hero 13, skilled at rescuing people from disasters. Kurogiri said as he created a warp gate in his chest. That means you have very little combat experience or battlefield awareness. He exclaimed as he created another portal behind 13, causing her to be hit by her own quirk. Her suit began to rip apart and was sucked into the black hole. How unfortunate, you've turned yourself into dust. 13 stopped her quirk before it could cause any further damage. 13 collapsed on the ground, saying, I'm sorry, he got me. 13. Ashido exclaimed, now is our chance. Iida run, I exclaimed. He hesitated at first, but then began running, engine. A sheep attempting to flee from the wolves, Kurogiri said, speeding towards him. I simply cannot allow that, he said, opening a warp gate in front of Iida. If other heroes arrive, it will be more difficult for us to put an end to All Might. Iida planted his foot to slow himself down, but before he could be caught in the portal, Shoji jumped in and clamped his arms around it. Run, he yelled. I got him. Iida bolted for the door, I'll be back in a flash. You impertinent child, Kurogiri yelled, rushing toward Iida. Wait, what is that metallic thing? Be gone. He has completely enveloped Iida, I must take the risk. I jumped behind Kurogiri and touched the metal brace. He began to float away, as if it were part of his body. I don't know what his quirk is, but he's wearing some kinda armor. So he must have a body underneath the mist somewhere. I screamed and launched him upwards. Run, Iida. Why you pest? How dare you? He yelled, rising to the ceiling, while Iida gripped both ends of the door. Light entered through the opening. He'll do it. I've got you. Not so fast, Zero yelled, taping his brace. Sato gripped the tape and spun him around. Go, Sato yelled, launching him away from us as Iida fled USJ and rushed for help. All we can do now is wait. Midoriya's point of view. We escaped the flood zone by entangling the villains in Mineta's purple balls. Now, all we can do Issa. It's Mr. Aizawa, Mineta muttered, pointing to Aizawa fighting off the villains. He does not appear to have been touched by Shigaraki. So he's fine for now. But I am concerned about. Is that thing next to Shigaraki, as he called it. A Nomu. I remember ranting and raving about that particular Nomu, because it was the first successful creation, and it had, I believe, shock absorption and regeneration, as well as the strength of All Might, but that was no quirk. I'm worried that Aizawa won't be able to defeat him. He can only cancel quirks, but his strength could easily overwhelm him. I need to relay this information to Aizawa. As I stepped onto the plaza, I said, guys, get back to the others. What? Don't tell me yo. Okay, I won't. I won't tell you that I plan to fight Shigaraki and the Nomu. I told you so. Wait, what? Asui inquired. That muscly brain guy, he has multiple quirks like me, except it's entirely manufactured and not natural. Anyway, I need to tell Mr. Aizawa that. I said as I flew in. Shigaraki, I yelled, standing in the plaza. Midoriya, I told you to. So we finally meet again. Shigaraki muttered, pushing Aizawa back a few meters. I thought the Nomus weren't ready yet. I exclaimed, getting ready. I lied, I knew you weren't going to stay forever, so why give you damning information? The fact that you told him my quirk and how it works is making this harder already. Shigaraki went on. Wait, Nomu. Aizawa hurriedly approached me. It's a long story, basically that muscle brain guy over there, has multiple quirks. I informed him. What? He asked. It's all true, This one is the first one ever created, and that scumbag thought it was an amazing idea to brag about it. Shock absorption and regeneration are his quirks. I corrected him. Super strength, isn't it? Aizawa asked. No, that's not one of his quirks. That makes sense because he's designed to kill All Might. I went into detail. You neglected to mention that part, Aizawa said. I'm sorry, you jumped away before I could get to that part. I responded by getting ready. Here's the plan, I'll rush in. I hate this plan already. I'll rush in and use my fire breath, you stay behind and cancel his and Shigaraki's quirks. I responded. How long can you keep them erased for? 20 seconds. He said. Not as long as I had hoped. I responded. But it'll do. I'm still not liking this plan. It's all we've got, I exclaimed. No it isn't, how about you get out of here, and I'll take care of them. Against that, I inquired as I pointed to the Nomu. He has the strength to surpass All Might. I assume his speed is top-notch as well. To top it all off, his strength isn't a quirk. Your only ranged attack is a capturing device. I'm best suited for this battle, besides I'm only stalling him until the other pros or All Might arrive. I'm not taking no for an answer. I finished. He appeared angry. He sighed and growled, fine. But consider this strike one. Worth it, I said, rolling my neck. Ready. He muttered, as ready as I'll ever be. I'm surprised they allowed us to talk about battle strategy, but Shigaraki has a habit of treating everything like a video game. So maybe he assumed it was our turn. Regardless, I'll enjoy thwarting this scumbag's plan. I ran towards Nomu, who rushed towards me as well. I don't have a firm grasp on one for all yet, but I have to take the risk. Ha! I yelled, delivering a full power punch to the Nomu. His body shook as he was launched all the way to the other side of the USJ. I expected my arm to fall limp to my side. But it's fine. It hurt a lot, but it's okay. I'm not sure why. However, free use of it is always welcome. Aizawa, you can, I said, turning to see him fighting off Shigaraki. Shoot. I rushed over to assist Aizawa in fending him off, when I heard a loud boom from the direction where the Nomu had been knocked. He's coming back. Wait, I've got a terrible idea that might just work. Aizawa, let go and run. I yelled as I gripped both of Shigaraki's arms. As I heard the Nomu approach, I turned around to make Shigaraki face the full force of the Nomu's punch. The force propelled us through the air. Ah, he yelled in pain, you damn brat. He yelled, breaking free from my grip and reaching for my face, but before he could touch me, I breathed fire on his hand, causing him to flinch away. In the split second I had, I glanced at Aizawa, who was attempting to avoid the Nomu's attacks. Asui, get him out of there. I yelled before focusing my full attention on Shigaraki's attacks. As I batted away his hands, I noticed Asui pull Aizawa out of the way of Nomu's attack. Now what's the problem? We're heading towards the landslide zone. Wait, a villain is holding Thunderbolt. I can save him. I grabbed Shigaraki's wrist and pushed him into the villain, causing him to release Thunderbolt, much to everyone's surprise. He has lost his mind. Are you okay, guys? I asked, still gripping Shigaraki's wrist. Yaoyorozu said, we're fine. Great, I'll leave you to Thunderbolt over here. I said, returning my attention to Shigaraki. I then gripped his leg and spun him around. Now we are leaving. I yelled as I released him towards the central plaza. Soon, I surged one for all to my ring finger, saying, see ya. As I jumped and released the power, propelling me back to Shigaraki. I grabbed him out of the air and kicked off when my feet landed on the ceiling, sending Shigaraki hurtling for the ground. I was ready to punch him once he landed. However, a purple portal appeared below him, disappearing once he sank into it. Street, 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 I yelled as I dashed towards the ground at breakneck speed, until I was taken out of the air. I'm here, young Midoriya. All Might yelled, cradling me in his arms. I had trouble processing what had happened. I thought I saw whatever, thanks for the catch. I murmured, turning a light pink. He sat me down and looked over Shigaraki, Kurogiri, and the Nomu. You did a good job fighting him off, All Might said. But leave the rest to me. But what about Asui, Mineta, and Aizawa? Are they alright? I asked them. They are fine, with minor injuries, but they'll manage. The Mighty replied, though Aizawa will have a word with you once this is over. I figured that, anyway not important. That brain guy, Nomu, has 2 quirks: shock absorption and regeneration. He also has strength and speed that rivals yours, but it's not a quirk. There's no law. Thanks for the information, he exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. But I got this. I wanted to rebut, but I sighed and nodded. There's no changing your mind after all. Now you're learning, he exclaimed with his trademark hearty laughter before getting ready. Nomu, Kurogiri, he muttered, rolling his body around. Kill him. I'll take care of the insufferable traitor. Shigaraki muttered as Nomu and Kurogiri rushed towards All Might, while Shigaraki approached me. Round 2. Then, I'm down, I said, grabbing my gasoline bottle, pouring it on my gloves, and lighting them on fire. Before I could even consider rushing to Shigaraki, the combined force of All Might's and Nomu's punches sent us flying apart. Their punches and exchanges are getting faster and more powerful, but All Might is closing in on him. Midoriya, a voice yelled as I felt something wet wrap around my waist. Get back, she yelled, dragging me away from the battle. Oh, no you don't, Shigaraki yelled, breaking through All Might's force. Before I could free myself from Asui's tongue, Aizawa rushed in, removed Shigaraki's quirk, and threw him back into the fountain. Not on my watch, he murmured. All Might then knocked the Nomu through a forest before following suit. After a few exchanges, All Might knocked the Nomu into the air, only to hurtle him into the ground, resulting in a massive crater. Now for a lesson. You've probably heard these words before, but I'll teach you what they really mean. He yelled, gripping his fist, go beyond. Plus ultra, he yelled as he delivered a punch so powerful that it sent the Nomu flying a few seconds later. He broke through the ceiling and pierced the clouds, disappearing from view. Steam was encircling All Might. I really have gotten weaker. Back in my heyday, 5 hits would have been enough to take that guy out. Now it took 300 mighty blows. He stated as steam began to erupt from All Might's body. His time was running out. Now surrender, villains, All Might yelled. Kurogiri created a warp gate and said, Shigaraki, let's go. Shigaraki grunted in frustration but agreed. Fine, but you haven't seen the last of me, Izuku Midoriya, Shigaraki said. Shigaraki and Kurogiri escaped before I could respond with a witty remark. It was over. Gah, I yelled as Asui let go of me. What a pain in the A. Midoriya, I turned to see Uraraka running towards me. Oh, hey, was all I could say. Hey, just hey, are you alright? No broken bones, ruptured ribs, or head damage? She asked frantically as she checked every fiber. Not every fiber, but the majority of the fibers in my body. I'm fine, Uraraka, just a broken finger. I said, showing her my red ring finger. Guess I don't have a full grasp of my power yet. Just a broken finger, she exclaimed, shocked rather than concerned. You were flying through the air, landed face first in the landslide zone, launched the blue-haired guy and yourself into the air, and you only suffered a broken finger. Well, you forgot when I punched the brain muscle guy and knocked him back a million miles, but yeah, pretty close. I corrected you. She gasped. I can't believe you sometimes. How can you do something so stupid? Now Aizawa is joining in. It was a fantastic idea at the time. I argued back. That didn't make it any less stupid, he remarked sternly. Look, nobody was hurt, I said. 13 did, Uraraka explained. What? I asked. It was that missed villain, Kurogiri. He used her black hole against 13. Uraraka went on. Will she be okay? I asked. Indeed she will, said a voice that was not familiar. Ah, Smintos, Aizawa said. Wait, when did they? Just right now. He and the rest of the staff came in with Iida, they're tending to the others now. Uraraka went on. Quote. Thank goodness, I muttered, then looked around at the devastation that All Might and I had left behind. Sorry about all of this, I muttered. Oh, it's fine, all of this shouldn't be too difficult to repair. Anyway, we should get you to the infirmary, he said as a crew of robot nurses entered with a stretcher, which I boarded and was carried away. A few hours and one kiss from Recovery Girl later, All Might and his detective friend arrived to question me. So tell me, everything you know about the League of Villains. Mr. Tsukauchi, please explain. Straight to the point. Fine, I replied as I explained everything they had told me before I left the League. From who is in it to the Nomu project. So they're making a massive army of super quirk soliders. Mindless drones, so to speak. They can have any range of quirks. The one All Might fought has shock absorption and regeneration. I only know because Shigaraki loves to brag when he gets a new toy. I'd finished. But how did they know about USJ? He was puzzled. I wish I could tell you, but maybe someone in our ranks slipped information to the villains. That was my suggestion. All Might, Mr. Sukauchi, and Recovery Girl looked at me in surprise. Are you suggesting there is a traitor in the UA? All Might inquired. I wouldn't rule it out, I said as All Might looked conflicted, not that I blamed him. But they could have a really good field operative. All I'm saying is that I don't have any concrete evidence for it just yet, considering this is their first attack. However, this is something that should be considered in the future. Nothing was said, but Mr. Sukauchi jotted it down in his notebook. He walked away with a bow, saying, "Thank you for this information." When he exited Recovery Girl, All Might looked at me. Before you say anything, I'm not 100% certain on that theory, I'm not even 10% certain, but it's a possibility, and all possibilities should be taken into account in case something like this should happen again. I responded when I turned to face Recovery Girl. Am I free to leave? I sought clarification. Oh, yes, you're free to go, she said. I nodded and left the room, leaving behind the tense atmosphere. It was mid-afternoon, and classes had been cancelled due to the attack on USJ. When I got outside, Iida and Uraraka were standing by the gate. As they turned to face me, Iida said, "Oh, Midoriya. Did you guys wait for me?" I inquired. Uraraka explained, "Of course. We had to make sure you were okay." Indeed, that was a reckless move, fighting off both villains. I replied. I didn't know what else to do, and I thought if it worked, I'd look like a bada. I said half-jokingly. However, they did not take it as such. This isn't the time for jokes. Iida raised her eyebrows. You could have been hurt. Or worse. Look, I'm sorry, but I would have been fine. Mr. Aizawa was there covering for me with his quirk, though me flying through the air was 100% unintentional. That was my response. Uraraka commented, it clearly didn't look intentional. I sighed and looked at my phone. 4:13. Anyway, I need to head home. You guys wanna walk together? I responded with curiosity. They looked at each other and nodded. We had different side conversations on our way to the station, and once we arrived at my stop, we parted ways. They questioned why I was here rather than my usual stop. I quickly made up a lie, saying that I had just discovered that this was slightly faster, and they seemed to believe it. I got to All Might's house, used the spare key I was given, and went inside. All I can do is go to my room and study. I'm not sure when my midterms are, but I know I won't be last. Midoriya's point of view. Following the USJ incident, class returned to normal. We learned about the sports festival on our first day back. While there were many mixed reactions, the main goal of the festival was to A. Show the world that UA is fine following the incident, and B. To demonstrate to spectators and professionals who will be scouting us for internship opportunities. It was emphasized how important the sports festival was. From Mr. Aizawa to even All Might. However, there was still one undisputed truth. Midterms were in 2 days. Apparently, someone thought it was a great idea to schedule midterms right before the sports festival. Though I can't argue, especially since I'm already on strike and it's been a month since I've been here. So all I can do is study and perform well. Class had ended, and it was now lunchtime. Hey Midoriya, do you want to come eat with us? Uraraka inquired. I'll catch up in a minute, there's something I need to do. I'm sorry. Alright, we'll see you in the mess hall, Iida said as they departed. Support the class. Support the class. Ah, here it is. I walked up to the massive metal door. Hatsume-dan, yelled a loud voice just before a massive explosion blew open the door. The sheer force knocked me to the ground, at least the door opened. Cough cough. A feminine person coughed. I should have cut the blue wire, she muttered as the smoke cleared. Oh, who are you? She inquired. I slowly opened my eyes and saw a pink-haired girl with crosshairs for eyes, was on top of me. I said, I'm here for an upgrade. Her eyes somehow managed to widen even more than they are now. What? Oh, come in, she yelled, jumping off of me and rushing inside. She's very excited. I stood up, dusted off any remaining smoke and soot, and entered. What are you? Oh, it's you, Izuku Midoriya, Mr. Power Loader said. Good afternoon, Mr. Power Loader, I'm here for an upgrade. That was my reply. I see, right before the sports festival, he inquired, and I nodded. Well, by all means, anything in particular? He asked. I need an apparatus that'll help me control my flame breath. I responded. I use it not only as a long-range attack, but also as a method to get around, like a rocket, so to say. So you need something to help you control the direction of the flames. Am I right? Was the reply. Yes, sir. Then I have just the thing, she exclaimed, as he handed me a bandana. I call this, baby number 29. What does this do? I inquired. It's a flame-resistant bandana. I made it myself, but how does that help you control your flames? Well, simple, we use this, she shouted as she handed me it. A metal tube about a few inches wide. I'm not following. This will be attached to your bandana, she told me. I set everything down and said, okay, explain everything in detail, please. Gotcha, so the tube will, she said as she folded the bandana downwards and attached the tube inside the fold. Go in here, now, and put on the bandana. What have I got to lose? Setting aside my life and possibly my hair, I did as instructed and wrapped the bandana around my mouth, adjusting it to cover the tube hole, for lack of a better name, was over my mouth. For lack of a better explanation. Alright, that's where these come in, she said, holding the end of the tube, which had been split off and had these funnel-like things on the ends. These are for either your arms or legs. I'd recommend your arms. She went on. I think I know where this is going, and I like it already. I know, right, she exclaimed as she pressed the end of the tube against my wrists, and the funnel fit perfectly over my palms. Now, you can test it outside if you want, she added. Hell yeah, I will, I exclaimed. Want to come with me? I inquired. Yeah, I need to make sure everything works properly, she said, following closely behind me. I didn't think much about that statement. After all, it was a prototype. Once we were outside, Hatsume stood a few feet away from me. Alright, now jump then blow as hard as you can, she went on. Okay, I jumped as high and blew as hard as I could. Fire was shot from the funnels, and I gained. I only made it a few feet before I ran out of air and fell to the ground. Well, it works, but you can't use it for very long, she said, holding up her stopwatch. About 5 seconds. Well, what should I do? I inquired. Hatsume responded, well, wait, I have an idea. I said, I'm all ears. She did not say anything but grabbed my wrist and dragged me back inside. We headed to the band room. I didn't even realize we had a band class. Yo yo yo, what's going on? Oh hey Midoriya, present Mike said. Hey, was all I said. Hatsume said, present Mike, I need my flute. What for? Present Mike inquired. I'll teach him circular breathing, Hatsume said. Circular what now? It's a technique where you can breath through your nose and exhale through your mouth at the same time. Quote. That's possible, I inquired. Yes, it's just difficult to grasp at first. She smiled. I said, I'll do it. I needed this to work if I wanted to win the sports festival. I knew you would, she said as she walked to one of the closets and pulled out a flute. This is for when you want to try it out, but first, we need to warm you up. Let's go to the mess hall. All right, I said, unsure how food would benefit us, but she hadn't led me astray yet. We went to the mess hall because lunch was about to end in 20 minutes. Uraraka waved at me as we entered. Uraraka greeted, Midoriya, hey you're back. I glanced over to Hatsume. Go ahead, I just need to prepare some things, she said as she walked over to the line, which was thankfully shorter and wouldn't take long. So, what are you doing with her? Uraraka inquired as she locked eyes with my bandana. And what's with the bandana? Oh I'm back, she exclaimed, squeezing herself between Iida and Uraraka while setting out a glass of water and a straw. I'll explain later, I muttered, giving Hatsume my full attention. I spent the remainder of my lunch break performing circular breathing exercises. I puff out my cheeks and breathe in and out through my nose. After getting used to the sensation of breathing through my puffed out cheeks, I repeated the process, but this time with my cheeks filled with water and a straw in my mouth. Then, as I slowly emptied my mouth of water, I attempted to breathe through my nose at the same time. It proved difficult, but not impossible. I practiced it for a short time, until the lunch bell rang. Well, I'm going to class, Hatsume said, before handing me her flute. Here, practice with that once you're confident, she said, getting in my face. But if I see it melted or with scorch marks, I'll be upset. I laughed. Don't worry, I'll be fine. She then left, leaving my perplexed classmates looking at me. What the heck are you doing? Bakugo inquired. Oh, circular breathing. It's a technique where I can breathe in through my nose and out through my mouth at the same time. I responded. So I can use my fire breath for a longer time. Quote. Interesting. But what's with? Yaoyorozu asked, pointing to the funnel on my hand. That. Oh, it's a surprise. Can't tell you all everything, especially since the sports festival is coming up. I responded as I stood up. But you'll see soon enough. Classes went quickly, and I returned home. I mean All Might's house. While studying, I practiced circular breathing. It was difficult to coordinate at first. But I believe I have a grasp on it. It went on like that for a while. Until I felt ready to play the flute. Then I realized it was 11:40, so I'll practice tomorrow. The next day, though, was certainly eventful. That means that the other students swarmed our class. Bakugo referred to them as extras, and yes, I laughed at that. However, one extra stood out from the rest, a purple-haired child. He explained that he was in the general course and wished to be in the hero course, but was denied. He glared at me throughout his explanation. I still can't believe they allowed a criminal into the hero course. He was moaning. Okay, that crossed the line. I walked over and grabbed the collar of his shirt. What did you say? I asked, my anger boiling over. You heard me. How did they let you, who did nothing aside burn down buildings, into the hero course? You didn't even do the entrance exam. He ended by asking. Listen to what I'm about to tell you. I muttered, you have absolutely no right to say anything. Especially since you know only 1/10 of the information. I let go of his collar. Do I deserve to go here? No, I'll agree with you on that point. But I'm here, and I'll work my off to stay here. Why? Because unlike all of you, extras, I have a reason. I have a drive to not only stay here in the hero course, not only to win, but I have a drive to become a hero. I said, pointing to this purple-haired extra, from what I've heard, you just want to get into the hero course. So until you have a personal drive to succeed, I'm certain the minute you. The entire room became silent. So the criminal has some tongue to him. That's fine. It'll be all the more sweeter the minute I take your spot. He said as he turned to face the rest of us. As for the rest of you, consider this a declaration of war, so to speak. I'll be coming for your spots. He said, walking away. Then you better be damn well prepared for retaliation. I yelled as he walked away. I drew in a deep breath. Why the FK are you all still here? Don't you have anything better to do? I yelled, light embers escaping my mouth. They all took the hint and ran away. I grabbed the bridge of my nose and looked at everyone. What? You just made everyone our enemies. Thunderbolt exclaimed. So what? They were going to come for us anyway. I said, walking up to him. Let me tell you an old saying, Thunderbolt, if you can't take the heat. I said, pointing towards the door, then get out of the kitchen. Because I welcome any resistance that will come my way, that'll make accomplishing my goal a grander story to tell. I said as I sat back down on my seat, continuing to study. As if I'm going to let that guy ruin my unspoken promise to my mother. I promised to become a hero and make her proud. Uraraka's point of view. It was almost lunchtime when Iida and I flagged down Midoriya. Don't you think what you said was too mean to Kaminari? I asked him. He scoffed. If that was too mean, then you don't want to see me really pied off. Midoriya said before turning towards us. Besides, if that made him upset, then he shouldn't be here. You don't me. I mean that, he told Iida. He should toughen up, especially if he wants to be a pro hero. He muttered before shaking his head. Anyway, how's studying for midterms going? So, did he say it to toughen him up? Oh, quite well. I feel prepared for the test tomorrow, she replied. Oh, right, the midterms. I'm still not ready, but maybe I should study on my own and stop relying so heavily on Iida. Yes, that's what I'll do. I'll start reading those books as soon as I get home. Next day, I did not crack open those books. I am so doomed. No, do not think like that. I've got this. I can easily pass. I just need to think calmly and rationally, and I will win the day. 3 days later. That was brutal. I'm not even sure how I did. Who was the cruel person who thought the week before the sports festival was the best time to have midterms? Most importantly, how did Midoriya finish so quickly? Did he finish his tests an hour before the deadline? I knew it. That boy must have kept his studying secrets to himself. The nerve. Ah well, the results are coming in. Mr. Aizawa handed us the test, and I slowly flipped it over. 13/20. Not fantastic, but not terrible, right? Oh, who am I kidding? I am not even in the top 50%. Iida, how did you do? I inquired as he showed me his paper, shaking angrily. Third place, he yelled. How could this have happened? You're upset? Over third place. I gasped. I got 13th. You have no right to complain. That's what I said. How did you get the second highest mark? Jiro questioned Yaoyorozu. She smiled as she said, I just studied hard. Wait, who got fur? No way. Midoriya, what did you get? I inquired as I approached his desk. He quickly pushed his paper under his books. Oh, absolutely nothing to worry about. He stuttered. Oh, I see. Well, if you hadn't rushed, you would have gotten a better score, so it can't be worse than mine, I said, pulling it out of his book. I got there. What? I yelled, catching everyone's attention. Why? I stuttered as Yaoyorozu walked in and grabbed the paper from my hands. You got first place, she inquired as Midoriya sank deeper into his desk. Not only that, you got them all right. See, can we not talk about that? He inquired. Absolutely not. What a mooch. You have all these study tips and techniques and you don't share. Kirishima fumed. But, how the hell did you get number 23, right? Zero inquired. Yeah, and how did you even possibly know number 56? We didn't even cover that. Ashido inquired. Midoriya jumped up, grabbed his test, and shoved it into his backpack. What I got on the midterm isn't important. What's important is the sports festival, he said, grabbing his bag. Now, I'm going to get some last-minute training and rest. I think you all should do the same, he said, opening the door. Unless you plan on losing, he said as he exited the room. Midoriya's point of view. I entered my mother's room and said, Hey, Mom. Oh, Izuku, welcome. How were midterms? She inquired. I pulled out my test and gave it to her. Oh, I'm so proud of you, she exclaimed, ruffling my hair. Ah, okay, it's just midterms, it's not a big deal. I replied. What matters right now is the sports festival. Oh, that reminds me, I asked Toshinori, and he said you can come watch in person, if you want. I responded. Her eyes widened briefly before she said, I don't know. You don't have to, but it's there if you want. I said, scribbling All Might's number down. Here, if you want to go, call him and he'll give you a ride there. I said, packing up. Sorry for having a really short trip, but there are things I need to do. I said, leaning in to kiss her on the cheek. I love you, bye. I said, exiting the room. It's time for some last-minute training. Fortunately, they led us into the UA. For training, I went straight to ground beta, climbed the tallest building, and strapped on my new toy. I debated whether to place the funnel on my palms or the backs of my hands. I decided on my palms. It's not like I can't shift it, it can slide around my straps. I stood at the building's far edge, adjusted my bandana, and practiced circular breathing before sprinting towards the edge. Okay, 3, 2, 1, go. I yelled as I raced to the edge and swan dived. I closed my eyes and breathed in circles for a few seconds. I still haven't landed. My eyes popped open, and I was flying high above ground. It worked. It is freaking whoa. I swerved away from a building that I was heading towards at high speed. I cannot believe this is working. I'm flying. Wait, shoot, I have to turn back. I see other students a little further away. I flew away from them. I need to keep this technique a secret. After slowly landing on the building, I removed the bandana and lay on my back. I can't wait to use this at the sports festival. I can't wait to try this on Shigaraki's ugly face. However, I still need to practice and master this technique. But this is going to be fun. Several days later, I believe I've nearly mastered the flight technique, which can even be used as hand flamethrowers. I can't wait to put it to use, but first, I need to get ready. Of course, I had to mention that I was using this device. I explained that it was for dual fire blasts, as opposed to the single fire blast from my mouth. It was fortunately approved. The crowd's roars can be heard all the way down in the locker rooms. I was dressed in my gym gear a long time ago. All I needed was a text from All Might to confirm whether or not my mother would be present. Midoriya, a soft voice said as I looked up to see Todoroki. What did he need? From an objective standpoint, I think it's fairly clear that I'm stronger than you. From whose point of view? I inquired. From a Quirk standpoint, Yes, you have me beat, however from an experience standpoint, I have you beat, so why don't we cut to the chase, what do you need? Fine, I know you have All Might helping you, he said as I looked at him, my eyes widening slightly. I'm not here to pry about whatever it is you two are doing, but know that I will beat you. The room fell silent. Man, what's with all these war declarations? Thunderbolt inquired. Yeah, come on man, WH. Let him go, I said as Kersham backed off. Well, we'll just have to see about that now, won't we? I said, staring at him dead in the eyes as my phone buzzed. I glanced at the message from All Might. My mom's here right next to him in the stands, but just now, I won't be holding back, not for you, not for any of you. I said, glancing at everyone. I'm here to win, even more so now, so if we meet in the finals, be prepared to fight till your body gives out. I said X. Fine, I heard him mutter as we walked out into the open field. When I got out in the open, I heard a loud, Izuku. I looked around frantically for the source of the noise, and when I found her, I waved to my frantically waving mother. I'll win for her and make her proud. Is that your mom? Uraraka asked, standing right next to me. Yeah, she's the reason I'm here after all, I said, turning red for a brief moment. Until I shook it off, she's why I'm gonna win this whole festival. She looked at me and smiled back, equally determined. Well, I'm not gonna lose to you either. We'll see about that now, won't we? It was my reply. Then Midnight took center stage, attracting attention from everyone, whether it's thirsty men, jealous women, or embarrassed parents. I hope my mother is unconcerned about that. Silence, everyone, Midnight exclaimed, flicking her whip. Wait, she brought a whip. And for the student pledge, we have Izuku Midoriya. Wait, what? Why me? It must be because you're once a criminal and you being here would give the school publicity for taking you in and reforming you. Iida thought about it. It makes sense anyway. Midnight said, come on up, we don't have all day. Fine. I walked up the steps to the microphone. I could feel everyone in the other classes staring at me, while everyone in class 1A was nervous about what I had to say. Well, all I'd like to say is that I fully intend to win this thing, I said, as my classmates gasped in surprise. Except for Bakugo, who simply smirked in approval while the other student began booing. Class 1A is full of themselves. Get him off the stages. Boo all you want, I said, removing the microphone and looking for my mother. When I found her, I pointed in her direction, but I have plenty of reasons to win this thing. If you all want to beat me, go ahead, I'll be waiting for you all. I said as the entire stadium fell silent. Thank you, I said, about to walk off the stage, before I ran back to put the microphone back. You can do it, Izuku, my mother yelled, relighting the crowd. I smiled and turned to Class 1B, you can call us whatever you want, but if insults are all you have, you're not worth my time. Oh yeah, we'll show you, yelled a man with sharp teeth, and in a fit of rage, his entire body turned to iron. I will be ready, I said. After a few more sour comments, we were given 10 minutes to stretch, warm up, and pray. Whatever you have to do. I adjusted my bandana so that my mouth was covering the tube hole. I need a better name for that. The first part of the sports festival kicked off with an obstacle race around the stadium's perimeter. Midnight smirked and told us we could use our quirks however we wanted, as long as we didn't leave the path. I don't like the sound of that. I should use the flight sparingly. Who knows what countermeasures they have in place for people who can fly over the damned obstacles. Everyone quickly crowded in front of the door, and I anticipate that all of the students will clog the doorway. I suppose now is a good time to introduce my newest technique. The lights above the door began to slowly illuminate. The 3 red lights turned on before the last green light. Then the green light turned on and the door opened. It's showtime. Midoriya's point of view. The race was underway, and I purposefully stayed back to avoid the first major obstacle. The door. As expected, everyone was antsy and rushed through the door, only to find it clogged. Then the doorway suddenly became frozen. Todoroki must have done this to stop me. He's got another thing coming. I rushed over to the person in the back who had frozen to the ground and climbed on top of them. Hey, what the FK? She said. Sorry. I'm completely not sorry. Once I was on her shoulders, I jumped as high as I could and used my secret weapon to fly over the flood. What the FK? He can fly, one of the students exclaimed. Midoriya, a familiar voice yelled. I believe it was Ishido's. I smiled and continued to fly above them. After getting past the flooding and the frozen pathway, I continued running towards Todoroki. Looks like Izuku Midoriya has bypassed the first obstacle and taken 5th place. Present Mike yelled over the intercom. You have a microphone, there is no need for you to yell. Aizawa went on. Not kidding. Anyway, it appeared to be smooth sailing. I could even see Todoroki a short distance away. I just have to speed. Boom. What the? The robots are back, I yelled as I came to a halt to prepare to fight. Then Todoroki simply stood beneath it, freezing it. Wait, this is my chance. I surged one for all into my middle finger and flicked it at the robot, shattering it into a million pieces. I can't stay here and fight these robots, I need to keep moving. Ah, wait, was that Uraraka? I turned to find her surrounded by robots. I should just leave it too. Da FK it. I flew back and used another finger to knock the robot that was blocking her path out of the way and toward the others. Come on, move it, I yelled, flying back towards Todoroki, who was right beneath me and keeping up fairly well. You didn't have to help me, you know, she yelled as I landed next to her and removed the bandana from my face. Well, it would be a boring show if it was just me, Todoroki, I said until a loud explosion rang behind us. Bakugo zoomed past us, his explosions propelling him forward, and Bakugo all in the front now, would it? I asked as we ran towards the next obstacle. Why did you stop flying? She asked, perplexed by the fact that I was not using my new technique. Because I don't know what Present Mike did to ensure that flying wasn't overpowered in this contest. I'm using it sparingly, I explained as we approached a massive chasm. There were many plateaus and tightropes connecting the plateaus, it wasn't that difficult. I could hear the other students loud stomping, though. Well, it's time to go, see ya, I said, putting on the bandana again. As simple as it would be to fly across the chasm, I'm sure there are safeguards in place for people like me just in case. So I used my flying mode as a hover mechanism. I was hoping from plateau to plateau, without regard for the word until. Ah, is this another yell? I turned back to see Uraraka standing on a plateau a few steps back, kneeling on the ground. A blonde man was looming over her. Oh sorry, didn't see your leg there, he said with a street-eating grin, gripping her shoulder. Now is the time for you to leave, he said as he shoved her off. What's this? MONOMA from Class 1B pushed one of the Class 1A students off the cliff. The presenter's voice exploded. God damn it, I yelled as I put on my bandana and flew into the chasm to rescue her, not on my watch. Uraraka, use your quirk, I yelled as she fell. Huh, okay, she exclaimed as she touched the tips of her fingers together, floating in midair long enough for me to fly beneath her and lift her back up. She gripped my back as I landed on the nearest plateau, and I set her down. Does it hurt? I inquired as I felt her leg. She winced when I touched her ankle. Street. Alright, get on, I replied. What? She asked, puzzled. You heard me, get on my back, I said, glaring forward at that blonde-haired a-hole. There's a blonde-haired guy the first need to the story. She hesitated. But, you'll just be doing all the work, she exclaimed. There's no fine, how about this? Team effort, you use zero gravity to help us float, and I can use my quirk to fly without fear of falling, I responded. Okay, she said as she sat on my back and removed my gravity, causing us to float. Alright, I said, putting on my bandana. Time to take down that blonde bastard. What a shocking development. Izuku Midoriya has joined forces with Ochako Uraraka as a dynamic duo, the presenter's voice exclaimed. Aizawa said, seriously, tone it down a lot. We made it to the final obstacle, a minefield. Todoroki and Bakugo are up front, competing for first place, while everyone else is gradually catching up. I could fly to them, but then they'd turn their attention to us. I need to get to the gate. Fast. Wait, there's the a-hole. Hold on, I said, I have an idea. Let me hear it, she muttered, still holding onto my back. I turned away from the door and said, how about I show you? Hey Monoma, I exclaimed as I surged one for all with my entire hand. He turned to face me. Eat this bastard. New Hampshire smash, I yelled as I punched the air aimed at the mined field, causing a shockwave to hit the mined field, resulting in a string of explosions enveloping not only the blonde-haired a-hole but also a few others. But that wasn't all. It pushed us back with incredible force, propelling us past Bakugo and Todoroki and into the final tunnel. Wait, did I just say, New Hampshire smash? Man, I despise how he is influencing me. Midoriya, Todoroki exclaimed. Deku, Bakugo yelled, ignoring each other and speeding towards us. I am losing speed, and they are gaining ground on us. At this rate, I won't make it before Bakugo lands a blast and hits both Uraraka and me, even if I fly with my one good arm. Wait, I can turn that to my advantage. Sorry, Uraraka, I yelled as I turned to face Bakugo's blast. This is gonna hurt, I yelled as Bakugo hit me in the stomach with an explosion, sending us careening towards the gate. I heard explosions and saw ice forming. However, they were too far away to prevent us from crossing the door first. And the winner is Uraraka Ochako, Present Mike exclaimed as we hurried to the ground. Uraraka, release the gravity. I yelled. Right, she yelled as she touched her fingers together. Release, she yelled, restoring my gravity to normal. With quick thinking, I put on my bandana and gradually lowered us to the ground, which was difficult with one arm. But it worked. She got off my body and lay on the ground. Gee, thanks, she mumbled. Don't worry, I said as I removed my bandana. No one hurts my friends and expects to live without consequences. She laughed. I'm certain he's not going to make it now. I laughed, until the air became colder. Figuratively and literally, Todoroki loomed above us. Quote, You should get those looked at. He simply said, Recovery Girl is in the stadium, up those stairs to the left. He explained, that was not how I expected it to go down. Well, let's go, I said, extending my only good hand. Here, lean on my shoulder. We slowly made our way to the nurse's office, where, after a quick scolding, she healed our wounds just in time for us to attend the next event. It was a cavalry battle, with teams of 2 to 4 divided into groups, and we were given bandanas with varying point values based on where we were placed, going up in integrals of 5. Except for first place, who was worth 10 million. For what reason? Anyway, we had 15 minutes to put together a team before battling it out to see who could steal the most headbands. When time began, I was surrounded by literally everyone. Class 1A, 1B, support, and business are open to everyone. But, I had something to do. Hey, do you need help? I inquired. Uraraka turned to face me, clearly nervous, but she shook her head. No, I appreciate what you've done for me and what you're doing, but I need to win this myself. What will the scouts think if they see me as someone who relies on others? She asked. Hey, you're declaring war on me too. I joked. She smiled shakily and said, yeah, pretty much. Anyway, she has a point, so maybe I should let her do her own thing. Alright, well, I'll see you in the finals. I said, turning away, but keep in mind, I'm coming for that headband. I said with a smile, can't take first without it. Before I could get away from her, she said, well, good luck getting it. I paused and walked back to her, say that with more confidence. What? She inquired. Instead of saying, good luck getting it, you should say, good luck trying to get it. Adds more OMMPH to your statement and makes you sound more confident. I replied prior to leaving. Back to my conundrum, I need a team. There was a wave of people wanting to be on my team, but I'll be honest. Except for my classmates in Class 1A, I know nothing about them. Wait, there's Iida. Hey Iida, sorry, Midoriya, I don't think I should be on your team. He interrupted. Well, that was quick. Are you declaring war on me too? I asked you. To put it simply, yes. He said, I appreciate everything you've done, and you are a good friend, but I need to do this on my own without your help. He said as he walked over to Todoroki's team, I apologize Midoriya. He muttered. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't offended by that, but I'd be lying even more if I said I didn't respect his decision. But the questions remain. How many of these guys will declare war on me? Seriously, that's 5 different people, though Bakugo's was an unspoken declaration. I nay. Hey, you need a team, a voice behind me inquired. I turned to see an orange-haired girl. Yeah, but, sorry. Who are you? I blurted out. Oh, sorry about that, I'm the class representative of Class 1B, Itsuka Kendo. She greeted. My quirk is Big Fist, it's pretty self-explanatory. She demonstrated her quirk. That'll be good in blocking enemy attacks from the front. I muttered aloud. Alright, welcome to the crew of one whole person. I commented as she laughed. Don't worry, I have someone else. She said as she looked around. Hey, Tetsu, she yelled. Oh great, She is bringing him in. Hey, Ken, no, he said. Come on, he's the best chance we got. She snapped. But he blew us up on the minefield, remember? He wondered. Well, I did that to get back at your bastard of a classmate for breaking one of my classmates' legs. I went on. You two were just at the wrong places at the worst time. But, look, I'm dealing with World War III over here with 5 people who declared war on me. So if you don't want to, it's fine, but I only have 5 minutes left to look for teammates, so are you in or not? I inquired, getting right to the point. He sighed and looked at me. Answer this, why are you here? I was afraid he'd ask. Look, I don't have much time left, so I won't go into full detail. You know what happened, in fact you were quick to bring it up. The reason I'm here is for one person. My mom, I said as they looked at me with expressionless faces. When I called her when I was arrested, she was crying and apologizing for not raising me properly. She is taking the blame for the stupid saint I've done. What I've done, ruined her, so me being here is me trying to. They stared at me, not saying anything. I've completely misjudged you. Tetsu corrected himself. You have as much as a heroic drive as anyone, FK it I'm in. He corrected himself. Tetsu, my quirk is iron, I can make my body turn entirely into iron. Great, now we nay. A girl with green hair approached us and asked, can I join you guys? Abara, great, just who we needed. Tetsu exclaimed. Who are you? I inquired bluntly. Her name is Abara Shiozaki. Her quirk is vines, hence the green prickly hair. She can manipulate the vines to do many things. Kendo went on to explain. For example, I can create a wall, control it to take things, and use it to grab opponents, she explained, demonstrating each of these abilities. Wait, I have a good idea on how to win this whole entire thing. Shiozaki, Tetsu, and Kendo exchanged looks of amazement and concern. Kendo said, we're listening. All right, I responded by squatting down. I'll be in the middle, Kendo, you'll be in the back right. With your giant hands you can block attacks that we may come across. Got it, okay, Shiozaki, you'll take the back left, I said. We need your defensive abilities to defend our 6, and I don't want to hit you with these. I held up my funnels. Absolutely. Now Tetsu, you'll be up front, you'll be our offensive powerhouse. I told him. I like this plan already. Well, it's about to get better. How well can you take heat? I responded with curiosity. Pretty well, I have the composition of iron, so I can take really high temperatures. Why? As I gripped my funnels, I said, hey, you're about to add a fiery punch. What do you owe? I see where this is going, he said with a big smile like mine. Okay, the formation is down, but what's the plan that will win this whole entire thing? Indicated Kendo. Simple, Shiozaki also can take things correct. So take other people's headbands. I responded. That doesn't guarantee us. Think about the endgame. I responded. Many opponents are going to go for the 10 million, us included, but before we go after it, how about we eliminate people who we don't want to face in the finals? I made a suggestion. Shiozaki commented. That is a brilliant idea. As far as I could see, I said looking around, there are 2 groups who will keep going after the headband no matter what. They are Todoroki's group, the one with the red and white hair, and Bakugo, the blonde exploity guy. Bakugo loves to win, and Todoroki will stop at nothing until he defeats me himself. So while Uraraka, the one with the headband, keeps them occupied, we'll spend half the time going after different headbands, then we nab the 10 million under. Hold on, there's a flaw with your plan. Kendo offered an explanation. Say we execute your plan flawlessly, you'll still be overloaded with headbands and it will be hard to manage, so even if we get the 10 million, how will you keep it with all those headbands obstructing your vision? Kendo was puzzled. Simple, make it a guessing game, I said, flipping over my 205 headband. This is an insane plan. But, alright, I'm in, she said as time ran out, not like we have another. We formed a formation with Tetsu in front, Kendo and Shiozaki behind us, and me in the center. Alright, who is our first target? Kendo asked. Uraraka's point of view. The cavalry battle has started. My team consists of Asui, Tokiyami, me, and Shinso, the purple-haired kid who declared war on Midoriya. Are you all ready? I asked, tightening my headband around my forehead. Asui said, ready. Tokiyami stated, I'm prepared. Do you really need to ask? Shinso inquired. I decided to ignore his snide remark because the match had begun. As expected, everyone began rushing towards us. Except for Midoriya's group. They weren't even moving. Uraraka, MMPH, pay attention. Asui exclaimed as we ran. Sorry, I said. Tokiyami said as his dark shadow fought off another team. Look, Midoriya isn't coming after us right now, so we should worry about that later. Right, I exclaimed, but I still looked at Midoriya's group, which was motionless. What did they do? We were running away from the other groups, fighting them off if necessary, when suddenly Todoroki's group closed in and froze all the other groups, including Midoriya's. I'll be taking those points right now, he muttered. I said, over my dead body. As his group rushed towards us, Todoroki said, all right, the hard way. Then the ground began to shake, stopping Todoroki in his tracks as a slew of vines emerged from the ground. Snagged not only the 10 million point headband, but also the headbands of all the frozen groups. The vines returned to the ground. What the heck? Todoroki muttered. What a shocking play. Team Midoriya just shot up to first place. Present Mike yelled into the microphone as the crowd erupted. Both of our groups aimed at Midoriya and his group. He was putting on headbands. It was a good idea to freeze us, Todoroki, but you should never underestimate us, he remarked smugly. After him, Todoroki stated, Midoriya's point of view. We got the points, putting us in first place. However, everyone who wasn't trapped in the ice followed us. Tetsu said, heads up, we have a fight on our hands. Deku, Bakugo yelled, taking off from his group to fly towards us. Kendo, launch me in the air. I commanded him. What? She asked. I put on my headband and said, just do it. I have air superiority. Oh okay, she yelled, extending her hand and launching me into the air. With my circular breathing, I encountered Bakugo in the air. A full-on air battle between Bakugo and Midoriya. The presenter yelled. We have 3 minutes left, and I need to knock him out quickly. Let's go, Deku, Bakugo yelled, launching himself at me. I raised my arms to gain altitude before quickly dropping them behind me to fly away from him. Tokiyami, Uraraka yells, as a shadow bird flies towards me. When I aimed my fire at him, he recoiled and zoomed away. Its weakness is fire, as previously noted. Get back here, Bakugo yelled. I turned around and rushed towards Bakugo, only to have a vine wrap around my waist. Midoriya, get back down here, Tetsu exclaimed as Shiozaki dragged me back to the group. You may have air superiority, but 2 against 1 is a disadvantage for you, says Kendo. Fine, I muttered as Todoroki's, Bakugo's, and Uraraka's teams rushed toward us. We have 1 minute left to fight them off and keep first place. Tetsu instructed, Midoriya, heat me. I nodded and raised my right arm. Uraraka struck first, yelling, Tokiyami. As his shadow approached me, I countered with fire. Kaminari, Todoroki exclaimed as Kaminari sent a wave of electricity towards us. Shiozaki, I yelled, as a wall of vines emerged from the ground. Bakugo, Hiroshima yelled as Bakugo launched himself at us. Kendo, I've got this, she yelled, batting him away with her massive arm. Iida, Todoroki exclaimed, as Iida used his calf to zoom towards us. Shiozaki, grab him, I yelled, he's coming in too fast. She yelled. Street, I need to do it. I'm sorry, Iida, I yelled, using one for all and preparing to use my power too. Time's up, exclaimed Mike as Iida barreled into us, knocking us all to the ground. Ow, I muttered, I think your face broke my collarbone. Now time to announce the scores. Or lack there of scores. The presenter's voice said, in first place with 10,002,345 points. I groaned as I sat back up. In second place with 985 points. Team Todoroki, yelled the presenter. So close, Iida said as he lay on the ground. I walked over to give him a hand up, which he accepted. In third place with 485 points. Team Bakugo. Bakugo simply yelled in frustration. Nonetheless, it was a good air battle. In fourth place with 345 points. Team Uraraka. Tokiyami stated, well, we advanced. Yeah, but we were so close. Uraraka exclaimed. We received a few glares. Look, I'm sorry you couldn't handle the sheer intelligence that Kendo exclaimed. Fine, we had when we made our plans. Then I responded. Following that interaction, we were allowed to go out to lunch. I decided to rush over to my mother. Where is Shish? Oh, Izuku. Ah, there she is. Walking up to her, I said, Hey mom. How are you enjoying the festival? I asked you. Oh, it's good. I'm glad you helped that girl, and won. Her response was, yeah, it was no, I said, then noticed another woman. I'm sorry, who is this? I inquired. Oh she, mom. I turned to see Todoroki on the staircase. Shoto. The woman inquired. What is happening? What is she doing here? A booming voice asked as the temperature rose tenfold. It was the number 2 hero, Endeavor. She's with me, All Might exclaimed, appearing directly behind Mom and Todoroki's mom. The room was silent, quiet, and uncomfortable. So, is having a nice, calm, and rational discussion over lunch a bad idea? I inquired, hoping to alleviate the situation in any way. No, I must apologize, I needed to discuss something with Shoto. Endeavor said, before Todoroki shot him a glare, but now is not the proper time, please carry on with your day. Endeavor said, bowing as he left the area. One aspect of the awkwardness was alleviated. So, about that lunch? I inquired. Todoroki's mother said, lunch sounds lovely. Oh, I must agree, lead the way, Izuku. Mom inquired. It's my pleasure, I said as Todoroki and I led the pack, with Mom, Todoroki's mom, and All Might following us. So, when were you going to tell me your mother knows mine? Todoroki inquired. The second I found out, which was right now. My response was, anyway, why is your mother in a mental hospital? That was my query. He looked at me, shocked, how did you know that? Have a guess, I said, as his eyes widened with realization. Oh, don't. I said before he could finish his statement, looking backwards to see my mother chatting with Todoroki's. She's happy, so this doesn't require an apology. We got to the food court. My mother and Todoroki took a seat at the nearest empty table, while All Might, Todoroki, and I waited in line. We brought food back to the table, and as expected, it was quiet and tense. It's time to break the ice again. So, Mom, how did you meet Ms. Todoroki? I asked, hoping to start a nice conversation. Mom explained, oh, she lives next door, so she pays us visits on occasion. Oh, that reminds me. I said, stretching my hand out, my name is, oh sorry. I said, moving the funnel out of the way, my name is Izuku Midoriya. Pleasure to meet you, Rei Todoroki, I hope my son hasn't caused you trouble. She ended her sentence. Oh, let me tell you. I said. Todoroki gave me a glare, but I didn't care. He's a quiet one, but when he gets competitive, he's a handful, I said with a big grin on my face. Todoroki saw this as a challenge. Todoroki shot back, well, excuse me. You were the most cocky one in our class. You started it, Mr. Declaration of War. I responded. All you had to saw was I'll beat you, not be gung-ho about it and add the Declaration of War bit to it. Before Todoroki could respond, his mother gave a small laugh. See, she agrees with me, I said, and I have a strong desire to win. Well, so do I, he said. So wait, why the heck did you declare war on me in the first place? If you didn't have a drive before? I inquired, genuinely curious. I had an entirely different reason. Todoroki replied, but it has something to do with your fire quirk. What do I asked. Then it clicked. Endeavor and his mother, fire and, I assume, ice. He only uses the ice side. Did anything happen between them? Well, it is not my place to intervene. Well, you have your reasons. I said, eating my food. But, why? I inquired. You can't just say, you have your reasons then immediately ask about them. Todoroki agreed. Okay, my phrasing could have been better, I meant why don't you use your fire quirk? I floated the idea. Todoroki said, clearly annoyed by my badgering, pure principle. I'll leave it at that. I get the reason, but it's your quirk. I responded. Who cares what some scumbag thinks? I sought clarification. Izuku, Mom replied. Right, sorry, I muttered. Lunch went on in complete silence. After we finished, we went back to the stadium, and Todoroki and I returned to center stage. Until I ran into something unexpected. At all. Uraraka and the rest of the girls were dressed as cheerleaders. Okay, I'll bite. What the FK are you guys wearing? I blurted out. Cheerleader uniforms, Yaoyorozu explained. Mr. Aizawa said so. This sounds sketchy. Who told you that? I inquired. Mineta and Kaminari. Yaoyorozu responded. I blinked for a few seconds before squeezing the bridge of my nose. You believed, Thunderbolt, and the biggest pervert, about something from Mr. Aizawa, why? I brought up. Did you even ask Iida if that was true? I pestered her. Silence filled the room. Then I heard pom-poms hitting the ground. Those little, Yaoyorozu mumbled. Come on, finish the sentence. I gestured. Dirty stains, she exclaimed. Trust me, it's hard to get her to swear. Juro said. Look, just change back into your gym clothes, I'll burn them later. I told you so. We continued walking, and Todoroki grabbed my shoulder. Did you mean it? He inquired. That I'll burn their clothes. I mean it's kind of a was. He muttered. No, the thing at lunch. The scumbag thing, or the Quirk thing. Both. Well, I don't know the Endeavor story, but considering that your mother was in a mental hospital, Endeavor's sour tone with her, and the burn mark, I put 2 and 2 together and concluded that he's a scumbag. The Quirk part. Yeah, it's your Quirk, and you're your own person. Endeavor may have made you, but you're not his puppet. I explained, then shrugged, but who am I to tell you what to do? If you want to utilize half your potential just to spite Endeavor. Then Todoroki grabbed my shoulders. Todoroki said, wait, I have something to ask you. I looked at my phone. We have 10 minutes until the draw begins, alright, shoot. Have you ever heard of Quirk arranged marriages? He was asking. ... Then it clicked. Don't tell me. Yes, my sad excuse of a father, bought my mother's hand in marriage to make a child that inherited both our quirks, with the sole purpose of defeating All Might. Todoroki went on. Quote ... Okay, Endeavor leveled up from scumbag, to pile of saint. My response was. That's not even the half of it. His training was the true embodiment of hell, whether it'd be sheltering me from my siblings or as my father called them, the dejects. To beating me when I didn't perform good enough. He went on. ... I did not say anything. I wasn't sure what to say. My mother had it worse. She would defend me from my father's horrible excuse of training, and in retaliation, he would beat her. Her mental stability was slowly decaying, and after a few months, she snapped. He said as he touched his scar, she was boiling water, while talking to someone on the phone while crying. She called my left side unbearable, right before pouring boiling water on my face. I tensed up, as if I felt the pain he felt years ago, my father be. I was silent for a brief moment. I wasn't sure what to say or how to say it. I stopped and breathed deeply. Seems we are more similar than I thought. I exhaled, except I was the sole reason my mother snapped. Quote ... Guess it's my turn to speak. I'm sure you know the details. I got arrested for burning down a hero agency. When I called my mother, she was crying on the other end. She was apologizing and blaming herself for the stupid stuff I've done. She was ushered into a mental hospital thanks to the neighbors. I went on. I'm here for her, and I will become a hero for her. Now let me ask you, why do you want to become a hero? I requested an explanation. Well, it's because, he said before trailing off. I assume your original goal was to beat me and become a pro without using your father's side, not that I blame you. However, I also assume that you want to become a hero for your mother. I replied as I glanced at my phone at 12:50. So which will you do, spite or love, hatred or tenderness? He continued. Look, once again, it's your choice. It's not my place to tell you what to do. In all honesty, I could care less which you chose. It's a matter of which one sits better with you. I replied by stepping aside, because in the end, it's your quirk, not Endeavor's. Todoroki gripped my shoulder once more. But, how will she react? He asked. Why are you asking me? I requested an explanation. She's up where the other teachers are at most likely if she's with mom. Ask her yourself. I responded. But you should knock 4 times, trust me on that one. He blinked in confusion, then nodded and walked away. Well, all I can do now is wait for the drawing. Midoriya's point of view. I walked over to center stage. As I exited the stairwell, I noticed Mineta and Thunderbolt being chewed out by the girls. Oh, I've got to listen to this. And furthermore, Yaoyorozu said, looking up at me. Oh, Midoriya, how are you? Anyway. Thunderbolt muttered, okay, we're sorry. Mineta commented, yeah, come on, it was just a prank. Then your sense of humor is vastly different from mine, I said, looking over to Hagakure. Wait, Hagakure, why are you still wearing the uniform? I inquired. Oh, well, Yao Momo put a lot of effort into making them, and they're kinda cute, so I'm going with it. She exclaimed, waving her pom-pom around. Quote. You know what, to each their own, I simply said. Anyway, lay off them you five. Why, they almost saw us in cheering uniforms, in fact you were the one who stopped us. Jiro went on. Mineta yelled, you what? I'm sorry for being a decent human being. Anyway, you'll get your chance to even the score. Poor Thunderbolt over here has about, like a 40%-ish chance to face death in the tournament. I corrected him. What? He stuttered as beads of sweat rolled down his face. It's true, you have me, and I don't have any plans on easing up on you. Bakugo, which is death in an instant, Todoroki, which is self-explanatory, and these four. I responded. So, I would apologize, right now. I'm sorry, he exclaimed, getting down on his knees to apologize. Huh, that was easier than I thought. I muttered under my breath, well, as long as you learned your lesson about respect, and stuff. I walked away from the entire interaction. Oh, Midoriya, I turned around to see Uraraka rushing toward me. Yeah, what's up? I inquired. I just wanted to say thank you, she said. For, I inquired. For, what do you mean for? You stopped Kaminari and Mineta's prank. You also carried me on your back when I broke my ankle during the race. I never said thanks. She went on. Quote. Okay too, number 3 things. First, you already said thanks. Second, he deserved it. Third, don't worry about it, if you were in my shoes you would have done the same. I went on. So if you really want to thanks me, do me a solid, and don't lose the first round. I gently patted her head and said, I want to fight you eventually. Well, what makes you think I'll make it? She responded. It's not like I. What did I say about confidence? I requested an answer. If you're not confident, then you're setting yourself up to lose. I responded. Your quirk isn't an offensive quirk, I'll concede that much, however you have a brain in that skull of yours, use it and make some battle-winning strategies. But I was third. On a midterm, which was all pen and paper street about academics. I responded. Unless I missed the portion where you create your own battle plan, then don't compare your intellect to a stupid test. Easy for you to say, you are ranked first, she responded. Don't get caught up on semantics. Look, the point being that you shouldn't bring yourself down, instead think about how you will beat the crap out of the others, especially Thunderbolt over there. I cracked a joke. No buts, I exclaimed, as Midnight took the podium. Now come on, the brackets are being formed. She nodded, and we approached the podium. Midnight stated that we will draw lots to determine our position in the tournament bracket. Starting with first, then moving down to fourth. Because the top 4 has 4 members, the bracket is made up of 16 players. The matches are as follows. The first match is Zero vs. Uraraka. The second matchup is Todoroki vs Tetsu, which is quite interesting. Third, Kendo vs Asui. Both are intelligent, so it could go either way. Fourth, Mina vs Shinso. I know nothing about him, so this will be interesting. Fifth, Hiroshima vs Iida. An unstoppable force versus an immovable object, seems appropriate. The sixth matchup is Tokiyami vs Shiozaki, who both specialize in range. This could be a long one. The seventh fight is Yaoyorozu vs Kaminari, who is both enraged and the worst opponent he could possibly face. And finally, okay. That's funny, I said, pointing to the final bracket. It was me versus Bakugo. The atmosphere became tense as Bakugo approached me. I hope you realize that I have no intention on going easy on you. Bakugo interrupted. Hey, of course you aren't. If you did then I'd rush you to the mental hospital immediately. I was joking. I wonder how this will go. We both have fighting capabilities in both the air and on the ground. Well, one thing is certain, you'll get a full course meal of explosions, he said with a big smirk on his face. Well, I know how much you enjoy spicy foods, I said, sending a small ember towards his face, which dissipated before hitting him. You've improved your comebacks, he said before walking away. I took a deep breath to settle my nerves. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't concerned about the match, but I needed to remain confident. After Midnight finished her statement on the tournament, the recreational games began. As much as I wanted to play and win, I needed to devise a strategy for Bakugo. I climbed the stairs to the Class 1A spectator seats. To my complete surprise, I noticed Yaoyorozu sitting up here too. "What are you doing here? And how did you get here before me?" I asked you. "I was thinking of a strategy for Kaminari, and I left before midnight finished," she told me. "Okay," I replied while she was still talking, "but I don't think you need to worry about Thunderbolt." I corrected myself. Knowing him, he'll just 1.3 million volt his way out of his problems, and lose that way. I replied with a joke, "And it's not like he'll be making some genius strategies for the battle, you got this in the bag." "How can you be so certain?" she inquired. "Easy. 1. We've beat him before, well he more so beat himself. 2. He only outclasses you in pure strength. Let's be honest, you're way smarter than him, the only one who beat you was me. The only way he could beat you was if you couldn't make something fast enough." My response was, "But still, in fact I'll belt you out a strategy." I responded, "You can either A. Make a smaller insulation sheet like last time, B. Make a rubber suit, C. Jam a metal rod into the ground, or D, which is my favorite, make springs and launch yourself over the voltage." "Those plans aren't good," she said. "Okay smart Alec, that's not the point. The point is that you are worrying too much over practically nothing." That was my reply. "Bu. Now if you want difficulty, look at my matchup," I went on. "Bakugo is equal with me in the air, and superior on the ground." I went on. "Right," she murmured, "I'd be lying dead to your face if I said I wasn't worried. I'd be lying even more if I said I wasn't excited. I don't follow. Well, to get to my goal of winning this thing, I'll have to fight some powerful opponents. Look at the bracket ahead. When I beat Bakugo, I'll fight you or Thunderbolt. Spoilers, I'll probably fight you. Then I'll fight either Kirishima, Iida, Tokiyami, or Shiozaki. If I fought some extras to win, then it'd be a lame hollow victory. So fighting such strong opponents is a thrill," I went on. "And it'll make you look good for the scouts." Quote. "Don't you mean, make us look good for the scouts?" Yaoyorozu asked. "What you kidding? What kind of hero will offer an internship to an ex-criminal who burned down another hero agency?" I blurted out. "Well, you saved Uraraka from falling into an abyss," she pointed out. "Well, labels never leave you," I said, leaning into my seat. "I'll be lucky if I get one." As the crowd cheered, "Guess the games are over," I commented. Quote. "So they are," Yaoyorozu said, glancing at center field. "In any case, you never told me your strategy for dealing with Bakugo." "Ah, you've noticed it, not bad. To be honest, I would tell you, but where's the fun in that?" I replied with a grin. "I may not get an offer, but I'll still give the audience a good show, and what's more fun than not knowing what to expect?" "You sound confident," she said. "Yeah, not having confidence at all is way worse than throwing in the towel during a fight," I replied. "With throwing in the towel, you at least gave it your all and know when you've been beaten. Not having confidence at all will lead to you not giving it your all and thus ruining the match." "I see," she went on. "Which reminds me, why are you so hard on Kaminari?" "Thunderbolt, well, he hasn't proven that he is pro material, not that I'm one to talk." "But, why?" she inquired. "I'll give you 3 reasons. 1. Was that he keeps calling me a criminal, so I'm being petty and calling him a nickname as well. 2. He isn't smart, like strategically smart. Both times I've seen him in combat, he's fried his brain. 3. He joined forces with a pervert." I went on. "Did I forget anything?" I requested an explanation. Quote. "Look, I'll stop calling him Thunderbolt, until he does something to warrant me changing that." I replied with a sigh. "Till that millennia comes, he's Thunderbolt to me." She chose not to continue the conversation, so I watched Smentos take the stage. In a strange way, it was rather satisfying to watch the cement transform into a stage. After he finished, the first round began, featuring Zero versus Uraraka. Kirishima, who was sitting next to me, said, "Zero has this in the bag. Yeah, he got the range advantage, all he has to do is swing her out of the ring." Thunderbolt interrupted. "Hey, spoken like a true Thunderbolt. What did you say?" he inquired. "Look, I'll concede that Zero has the range advantage," I said as the match began. "Zero wrapped her in his tape and began pulling her towards him for a punch, but you forget one thing." I said as she wiggled one hand free. She just has to touch him once. She touched him, and he immediately began floating. She gripped the tape around her body and tore it off. Game. She dashed towards him. Set. He launched more tape at her, but she evaded. Match. She pushed him out of bounds. Midnight yelled, "Zero is out of bounds, Uraraka is the winner." What he did, though it wasn't a bad idea, was the most obvious move. I responded with a knuckle cracking. What I would have done, was launched a tape, pulled myself towards and punched. She would have been caught off guard and in turn dazed after the hit. I went on. Zero collapsed onto the empty seat, saying, "Thanks for the advice," after the match ended. "You're welcome," I said with a smirk. He groaned and buried his face in his hands. "Look, you're in the top 16, so don't complain." "Yeah, but they saw me get my butt beat." "Yeah, and they will see 8 others who will most likely get beat worse than you," I said, nudging Thunderbolt. I'm going to ignore that gesture. Moving on, you fought hard to get here, and the pros noticed it, so chin up and enjoy the next match. I'm interested in this one, I said as I saw Todoroki and Tetsu take center stage. Uraraka sat next to me and said, "Hey, Midoriya." "Hey," I said, keeping my gaze fixed on the field. "This is an endurance match." "How so?" she inquired. "Quirks are physical abolites," I exclaimed. "Todoroki can only use his ice for so long, until it takes a toll on him, same goes for Tetsu. I responded. "Oh right, can't he turn into iron?" "Correct. Unless he uses his fire, he will have a long match, especially against Tetsu. Midnight asked if they were ready, and the match began. Todoroki struck first, sending a wave of ice towards Tetsu, but with his strength and iron body, he broke the wave with a single punch. Todoroki was shaken, and I don't blame him. Tetsu had just shattered his attack with one punch, but he sent another, then another, and Tetsu shattered them all. It was a long, drawn-out battle, with neither side yielding. Until Tetsu gripped his arm, he had reached his limit. Todoroki seized the opportunity, rushing in and encasing him in ice. This brought the battle to an end. Yup, an endurance battle, and Todoroki outlasted Tetsu. That was my response. The third match will begin soon after Todoroki has cleared the battlefield. Damn it! A loud voice, which I believe belongs to Tetsu, was heard on the other side of the wall. "It's okay, Tetsu, Shiozaki said, trying to cheer him up. "It was a close fight." "Close my A." He wiped the floor with me. He went on. As I climbed the wall, I said, "Not exactly." "Oh Midoriya," Tetsu said, "I'm sorry for the disappointing finish." "I wouldn't call that disappointing. It was an endurance match, and you fought long and hard, though you should have loaded up on iron before this." I said, "Might I recommend shellfish?" I said, as I habitually glanced around. Then I saw him. "Oh, it's you. Hey, why the sour tone? You class 1A nobody," Monoma replied with the same smug expression he used when he heard Uraraka. "I'm sour because you are back from orbit. Maybe I should have packed more punch," I replied as I glanced at Kendo. Was he always this big of an a-hole? She said, "It's more confidence." "Well, there's confident, there's overconfident, and then there's being a cocky FK. I responded by glaring at him. "Well, at least he's out of the tournament, though I would have liked to have beat him in a G-radio scale, but eliminating him while propelling Uraraka and Ida first was worth it." I responded. Suddenly it hit me. "Wait, shouldn't you be heading down? Your match against Asui is, right now." "Oh right, sorry about that," she said, getting up and running. "Good luck," I exclaimed. "Beat those class 1A idiots." Monoma yelled, but Kendo rushed back and chopped him in the neck, knocking him out completely. "They're not idiots," she muttered as she walked away. After that interaction, I returned to my seat. Kendo ran onto the stage, and they waited a few seconds for her to catch her breath before beginning the battle. Asui began the battle by jumping into the air and wrapping her tongue around Kendo. Kendo, on the other hand, pun completely intended, used her quirk to make her hands gigantic, gripping her tongue and drawing her in closer. Knowing what she was trying to do, Asui waited for the right moment before quickly unwrapping her tongue and kicking off her enlarged hand. If she does it again, I don't think she'll be able to get out as easily. Asui is faster than Kendo, but Kendo has more raw power. The outcome of this match is determined by Asui's actions. Kendo, on the other hand, decided to attack first, charging towards Asui, reverting her hands to normal size to maximize her speed, but Asui saw through it and jumped out of the way. Now that she was in Kendu's blind spot, she wrapped her tongue around Kendu's waist and drew herself closer, ready to knock her out of bounds. But that was Kendu's feint. When she was certain she was getting closer, she gripped her tongue, pulled it from her, and swung out of bounds. Asui is out of bounds. The winner is Kendo, Midnight announced, as the crowd cheered. She put up a good fight, but got too hasty at the end. I went on. She had the speed advantage. Instead of going for the quick victory, stall her with quick and frequent hits, then she would have had the victory. I responded by leaning back into my chair. But what are you gonna do? You just have all the answers, don't you? Thunderbolt inquired. It's called analyzing the battle. I'm going to fight one of them soon, so I might as well make note of their strengths and weaknesses. I responded. Something you could stand to do. He has a point, Ribbit, Asui said, sitting with us. If I had done that instead of wanting to finish it quickly, I would have won. Yeah, it's almost as if he should give us this advice before the battle starts. Zero laughed. What? You should have noticed the flaw in your plans, Mr. Scotch Tape. I responded. You should have known Uraraka's quirk and how it worked. Quote. I'll take your silence as a surrender, I said, noting who was fighting next. Ashido and that purple-haired guy. Shinso. I don't know what this guy's quirk is, but now is the best time to find out. The match began, and Ashido charged towards him with her acid. Then, she came to a complete stop in her tracks. What's even weirder, was the fact that she stepped out of bounds on her own accord. Mina is out of bounds. Midnight said, clearly perplexed by what had happened. The winner is Shinso. When the match was declared over, Ashido shook her head and looked around. She appeared to be very confused. What happened? Yaoyorozu inquired. I don't know. Midoriya, do you know what happened? Uraraka inquired. Quote. I can't say for certain, but it has to be his quirk. I went on. What is his quirk? I don't know, but Ashido seemed out of it. She even looked shocked herself once the match was over. It must be a quirk that allows him to control other people. I responded. Makes sense in theory, Yaoyorozu stated. But how does it work? I couldn't tell you. I've never seen it before, but ask Ashido, I'm sure she'll have some insight. I said as I glanced to the center stage. Now this is gonna be a good fight. I said as I took a handful of popcorn. Where did you get that? Yaoyorozu inquired. Oh, I snagged it from Monoma, he's too knocked out to care. I said eating a handful. You know, for a complete a-hole, he can butter popcorn perfectly. I said, shifting the tub to Uraraka, want some? Uraraka's point of view. I grabbed a handful of stolen popcorn and said, yeah. He was correct. This was perfectly buttered. Anyway, who do you think is going to win, Iida or Kirishima? I responded with concern. It's literally a battle of an unstoppable force, being Iida, and an immovable object, that being Kirishima. The difference is that Kirishima's quirk gets weaker the more he gets hit while using it. He clarified. So just watch and see. He finished his popcorn. I nodded and returned my attention to center stage. Midnight began the battle, and Kirishima instantly hardened his body and braced himself, while Iida rushed towards him, delivering a kick to his arms. He skidded back but did not waver. However, Iida simply kept coming at Kirishima, delivering kick after kick, while Kirishima blocked each and every attack. It appeared to go on forever, until... Quote. I surrender. We'll be here forever, Kirishima said, as Iida halted his attack. Midnight announced that Kirishima had forfeited and that Iida had won. Midoriya stated, the irresistible force paradox is always a fun one. What now? I inquired, as he laughed. The irresistible force paradox, or in simpler words, what happens when an unstoppable force meets an immovable object. He explained, it states that both the unstoppable force and the immovable object are both indestructible, so that battle would go on forever. Midoriya said, which reminds me of a comic All Might gave me a little while ago, about some hero named Superman. He was asked the same question of, what happens when an unstoppable force meets an immovable O? I muttered, I don't get it. He let out a breath. Look, all you need to know was that a surrender was inevitable, it all came down to who would cave first. He went on. Kirishima was probably reaching his limit as well, so his defeat was also inevitable. I kind of understand what he's saying. It would be an ongoing battle with no end in sight. If these two did not have a limit, it would last forever. So a surrender was not only unavoidable, but also required to advance in the tournament. I believe the professionals will respect his decision. The next fight was between Tokiyami and Shiozaki, the Vine girl who had fought alongside Midoriya during the Cavalry Battle, and there was a clash. Dark Shadow fought back, slicing her vines in half. It was only a matter of time before Dark Shadow slashed every vine, leaving her defenseless. All he had to do was push her out of bounds. Next came Yaoyorozu and Kaminari. It wasn't pretty. Kaminari decided to use his 1.3 million volt attack to finish this quickly, but Yaoyorozu responded with, and I mean wooded shoes. Anyway, he was dazed, so she gently pushed him outside of bounds. Now, it is time for the final match. Midoriya stood up and began walking towards center stage, saying, well, guess I'm up. Good luck, I exclaimed, giving him a thumbs up. He returned the gesture. I hope he will be okay. Midoriya's point of view, okay, take deep breaths, I will be fine, I've got this. He might have the advantage on the ground, but I have the advantage in the air. So it could go either way. I made it to center stage and saw Bakugo waiting for me. Standing on the other end, I said, hey. He said back, are you ready? As ready as I'll ever be, I said, adjusting my bandana. Let's put on a good show. Begin, Midnight yelled, as the match began. I began to take to the air, but Bakugo remained on the ground, launching explosions at me in the hopes of shooting me down. After dodging and weaving around his explosions, it was time to take the offensive. I flew around, then dive-bombed from on top of him. He noticed and dodged, causing me to punch a crater in the stage, and injured my hand. That was a ballsy move, Deku, but it's time to finish this. Bakugo interrupted. My sentiments exactly, I said as I clasped my wrists. I shall unleash my ultimate move, I exclaimed, causing him to pause in his tracks. Then he smirked. Well, bring it, he yelled, cupping his hands together to cause small explosions. Alright, here it comes, I yelled, final flash, as both funnels erupted in fire, forming one massive flame burst, but Bakugo responded with a larger explosion. Wait a minute, did you really just? I have no idea what you're talking about, I yelled as I flew through the smoke, landing a knee to his jaw. Gah, he yelled as he slowly skidded to a halt. You bastard, you did that on purpose. Not on purpose, but the opportunity presented itself, so I took it. I said with a smirk on my face. That's it, time for my ultimate move. Bakugo yelled, sounding extremely pied. He despised it when people made silly jokes in battle. He jumped into the air and spun himself around, creating a bright orange cyclone with his explosives. Oh, that looks bad. Could I fly away? No, he'd chase me through the air. Could I slow him down with my fire? No, that would intensify his cyclone. I need to use it. I surged one for all through my arm, preparing for the most powerful punch I'd ever thrown. Howitzer impact, Bakugo shouted. Ha, I exclaimed. Our fists collided, sending a massive shockwave through the stadium, and I felt myself fly away from the point of impact. I had to slow down or I'd get knocked out of bounds. I used my left arm to slow down my flight, but the debris and dust were circling around us, and I couldn't see a thing. The dust and debris settled slowly as I stood motionless. As soon as I could see again, I looked down to see where I was. Thank goodness I was within bounds. But what a Buddha. Bakugo is out of bounds, Midnight yelled, pointing to the unconscious Bakugo sitting against the wall. The winner is Midoriya, Midnight exclaimed. I was shocked. The pain of my broken right arm pricked my brain. I needed to see Recovery Girl. I exited center stage to see Recovery Girl, and as I was walking, the robot nurses walked past me, most likely to get Bakugo. Anyway, I made it to Recovery Girl's office, knocked on the door, and entered. Hey, Recovery GI, she sighed loudly. Fine, sit on the bed. I did as instructed, and after a quick kiss and a stamina healing pellet, I returned to the spectator seats. Midoriya, you've won, Uraraka exclaimed. That was crazy. You two destroyed everything, Kirishima exclaimed. Well, Bakugo did all the work on that department, I commented. Then my eyes widened in realization. Hey, I'm fighting Yaoyorozu next. That is correct, Yaoyorozu muttered. Well, I expect a good battle. That was my reply. She blinked a few times before responding. Well, I won't disappoint. Then the air became warmer and more tense. Bakugo moved over to the spectator seats. Everyone seemed scared, however. He's just brooding. Good match, Bakugo, I said, extending my hand. He looked at it for a few seconds. Then shake it. I should have known you would have done a cheap trick like that. He grumbled. Cheap trick are such strong words. I like to call that a tactical ruse, I said, smirking. Wipe that street-eating grin off your face. You still have a long way to go, Bakugo said, sitting back down. I won't let you down, I murmured as I returned to my seat. I know, he muttered. Hiroshima burst into tears. So manly, he exclaimed. I chose to ignore his comment while Smintos was busy repairing the shattered stage. It might take a while. Uraraka's point of view. Smintos had finished rebuilding the stage, and it was time for Todoroki and me to face off. I'm terrified. He's arguably the most powerful student in Class 1A, and he's determined to reach the finals to face Midoriya. So he'll just steamroll me to advance. No, confidence. I can do it. I only have to touch him once, correct? So, how does he keep me at bay with his ice attacks? So all he has to do is freeze me so I can't move. Todoroki. Ha, more like Todo. No, he. Okay, this is not working. I made it to center stage, where Todoroki stood across from me. Sorry about this, he muttered. Okay, that did not help to calm my nerves. Yeah, why you will be sorry, I yelled, as he looked at me confusedly. You nailed that trash talk. Midnight asked if we were ready, we both said yes, and the match began. I was immediately frozen. I was surrounded by a massive ice wall, and needless to say, it was very cold. I struggled and struggled, however, I was unable to break free. Uraraka is unable to continue. Todoroki is the winner, Midnight announced, as Todoroki used his fire side to melt the ice. So, don't apologize, it will only make me feel worse, I said as I was finally released from my ice prison. I was upset. No, not because I lost, but because I lost so easily. What's worse, Todoroki attempted to apologize, as if he didn't mean to beat me so easily. I sighed a frustrated breath. Mark my words. I will beat him. Midoriya's point of view. Uraraka got beaten. Badly. I mean, I'd be lying if I said this wasn't a bad matchup. Todoroki's quirk was simply better suited for combat than her own. I just hope she isn't too crushed by the outcome. Anyway, the next match began with Kendo and Shinso. He repeated his actions against Ishido. Kendo stepped out of bounds and had no idea how she did it. The semi-finals will pit Todoroki against Todoroki. It was time to watch the match between Iida and Tokiyami. Ah, Iida's speed versus Tokiyami's range, Uraraka said, sitting next to me. This'll be interesting. Oh, Uraraka, you've returned. I said. She raised an eyebrow, perplexed. Yeah, why wouldn't I be? I would have investigated, but I noticed a silent determination in her eyes. She knows she lost badly and wants to avoid losing again. I like it. Nothing at all, I said, looking towards the stage. Oh, it's starting, I said, turning my full attention to the battle. Like Uraraka said, Tokiyami has long range with his dark shadow, but he isn't strong enough for close combat, which Iida excels at, so Tokiyami's best bet is to keep him at bay and try to push him out of bounds. Iida's engine calf's exhausts began to emit blue fire as he drew back for a kick, but Tokiyami's dark shadow blocked it. His blinding speed allowed him to get close to Tokiyami and keep Dark Shadow at bay. Recipro burst. Iida yelled as his kick was given the extra strength it needed to knock Tokiyami back a few meters, as well as the massive speed boost he needed to rush over to Tokiyami, grab the collar of his clothes, and shove him out of bounds. Tokiyami is out of bounds. Iida is the winner, Midnight announced. I stood up and stretched. Well, looks like I'm up. See you guys later. I said as I headed back downstairs to center stage. Yaoyorozu was already there, and it didn't take a detective to figure out she was nervous. Hey, you okay? I asked. She said, Oh, I'm fine. Great, the match is gonna start soon. I said as I stood a few meters away from her. Midnight asked if we were ready, and we both said yes, and then the match began. I wasted no time and dashed towards her. She reacted quickly and formed a shield around her arm. Going on the defensive, I asked as I jumped onto her shield, let's see how you do against an opponent in the air. I asked as I launched myself off the shield and started to fly. Her choice of action was to use cannons in hopes of shooting me out of the sky. I dived onto one of them, cannons It will work, but you should try something else, efficient. I asked as I flew away before she could shoot at me. Come back here, she yelled. Are you sure? I inquired while flying around, and she fired another shot at me. Come down here and fight me. Well, if you insist. I said as I flew back down onto the ground and rushed her. She created another shield, and a bat to hit me with. I was a few feet away as she pulled back to swing. Then I stopped and blasted her with fire. She blocked with her shield, giving me just enough time to wrap my arms around her and take her to the skies. You left yourself wide open. I yelled as I started to dove back down towards the stage at blinding speed. She screamed in fear and closed her eyes, and the audience gasped at my move. Then I suddenly turned completely around and landed near the edge of the stage, slowing down with my quirk. Huh? She asked. You shouldn't have been distracted, I said, throwing her out of bounds. Midnight yelled, Yaoyorozu is out of bounds, Midoriya wins. I extended my hand to Yaoyorozu. So, what have you learned? I asked. Learn, she asked, taking my hand to help her stand back up. Yes, you could have easily defeated me, but you didn't, so where do you think you went wrong? I asked. You told me to make faster weapons, she stated. Ding, ding, look, those cannons are powerful and all that, but they're extremely slow and difficult to maneuver. Even if you lead your shot, it'll be difficult to hit when dealing with a flying enemy. I explained. Oh, and one other thing you should know. What is that? She asked. Never lose focus, I said. During the final attack, you did not try to break free from my grip. It was difficult to hold onto you while also flying with my palms facing down. You could have easily broken out and knocked me away, I said. So, did you do all that on purpose? She asked. Well, I could have won quite easily. But it wouldn't have been fun. Furthermore, this may benefit you in the long run. There are many different people with many different quirks, I said, turning around. Who knows? You might face a villain who specializes in flying or grappling. If so, then remember this match, I said as I walked back up the stairs. I'm hungry, so grabbing a snack won't hurt. Uraraka's point of view. Oh Yaoyorozu, you're back. I greeted as she sat back down and took out her dictionary, which she always carried with her. A catapult. No, it has the same drawbacks as the cannon. A bow and arrow. That could work, she muttered. Is there something wrong? I asked. She looked at me as she flipped to the next page. Oh, no, nothing is wrong. I'm just researching better methods of dealing with flying opponents. Midoriya gave me some advice when it came to opponents who can both fly and grapple, so I'm doing more research on more effective means to defeat them. That makes sense. Oh, it's starting, I said as Todoroki and Shinso stood face to face. When Midnight began the battle, Todoroki used his quirk to freeze his mouth shut. Why would he do that? I asked. Because his quirk relies on speaking. Ashido said. I remember he asked me a question during the battle, and I answered thinking nothing of it. Then everything was black and faded. I felt like I was in a bad dream. I could still see what was going on, but I couldn't control my body as I stepped out of bounds. She explained. Creepy, I murmured. You're telling me? It appears Todoroki noticed and froze his mouth. But I didn't tell him about it, Ashido admitted. It was probably Kendo then, I said, knowing it had to be. Todoroki rushed towards Shinso, sending waves of ice at him. Shinso dodged well, but Todoroki placed his right hand on his shoulder, freezing him and immobilizing him. Shinso is unable to fight. Todoroki is the winner, Midnight declared. Shinso left the stage after Todoroki released him. I don't know him, but I know he wanted to be in the hero course. I hope he's okay. Midoriya's point of view. I heard over the intercom that Todoroki had won his fight with Shinso, which meant that my fight with Iida was next. As I walked down the steps, I noticed a purple wave, which I recognized as Shinso. Hey, I called out. Shinso turned to face me. What do you want? Someone's a little sour from losing, I said as he rolled his eyes. Are you here to insult me? Kick me when I'm down? He asked. No, but if the opportunity presents itself, I will take it. I noticed something was bothering you, so what's going on? You're my problem, he said. If you hadn't been allowed into the school, I would have been moved to Class 1A, but no. They chose to issue you an ultimatum instead. Okay, let me ask you why you want to enroll in the hero course. I asked. Isn't it obvious, to be a hero? Not like that, Smarta, you must have a reason for coming here. It was my reply. Why should I tell you that? He asked. Alright, deal, I'll tell you my reasons for accepting the ultimatum, if you tell me yours. I was offering. He rolled his eyes and sighed. Fine, it's my quirk. Your mind control, Quirk. Geez, does everyone know about this now? He inquired. Anyway, some of my middle and junior high school classmates were afraid of me because of my quirk, which they perceived as evil and terrifying. So I'm here to show them that I can use my terrifying quirk for good, he explained. Well, I don't know who said that, but I think your quirk is pretty bada, and very useful for interrogation. I said, but I have to hold up my end. I'm here for my mother. I said, I'm sure you know the story. I burned down a hero agency, was arrested, and then was allowed in here for rehabilitation. I called the person who offered that solution an insane moron, but I agreed anyway. I'm not here to be a hero for myself. I'm here to help my mother heal her mental scars. I said, that was my only reason for coming here. Quote. Wait, I am glad you caught that. It was my only reason, but now it's just one of many. I said, there was a reason why I didn't just defeat Yaoyorozu or Bakugo in an instant, because I had more than enough power to do so, but I also want to see them grow. I looked down. I'd be lying if I didn't say I like them. But that's beside the point. I believe that is the difference between us. Humor me, how many friends do you have? I asked. I do not have any. I think friends are a waste of time, he stated. That's your problem, I said, raising an eyebrow. Friends, as sappy as this sounds, are as necessary as any quirk, because they help you. I said, holding up my hand with a funnel on the palm, I didn't make this. I got this as a gift from a friend, and she even taught me how to use it constantly. Without this and without her, I would not have saved my friend from the canyon, and I would not have performed as well as I could have in the tournament. I said as I walked closer. Moving on, my friends, while sometimes annoying, are helping me grow as not only a hero in training, but also as a person. I explained, placing a hand on his shoulder, will you make it to the hero course? I'm not sure how they judge it, but I think you did pretty well for getting to the semifinals so quickly, so if you ask me, I think you have what it takes to make it to the hero course. Surviving the hero's course, that will require some work, I said. Well, enlighten me, what shall I do? He asked. I reached down and touched his arm. You don't appear strong, and you don't appear to be very fast. I muttered, you're smart, and your quirk is useful, but your cooperativeness, strength, and speed could use a FK ton of work. Oh, and a support weapon would be nice, who knows when you'll get into a battle. I explained as he snatched his arm away from me. Alright, I understand, he muttered, and I couldn't help but laugh. But yes, I believe you'll be fine, I said as I turned around, but what do I know? I'm just a lowly criminal who got in through sheer boast, I said, walking away. Wait, Shinso replied. I turned around and said, what? Quote. Thank you, he said. I'm not sure why you need to thank me. I didn't do anything. I just said the obvious, I said as I walked away, then stopped. See you in the hero course, K. I walked down the steps and onto center stage. Iida was there and rushed towards me. Midoriya, you are late, he exclaimed. Haha, someone is desperate to lose, I remarked with a smirk. He looked at me in disbelief and smiled, saying, honestly, you're too much at times, Iida said as he started walking back to the other end of the stage, but I have no intention of going easy. I'd be offended if you did. Let's give the people a good show, I said as I put on my bandana. Yes, let's, he said, taking a running stance. Battle, begin, Midnight yelled, as Iida wasted no time in rushing towards me with his natural-born speed. I could fly out of the way, but he would think that's how I'd start, so I stood my ground and braced for a kick. He launched towards me, swinging his right leg towards me, and I lifted my right arm to block it, surging one for all through it as well for added defense. Our hits collided, causing a mini shockwave to surge throughout the stadium. You aren't going to get me that easily, I said, taking off while he was on the ground. Come on. Is that all you have? He stood up and wiped his bangs away from his face. All right, he said as his calves burst into blue flames, have it your way. He yelled as he leapt into the air towards me. That's more like it, I yelled as I propelled myself towards him, while surging one for all through my right arm. Recovery Girl is going to give me hell for this, it's worth it. His metal leg collided with my fist, and the force of impact sent us both flying. I opened my eyes to see Iida bounce off the stage and out of bounds, but I didn't know when I crash. As I collided with a wall, I felt what sounded like a window breaking behind me. Ow, I mumbled. Midoriya slams into our booth. Present Mike yelled, worsening the ringing pain in my head. Seriously, do you not have an inner voice? Mr. Aizawa commented. I stood back up and said, I'll say. We will wait for the official word at midnight. He doesn't have an inside voice, does he? I slowly made my way back to center stage while Midnight spoke with one of the cameramen, who were kind enough to show her the wide shot of who was knocked out of bounds first. Quote. Okay, she said as she took the stage. After review, it was shown that Iida was knocked out of bounds first, so Midoriya is the winner. I've never felt so unworthy of a win in my life. Iida walked over to shake my hand and said, Congratulations, Midoriya. Oh, thank you, Iida, I said, shaking his hand with my left. After that, I went to see Recovery Girl. How did this even occur? She inquired as she took a pair of tweezers and began picking the shards of glass lodged in my back. I used one for and slammed into the booth, I explained as she picked up the remaining glass shards. Well, luckily, all of them missed your spine, but as for your arm, she said, giving me another healing kiss, after the tournament, I won't heal your self-inflicted injuries, got it? She yelled, honestly, with 2 quirks, you'd think you wouldn't use the self-destructive one as much. She muttered. Alright, I got it, I said as I consumed my stamina tablet and headed out. My match began as soon as Smintos rebuilt the stage after my fight with Iida, so I decided to finally use the combatants' resting rooms. The air felt warmer. I stopped dead in my tracks when a massive man with fire erupting from his face walked up the stairs. Oh, it's you, he said, looking at me. You're the son of the woman my wife is spending time with. Yes, though wife is a stretch, more of a person you used to your advantage. Well, it appears you will face my son in the finals. He said, well, I wish you the best of luck, as he walked away. I wanted to scold him so badly, but I'm on thin ice right now, with only 2 strikes left before I'm booted out, no questions asked. So I just let him walk away, knowing that Todoroki and I had been called to center stage for the finals. We both made it to the center of the stage, and after a brief awkward silence, Todoroki approached me. I told my mother what you said to me. He went on. Oh, I forgot about that. So, what happened? I asked. I got her out of the room and asked her what I should do. When I told her about my conflicted feelings, she cried and apologized. She forgave me quickly, faster than I had ever expected. She then told me to move forward with myself, not letting what others think hold me back. He explained as she brought a hand to his scar. She said it would make her happy and bring her salvation. He returned to a few meters away from me. Midnight asked if we were ready, then began the match. I figured it should be in our fight that I use it. He said as he sent an ice wave towards me. I jumped out of the way and took to the skies. It should be you who sees my left side, he said as he sent a wave of fire towards me. I chuckled as I aimed my fire at his blast. They collided and pushed themselves into the sky. Now that's more like it, I yelled. Then a booming yell was heard in the spectator seat. Yes, Shoto. Endeavor yelled, have you finally accepted your purpose? That's it. Very good. This marks the beginning of a new era for us. With my blood in your veins, you'll outperform me, you'll live up to the reason I created you. Hi, Endeavor, I yelled, looking him dead in the eyes, as he looked at me. No interviews until the match is over, I yelled, continuing to repel his fire with mine. When the fire went out, I noticed him rush towards me with an ice ramp, so he's getting close, interesting. He jumped off the ramp's apex and grabbed me in midair. A gutsy move, I exclaimed as I gripped his arms, but I am superior in the air, Todoroki. I yelled as I dove back down onto the stage, but he managed to break free just in time and fell back onto the stage. You aren't getting away that easily, I yelled as I landed back onto the stage and rushed towards him. Todoroki recovered and sent ice waves at me. I dodged the ones I could, hit the ones I couldn't with one for all, and once I was close, I kicked him in the stomach. He was shaken up by the hit, but he quickly recovered, gripped my wrist, and slammed me onto the ground. Once I made contact with the ground, I bounced upward, leaving me open for a well-executed axe kick. I could feel the stage shattering below me. But I wasn't finished, not by a long shot. I grabbed his ankle and flipped him onto his back, then rushed towards him, delivering a powerful kick to his abdomen that knocked him away a few meters. Is that all you have? I asked, cracking my back. One fire blast, a few ice waves, and one good kick. Come on, show me what you have, I yelled as he slowly stood back up. All right, Todoroki muttered as each side flared up, let us finish this. He yelled as a massive wave of ice rushed towards me. I had no choice. As I hopped over the ice wave and headed towards him, I surged one for all through my right leg. His fire then melted all of the ice and turned it into an obscene amount of steam, and sent a massive fire blast towards me. I punched towards him, sending a massive shockwave towards him as my vision was enveloped in bright orange. It also didn't help that I was blown away by a massive explosion. I crashed onto the stage and slowly skidded to a halt, using whatever vision I had. Adori is un. My eyes widened as I began to move my body. I'm not finished yet, I muttered, regaining control of my body. Midoriya, you can. My name is N.K. I said as I felt something rush and shoot out of my mouth. It was blood. I'm not giving up, I yelled as I started to crawl towards Todoroki. I can't give up, I yelled using whatever strength I had left. Then something pink started swirling around me. I won't give. Uraraka's point of view. Midoriya was knocked out by Midnight's Quirk and was dragged away by a stretcher, while Todoroki was declared the winner. There was a brief intermission for Recovery Girl to attend to Midoriya. I stood up and asked Uraraka, where are you going? Asui asked. Where do you think? I'm going to see Midoriya, I said as I walked away towards Recovery Girl's office. Once there, I knocked and opened the door. Mido. Midoriya lay unconscious on the bed, flanked by a green-haired woman and a blonde-haired man. Oh, hello, sir and ma'am, I said. Will Midoriya be okay? I asked. Yes, his arms will have minor scarring, but he should be fine soon, Recovery Girl explained as I exhaled a sigh of relief. He should rest, though he will miss the awards ceremony. Speaking of which, you should go, the blonde man said. We'll look after him. Why yes, sir, I said hesitantly as I exited the room. I'm sure he'll be fine tomorrow, smiling and making sarcastic comments. I went down to the award ceremony, where Todoroki stood at the top, with an empty second-place podium and Shinso standing alone on the third-place podium. Iida had to leave because his brother was hospitalized after a run-in with the hero killer. The person presenting the awards is none other than All Might, who jumped from the top of the stadium and landed in front of the podiums. He began with third place, gave Shinso the medal, hugged him, and whispered something in his ear, most likely advice for the future. All Might promised to give Midoriya his medal when he returned, then went to Todoroki, where he gave him the gold medal and hugged him, whispering his advice before the sports festival concluded. After the festival, we returned to class, where we were informed that we had been given 2 days off from school to recover from the games. I noticed 2 empty seats. I hope they're okay, Uraraka's point of view. Class resumed 2 days later. Midoriya and Iida both attended class, which relieved my concerns. Midoriya was bandaged, but he remained the same Midoriya I knew. Hey, Midoriya, are you all right? I asked, walking over to his desk. Yeah, I'm fine, but is something wrong with Iida? He was curious. Ask him yourself, I think you should hear it from him first. It was my reply. He must have noticed my shift from happy to serious, because he nodded and walked over to Iida's table. Iida explained what had happened, and Midoriya's expression did not change. Once Iida was finished, Midoriya placed a hand on his shoulder. I can see what you want to do. Don't, he responded. I have no idea what. You know damn well what I mean, Midoriya said as he looked around the classroom and then at the clock. We'll talk after lunch, he said as he returned to his seat. Mr. Aizawa began class by discussing internships. He informed us that internships had been extended to first-year students. Following that explanation, Mr. Aizawa flashed the students who received offers. Todoroki had the most offers with 4,021, Iida had 2,540, Bakugo had 1,123, Yaoyorozu had 756, I had 98, and so on. But there was something is wrong with this list. Midoriya did not have any offers. Huh, I didn't get any. Midoriya commented, oh well, that's how it is. But how? He placed second, yet no one made him a single offer. Anyway, Mr. Aizawa gave us the entire period to come up with our hero names, with Midnight making the final decision. I already had one in mind. But I felt my phone vibrate. Class continued as everyone created and shared their names. I chose Uravity, a combination of Uraraka and Gravity. As everyone shared their names. Everyone except Midoriya. Class was almost over, and Mr. Aizawa provided us with a list of offers for those who did not receive any, allowing them to gain experience working for an agency. We were told to make our decision by the end of the weekend. Everyone, including me, was considering their offers. Though I've been considering attending the Gunhead internship, his martial arts skills could be useful in combat. Yeah, it's decided. I'll be doing Gunhead's internship. Several days later, Iida, Midoriya, Todoroki, and I were at the station, about to leave for our internships. We kept our costumes on hand in case we needed to go on patrol. We parted ways to go to our respective internships. Still, I'm worried about Iida, and I hope he's okay. Midoriya's point of view. I am worried about Iida. We talked about how he was going to get revenge on Stain. I've had a run-in with him during my time with the League, and he only kills heroes who have deviated from the term, hero. So, if Iida goes after Stain, and decides to defeat him for his brother, after which Stain will kill him. I cannot let that happen. My internship was with All Might's former teacher, Gran Torino. Needless to say, he was extremely helpful. He helped me realize that I needed to control One for All's power, which allowed me to use One for All as a strength and speed buff that I'll call Full Cowling. After a few days of practicing Full Cowling, Gran Torino and I went on patrol. Then, as if the universe was out to get me, a Nomu charged into the train and ripped out its side. Gran Torino expelled the Nomu and instructed me to stay here to protect the civilians. I stayed put for a short while. Then I saw a fire break out across town. Staying here will not accomplish anything. I need to go in and help. I activated Full Cowling and dashed toward the fire. When I arrived, 2 other Nomus were wreaking havoc throughout the area. Many professionals were fighting them off and attempting to control the fire. Where the hell are you, Tenya? Manuel, the guy Iida's interning for yelled, directing the water towards the fire. Wait, Iida isn't with him, but how can that be? Don't tell me, that FC King. Gah. As soon as I find him, I slap his sorry face. I took off too. Some guidance in the hopes of finding Iida. Stain is a killer who prefers to remain in the shadows, so he can't be at the fire area amid the chaos. If anything, he should be in an alley somewhere, probably not too far from here. I rushed through alleyways, glancing down at others as I ran. Come on, where is Heya? There he is, Stain, I yelled, kicking off walls. Who? He exclaimed before I punched him in the face, knocking him back a few meters. Long time no see, I said, standing ahead of Iida. And what about Native? And you? Why the FK would you go after Stain when I specifically told you not to? I yelled. He just lay limp there. He got you with his quirk too. I asked, pinching the bridge of my nose. What are your blood types? Native stated, my blood type is B. Iida muttered, I'm type A. Okay, Iida will be released first, then you Native. I said, pulling out my phone and sending a message with only my location. I should have included more. But I have a killer to deal with. Stain recovered from the punch and stood up to face me. You. Yup, I'm here, and I'm here to take you down and take my friend and Iida away from you, I said, preparing to fight. So you'll stand in my way again. He gestured with his weapon. I let you go out of the fact that you were a kid, but now I see that you're as far from being a hero as he is. He went on. Hey, funny you should mention that. I said as I rushed towards him. I've never claimed to be a hero yet. I said as I stopped before his sword and breathed fire on him, but one thing is for certain. I said, kicking him away while he was dazed by the embers, I won't let you kill my friend, and Native too. Stain shook the embers from his face and took up her sword. All right then, he said as he rushed towards me. I won't let you go this time. He charged at me, and I dodged his swing before kicking off the wall and landing a punch on his head. Seems, you've gotten a bit stronger since our first encounter. He said as he gripped the collar of my costume and slammed me against the wall, his sword on my neck, but, not strong Ino. Midoriya, a familiar voice yelled as a wave of fire was directed at Stain. He jumped out of the way, saving himself from the burns. Todoroki. Hey, I am glad one of you jerks came, I said as he scoffed. Well, had you sent something other than your location, more help would have ca. Then Stain leapt from his flagpole towards Todoroki. Wait, he's focused on Todoroki, I can take him down. I charged up full cowling and jumped towards Stain, preparing to punch. Stain paused just before my punch could make contact, and before I could react, he grabbed his sword with blinding speed. My arm was severed, and the entire forearm fell limply to the ground. Ah! I yelled as I landed face first against the wall. Before I could move again, Stain licked my blood from his sword, rendering me immobile. My blood type is O, but Todoroki is now alone. Midoriya, Todoroki and Iida yelled as Todoroki sent a wave of ice towards Stain. Are you okay? Todoroki inquired. My F-King arm has been severed. I yelled, as the pain caused me to lose all rationality and explode in anger. FK, hang tight, the pros will be here in any minute. Todoroki yelled as he sent waves of ice and fire at Stain, but his agility is allowing him to dodge Todoroki's attacks. Blood was pouring from my arm. Even if I regain mobility, how will I handle the blood situation? Todoroki, freeze my wound. I muttered, why? Just F-King do it, I'm of no use if I pass out from blood loss. I yelled, feeling a little dizzy. Todoroki nodded and sent more ice waves at him, all while making his way towards me. He kneeled down and froze my wound. At the very least, this will keep the blood contained. Todoroki then returned to keeping Stain at bay. Then I felt a tingling sensation throughout my body. I am slowly regaining control. I looked at Iida, I can see him dragging his fingers on the ground. He is also regaining movement. Stain rushed forward and slashed Todoroki's ice barrier to pieces before charging in to slash at him and stop his movements. Come on, just a little more and I'm good. I stood up and jumped back in front of Todoroki, this time blocking his blade with my left arm. He not only severed my left arm, but also slashed my left eye. Midoriya, Todoroki exclaimed as I clutched my arm wound. I'm. Recipro burst. Iida yelled, launching himself in front of Stain's sword, shattering it in two. Iida then kicked Stain out of the way. As blood began to flow from my wound, I said, Iida, you're fine. Here, hold still, you stupid F-King idiot. Todoroki muttered as he froze my other arm wound. Why the FK would you do that? You lost both your F-King arms. Todoroki yelled. I did not respond. There was nothing to say, and I had nothing to say. Midoriya, Todoroki, this has nothing to do with you, I apologize. He replied. Nothing to do with us, who the FK do you think we are? Complete strangers. I responded with a growl. I'll yell at you later, we need to take him down and get Native out of here. The fight continued, and Stain became increasingly desperate and hasty. He's determined to kill Iida and Native before the pros arrive. Todoroki used fire and ice to keep him at bay, and I used fire to keep him in one place as well. Todoroki, can you regulate your temperatures? She asked. Not as good with my left side, but yes I can. You have to freeze my leg for me, Iida said as Todoroki looked at him. Without plugging the exhaust. Stain jumped and threw a knife at Todoroki, but Iida absorbed the blow with his arm. Iida, I exclaimed, striking him with my flame breath. Why won't you stay down? Stain yelled, inserting another throwing knife into his arm. Iida, Todoroki yelled as the fire from Todoroki subsided. Just do it, Iida yelled. They're open. I needed to hit Stain with my full cowling, so I charged it up while Todoroki froze Iida's leg. Iida drew the knife from his arm and prepared to attack. Iida launched himself into the air, and I pursued him with full cowling. We came at him from two different directions, and I can't use my arms. So I will use my legs. We both landed hits on his face and abdomen. I left my leg stiff. I must have overtaxed it with full cowling. I was falling to the ground as Todoroki directed a wave of fire at Stain. Stain recovered from the blow and slashed Iida's shoulder, but with his final burst of speed, he landed one more kick, keeping him in the air long enough for Todoroki to finish him off with his fire. When I hit the ground, the ice on my arms shattered. Midoriya, Todoroki yelled, rushing towards me. Everything was blurry. ... Huh, I muttered as my eyes opened. What happened? I asked, sitting up. Midoriya, Iida yelled, rushing towards me. You're okay. ... So the Stain fight wasn't a dream? I inquired, looking at my bandaged arms. I felt my left eye, also bandaged. No. It wasn't, Todoroki explained. Stain was apprehended, but Yeah, I lost my arms. I shouldn't have been so cocky and gung-ho about that battle. I could have easily blown fire at him without losing my arms. Iida tensed up for a moment before bowing. Midoriya, I'm so sorry, he exclaimed. You told me not to go get revenge on Stain, but I didn't listen. I don't deserve your forgiveness, or to call myself a hero. He muttered. I extended my right arm. He stared at me with wide eyes. I would slap you if I could. I muttered. I was about to yell at Iida, when the door opened. Manuel, Iida's mentor, entered the room. Gran Torino also entered. You, Gran Torino yelled, rushing towards me. I could yell at you for days about this. What the hell were you thinking? He inquired. As the chief of police in Hosu entered the room, Gran Torino paused and said, but before I do, there's someone I'd like you to meet. Oh, great. The chief of police explained what we did. We used our quirks to stop the hero killer. Which, it is a problem. Apparently, it is illegal to use our quirks against people who are not certified heroes, even if that person is the hero killer. He stated that we and our supervisors would face severe consequences as a result of that action. Now wait a minute, Todoroki grinned. If Iida had not stepped in, Native would have been murdered, and if not for Midoriya both of them would be dead. No one else even knew the hero killer was in Hosu. Are you saying we should have just stood by and watched people die? So, it's fine to break the law so long it goes your way. ... I didn't say anything, as much as I wanted to, despite my status at UA. People and police know me as a criminal, so anything I say will be used against me. But sir, isn't it a hero's job to save people? The chief looked down. This is why you are not a full-fledged hero yet. It's obvious UA and Endeavor haven't been teaching you well enough. He muttered, what a shame. You damn mutt, Todoroki growled, but I was standing in front of him. Let him finish, I grumbled. I should know, there's always a stipulation. Well, he is indeed right. The boss responded, what I've said is the official status of the police department, but any punishment would be necessary should this go public. ... I knew it. If it did, you would be praised by the general public, but you would have to face the consequences of the law. Alternatively, we could say Endeavor did it, the hero killer's burns would support this story, and any mentions of punishment would be gone. However, this would mean no one would know about you, and you'd receive no acclaim at all. He explained, the choice is yours. Though personally, I'd know where I stand. He gave us a thumbs up. I don't want to tarn. ... That call-out was unnecessary. Either way we need to take responsibility for being negligent as supervisors. Manuel sighed. Iida approached Manuel, bowed and apologized. I bowed and apologized, as did Todoroki. I know it's not fair. You won't get to enjoy the fame that comes with this event. The chief said as he bowed, but allow me, as the chief of police, to thank you. He said. Todoroki tightened up. You know, you could have opened with that. The chief, Gran Torino, and Manuel left us to rest at the hospital. Iida left to get his X-rays, and I sat on my bed, looking at my arms. They are gone. My arms. Why? Todoroki inquired. ... I don't know. I began to say. My body reacted before my mind could question my decision. My mind was telling me, protect Todoroki and Iida at all costs. I started to murmur. Before Todoroki could respond, Iida returned. ... My arm might have some permanent damages, he said when he felt a 100-pound load attached to my heart. My arms were pretty torn up, but my left arm is especially severe. The damage was to my brachial plexus, which means I'll have trouble moving my fingers, and my hand might have some numbness. Apparently, there's a chance it could be healed with nerve transplant surgery. He went on. Great. When are you getting it? I inquired. I'm not. Iida looked at him. When I came across the hero killer, I stopped thinking rationally. The first thing I should have done was call Manuel, but I got lost in my own anger. He clarified. I hate him so much, but I can't deny he spoke the truth. That's why, until I'm able to call myself a real hero, I'll leave my left hand as it is. He interrupted. Though, this is nothing compared to what you have to deal with. His voice cracked. I remained silent and returned to my bed. Look, Iida. What you did was stupid, idiotic, and many other adjectives. But, I know more than anybody, what losing control of your emotions can do. I muttered as I looked at him dead in the eyes, I'm not going to say, don't blame yourself for all this, sir. it's not your fault Iida, because I'd be lying. So, what I'm trying to say, is that we will get stronger, together. I said, and mark my words, I will get new AR. Iida gave a determined smile and nodded, while Todoroki looked at us and then down. This might be my fault. He muttered as Iida and I looked in his direction. What are you talking about? I inquired. Every time I get involved in something, someone's hand gets all messed up. He muttered as he looked at his own hand. Am I cursed? Iida and I looked at him in surprise. Then Iida burst out laughing, while I held it in. I didn't know you had a sense of humor, Todoroki. This isn't a joke. I'm like the hand crusher or something. Okay, that broke me. I collapsed on my bed in laughter. The hand crusher. Iida and I both laughed. Then I realized something at school. Hey, can you guys do me a favor? What is it? Iida inquired. Can you guys not mention this to the others? I want them to focus on their internship and not spend the remaining time worrying about me. I went on. They exchanged glances before nodding. Okay, we won't say anything, but you'll have to tell them when we get back to school, you know. Todoroki inquired. I'll deal with it, I muttered as I sank back into my bed. Oh, and one more thing. Iida. Yes, he asked. Can you teach me how to kick like you do? Midoriya's point of view. Class started a few minutes ago. I was hiding in the bathroom. Honestly, I was nervous. How will my classmates react to me without my arms? They'll probably ask me a lot of questions or tell me how stupid I was for crippling myself so severely. To be honest, I would agree with them if they did the second thing. I sighed. Standing here all day will do me no good. I knocked on the door. A voice on the other end said, "It's open." Uraraka was great. I knocked again, as I heard footsteps approach the door. I said, "Oh my god." Uraraka exclaimed. Hey, I muttered as I walked into the classroom, and everyone looked at me with surprise and horror. I expected that reaction. Midoriya, your arms, Yaoyorozu said as I took my seat, hoping they'd get the hint that I didn't want to discuss it right now. Fortunately, they did. Though, I couldn't help but notice the empty seat directly behind me. Perhaps Mineta is sick or something. There's no point in worrying about it now. Class went on quietly and awkwardly. The teachers made an honest attempt to teach. However, the fact that I did not have my arms threw everything off. We soon got to hero studies. I was the least prepared for this class. All Might rushed to inspect my arms, but I assured him they were fine. He did not believe that. Anyway, we got to our exercise, which was a race to see who could reach the civilian the fastest. Everyone asked if I wanted to not participate. Don't you dare treat me like an invalid, I said as I stretched and prepared. My group was up first. Yo, Midoriya, are you sure you're up for this? Zero was curious. Ashido said, yeah, you can bow out if you want. I said, don't treat me like an invalid, in fact. I think you guys need a handicap, I said as I asked Iida to remove my bandana and funnel. Now it's a fair race. How is that fair? Zero inquired. You simply made it so you'd lose guaranteed. Zero, don't get ahead of yourself. Remember, I didn't just run around doing community service during my internship, I explained, looking at Iida, who nodded. It's time to get serious. Uraraka's point of view. Midoriya and Iida prepared, but I'm concerned about Midoriya, he doesn't have arms. No. What am I thinking? I'm sure he has a trick up his sleeve, and I just have to believe in Midoriya. Did Midoriya just take off his flying equipment? Hagakure asked. He has no way of getting around now, did he just forfeit? Yaoyorozu asked. Don't count him out just yet, Todoroki muttered, as everyone looked at him. Because Midoriya fought tooth and nail to get here. The race began with Zero in the lead, but Midoriya quickly passed him. Whoa, Midoriya, everyone but Todoroki exclaimed. When could he do that? Kirishima inquired. With Iida in second, Zero in third, Ojiro in fourth, and Mina in fifth, he hopped from pipe to pipe and rooftop to rooftop, getting closer and closer to All Might. I mean, the civilian with each leap. When he slipped and fell, he used his flame breath to regain his footing. Group 1 eventually returned, and Group 2 made their way to the starting zone. Midoriya, how did you do that? Ashido asked. He hummed, as I said. Don't treat me like an invalid, he said. Losing my arms is only a temporary setback. he muttered as he sat back down. Oh, and Zero. Yeah, he asked. Let this be a lesson. Never underestimate your opponents. Though your surprised expression was simply priceless. The rounds flew by, and when it was my turn, I used my zero gravity to float over to All Might. Asui won, but I came in a close second. Iida and I waited for Midoriya, but he said he had something to do. No, I'm not worried about anything, I'm sure it's important. Midoriya's point of view, it was now or never, so I knocked on the door with my leg as it swung open. Well, oh, Hatsume muttered, it is you. Hey, can I ask you about something selfish? I asked, handing her the design of my costume. You want a prosthetic arm, correct? She asked. Why yes, I muttered. Well, thankfully, All Might came in earlier this morning and asked me to make a pair for you, and he even paid for the costs, she said, holding out 2 prosthetic arms with something on the palms. They feel like real arms, even with artificial nerve endings. That on the palm is a fire opening. It's like your funnels, but not as constricting. If you want to open the opening, open your hand fully, it'll open instantly. She said, though it still needs the bandana tube thing, but you can just connect the tube to this hole and it'll work. All Might paid for my new arm. Now, it will require some surgery, she muttered. Don't worry, I'm pretty skilled at the job. I said, I'll do whatever it takes. I would have turned it down if she didn't have one. I can fight pretty well without them, but now that All Might has paid for a pair for me, I will use them. That's the spirit, she said, pulling out a box full of tools and objects. Now, come with me, it'd be cleaner and safer if we did this in Recovery Girl's office. She said, now lie down and go to sleep. This won't take long. ... I groaned. Oh, you're awake, she said as she helped me sit up. The operation went off without a hitch. You might feel a little lightheaded from the amount of blood that exited, but it's nothing to worry about. She said as I looked at my new arms, which were black with green flames and fit my costume perfectly. They are pretty state of the art, if I do say so myself. It should move and feel like a Enromal AR, she said as I drew her into a hug. Thank you for everything, I said. She tensed up and returned the hug, saying, don't worry about it, just take care of baby number 29.5. We walked back to the support class, and Hatsume explained the ins and outs of the arms. Though the arms are made of titanium, they may be a little heavy. However, they will be extremely difficult to break and can withstand significant physical damage. However, the inside is well insulated, so your artificial nerves will not be burned while you fly. However, if you warm the outsides of your arms, it will burn. I didn't make that decision, by the way, she explained. So it was All Might's idea. I'm curious why he would do that. Well, it's not a big deal. I have my gloves, so it should be okay. Oh, and while they are completely waterproof, you can detach the arms by simply twisting them to the right, she demonstrated, as they slid easily out of my arm. So that's about it, while I'm here. Is there anything else you need? No, if it isn't too much trouble. Inventing is never trouble, what do you need? I pointed to my shoes on the side of the table and asked, can you somehow add iron soles to my shoes? ... Oh, that's no problem at all. In fact, it shouldn't take me more than 5 minutes, she said, taking my shoes and heading to work. While she was doing that, I was practicing punches with my new arms. They were slightly heavier than my normal arms, but I'll adjust. She handed me my shoes 5 minutes later, and they had detachable metal armor that covered almost the entire shoe from the toe cap to the sole to the heel, except for the shoelaces and tongue. Hey, you're really giving me a lot of work, Midoriya. I like that, Hatsume commented. Well, if that's all you needed, then you may head on home, oh, and stop by in about a week for a checkup. She said. Then her eyes widened. Wait, one more thing, she exclaimed, reaching into another box. It's not an invention, but here. She handed me an eye patch. It'll make you look cooler with your eye and all. I nodded and put it on. Looking in the mirror she had on the wall, I noticed it covered my eye but revealed the scar stain had left. After I thanked her again, she said she would explain the changes I requested to Power Loader tomorrow. Once that was finished, I began my journey home. Wait, I should go see my mother. I bet she's worried sick about me. I got to the mental hospital. After a brief hesitation, I entered her room. Hi, Mom, I stuttered as she noticed what had happened, the prosthetic arms. Izuku, what happened? She inquired, pulling me into a hug. I rushed to protect a friend. Then this happened, but I'm fine. I commented. She didn't seem convinced. Are you sure? Yes, I'm fine, see. I asked as I moved all 10 of my fingers, demonstrating that I could still move them normally. It took some time, but I was successful in convincing her. Okay, she said, but promise me you won't be hurt again. She pleaded. I made a promise despite knowing I couldn't keep it. The rest of the visit was spent with her asking about what happened, and I had to lie because, as much as I hated lying to my mother, I couldn't tell anyone or I'd get in trouble or go to jail. After the visit, I returned home, only to have All Might run up to me. Young Midoriya is home, he yelled as he returned to his base form. You've gotten your arms. Yeah, thank you by the way. That was my reply. Well, think of it as a gift for not getting into trouble, and doing well in the tournament. You may have a strike, but that because of grave circumstances. He went on. However, you shouldn't rely on your arms for everything. He clarified. I know, I have a plan for that, I said as I started walking towards my room. You'll see soon enough. I could feel All Might smiling behind me. Well, rest up, the final exams are coming up. That's correct, I should study before going to bed. But first, I need to see if I can use one for all with my prosthetic arms. Hatsume claimed they had artificial nerves. So maybe. I pushed one for all through my arms. I felt the power surge through my arms. Thankfully, I can still use it with them. Still, I should be careful. The last thing I want to do is use my power to blow them up from the inside. Alright, now that I know I can use one for all while keeping my arms still. It's time to study. The next day, I stood in front of the door, the only student still absent from class. It is time. I knocked on the door. It's Midoriya, Uraraka said, as I heard her get out of her seat and approach. When I was certain she was on the other side, I opened the door. Midoriya, wait, who www? She exclaimed as she noticed my new arms. I held up my prosthetic arms and said, yeah, Hatsume made these. The rest of the class was up in arms about my new arms. It took Mr. Aizawa to silence them. I see you got new upgrades, well, take care of them. Mr. Aizawa responded. Don't just throw those arms away like your old ones. Cold as usual, but he has a point. I was too reckless, throwing caution to the wind. With that mindset, I'll be more like a suicide bomber than a hero. Classes went by quickly, and Mr. Aizawa informed us of the upcoming final exams. And, as usual, Kaminari and Ashido begged Yaoyorozu to help them study, to which she enthusiastically agreed. Finally, it was lunchtime. So, Iida, can you still help me? I inquired. With what? Uraraka inquired. Midoriya wants to add kicking to his arsenal. Iida explained, and yes, we could do both training and studying. I may have prosthetic arms, but I still want to use my legs in case anything else happens. I explained. Oh, are you two going to study together? Can I come along? Uraraka asked. Iida replied, by all means. Awesome. Oh, that reminds me, Midoriya. Did you come up with a hero's name? Uraraka asked. No, I haven't, I said simply, explaining that I didn't have time to think of one. Well, you use fire, and your new power emits green sparks, right? Uraraka asked. She pondered for a second. Oh, I got a great one. Fire charge, she said as her eyes sparkled. Think about it, your fire breath is fire, and your second quirk, the one with the green sparks, is the charge, and your fighting style involves literally charging towards opponents with your flight and speed. It's perfect. Alright, fire charge it is, I said as she cheered. Woo. After lunch, I walked out to the front gate, where Iida and Uraraka awaited me, and we went to Ground Gamma for a mix of training and studying. I'm practicing my kicks on random pieces of rubble, while Uraraka and Iida study and quiz me on concepts. Okay, what are the two formulas for calculating the circumference of the circle? Uraraka yelled. The circumference. I yelled as I kicked a slab of concrete. Is it pi times diameter or 2 pi times radius? Correct, Iida replied. It went on like that for a while, with a switching off when we wanted to get some physical reps in. It's not like these are foreign concepts, they're just glorified training and review, but these sessions will help me with my new fighting style. The following 2 days were spent training and studying, as well as making minor changes to my costume, specifically the gloves, which I cut a large hole in the palm to allow me to wear them without covering my palms. The 3 days of written exams came and went, and I finished early on the last day, so I fiddled with my arms to get a better grasp on the mechanics. It really did feel like a real hand, and Hatsume did a good job with it. When time was up, Charged Old and Ashido jumped up to thank Yaoyorozu for assisting them with their studies, and we were ushered into buses to begin the practical exam. We were told that we would be matched up against one of the staff members, which was understandable. Our matchups were predetermined based on a variety of factors such as quirks, skill sets, and so on. However, there was one issue. There were 19 of us, and Mineta has yet to return. Wait, I said, as everyone looked at me. There are 19 of us. Everyone looked at me in confusion. Did they really not notice? Oh, we know about that. That means someone will have to go alone, Mr. Aizawa stated. Let me guess. Am I that someone? I asked, and Mr. Aizawa nodded. Yes, based on your experience, as well as the fact that you have 2 quirks. He responded with, Okay, that works for me. I said, okay, the matchups are as follows. Kirishima and Sato vs. Mentos. Asui and Tokiyami vs. Ectoplasm. Iida and Ojiro vs. Power Loader. Todoroki and Yaoyorozu vs. Mr. Aizawa. Uraraka and Aoyama vs. 13. Kaminari and Ashido face Principal Nezu, and they're doomed. Jiro and Koda vs. Present Mike. Bakugo and Zero vs. Midnight. I'm going against. All Might jumped from the roof and landed in front of me, saying, me. Everyone looked horrified and concerned for me, but I smirked and approached him. I've been waiting for this. All Might laughed his boisterous laugh. What determination. So, who am I to back down now? He asked. We were then told that we had 30 minutes to complete the practical exam. To win, we had to handcuff the teacher, indicating that they had been captured, or escaped through the gate on the other side of the battlefield. It will be very different from the combat training you received earlier. Present Mike gloated. You're up against people who are far superior to you. Better. Really? Wait, aren't you only the announcer? Jiro said. Watch your mouth, girl. Have some respect, Present Mike yelled. This time, your examination will be very similar to a real battle. As strange as it sounds, please consider us villains, 13 explained. If you see your enemy and believe you can beat them, fight. However, Snipe stated. In situations where you are outmatched, it would be wise to flee and seek assistance, Mr. Aizawa said. Todoroki, Iida, and especially you, Midoriya. I am sure the 3 of you understand the most. I won't make that mistake again. I will pass this test and prove I am a hero. Iida began to mutter. So fight to win, or run to win. I muttered. That's correct. All Might yelled. This is a test of your decision-making abilities. But with these rules, you're probably thinking your only real option is to flee, which is why the support team created these super special accessories for us, All Might said, pulling out a small disc from his back pocket. Behold, Present Mike yelled, ultra compressed weights. These babies will add roughly half our body weight to our frames. While I will add about 75% of my body weight. All Might muttered, it's not much, but they will eat up our stamina and make it difficult for us to move around. All Might explained as his arm fell to his knee. Shoot. These are heavier than I thought, he said as he stood back up. We had a contest to come up with these designs, and young Hatsume won. As expected, I said under my breath. After the explanation, the matches began, with Kirishima and Sato going first, while the rest of us can either wait in the monitor room or discuss battle strategy with our partners. Since I don't have a partner, I'll simply watch. I entered the monitor room, and Recovery Girl was sitting in her seat. Looks like I've got my work cut out for me. As I heard the door slide open, I muttered, I'll say. Oh, Midoriya, Uraraka said as she stood beside me. You're facing All Might, right? Will you be okay all alone? Yeah, I said, noticing her worried expression. Don't worry about me, I'll take him down easily. I gave her a thumbs up. She didn't seem convinced. I'll be fine. What you should be concerned about is your battle with 13. Where is Aoyama? I asked. He's a little preoccupied, she muttered. It sounds like him, but I must say, he has a good sense of style, I joked. Hee, yeah, though it's a bit too sparly for my tastes. Her reply was. At least she stopped worrying about me. Worst case scenario, I can simply bolt out of there. Anyway, that's why I'm here, to hopefully get inspiration for a strategy from everyone else's battles. She agreed. When Kirishima and Sato's match began, they decided to rush through and brute force their way to Smentos. "Hang on, guys, you totally got this," Uraraka exclaimed. "Big mistake," I muttered. "What do you mean?" Uraraka asked. "Consider their quirks, Sugar Rush, and Hardening. They are powerful, but they have a limit, they cannot fight forever. Smentos, on the other hand, does not appear to be wavering. If he has a limit, he does not appear to be approaching it at this rate." I explained. "Sato's got it bad, especially. As he consumes more sugar, his cognitive functions fluctuate, similar to a sugar crash. When that time comes, Kirishima will face Smentos on his own." She muttered, "That's not good." "Yeah, and it was designed like this." That was my reply. "How so?" she asked. "Think about it. There's a reason Kirishima and Sato were paired with Smentos. Everyone has been paired with people they will struggle to get along with. It's a matter of identifying our weaknesses and devising strategies to overcome them." "Exactly right," the recovery girl responded. "So before it's time for your own final, you should think carefully as to why you've been paired up with a specific teacher, as well as figure out your compatibility with them." Kirishima was smashing more pillars while Sato stood there dazed. Kirishima eventually lost his strength and became submerged in the pillars, knocking them out and thus failing the practical. "No way, was it that one-sided?" Uraraka asked. "Yes, but they made it one-sided. They could have easily gone into one of the buildings, evaded Smentos, and headed for the exit, but they chose the direct approach. Which would work in most situations. But Smentos isn't one of those situations." I explained. "However, they lasted a long time, which is a plus." The second match pitted Tokiyami and Asui against Ectoplasm. "I'm interested in how this will turn out." That was my reply. "How so?" Uraraka asked. "While I can't find any weaknesses for Asui in this matchup, it's Tokiyami that has the weakness." "Correct," Recovery Girl replied. "While Dark Shadow is great for long and mid-range combat, Tokiyami is inefficient in close range. But since Ectoplasm's clones can appear anywhere, then he's at a disadvantage in case one clone slips through." I clarified. "That is, if he didn't have Asui." I went on. "Tokiyami was fighting off clones, and Asui used her tongue to pull him away whenever he was cornered by them. Asui is a master of maneuverability and a cunning strategist. She is also fantastic at keeping her partner's heads in the game. Ectoplasm summoned a massive clone as a last stand, which slammed into them and constricted them, leaving them with no choice but to use Dark Shadow. Ectoplasm easily fought off Dark Shadow, and after a few swipes, Dark Shadow returned to Tokiyami, most likely to discuss strategy. Then Dark Shadow rushed towards Ectoplasm, and after a few exchanges, Ectoplasm had the handcuff on his peg leg, and they passed." I said, "Impressive. That was awesome." Uraraka yelled as she gripped my shoulder. "Did you see that?" She yelled. I laughed at her excitement. "Yes, and I am right next to you, so you don't need to yell." The next match was between Iida and Ojiro. At the start of the match, Ojiro hopped onto Iida's shoulders, and with his Recipro burst, Iida sprinted to the exit, going so fast that the traps didn't react in time. When they reached about halfway to the exit, Power Loader broke their only way to the exit. With quick thinking, Iida jumped in the air, Ojiro latched onto his leg, and with a rapid spin, launched Ojiro towards the exit. Power Loader tried to grab Ojiro and stop him from. "That was awesome. They're really cool," Uraraka gushed. "Yes, they are. They should probably help Iida get out of the ground," I said, pointing to the screen where Iida was completely submerged. The next battle pits Todoroki and Yaoyorozu against Mr. Aizawa. "Hey, your match is up next, you should head on down to the waiting room." "I told you so." "Oh, you're right, see ya," she said as she exited the room, leaving me alone with Recovery Girl. "Are you going to face All Might alone?" she asked. "It appears that you will require the most healing." I laughed at her comment. "Probably, but not as much as you think." I looked at the screen and said, "I have some new tricks up my sleeve." Todoroki and Yaoyorozu's match with Mr. Aizawa was an interesting one. It began with Yaoyorozu making these dull things, while Todoroki was constantly using his ice. Once they stopped doing both, Yaoyorozu gripped the dolls and threw them at Mr. Aizawa. When he batted them away, one of them opened to reveal a flash grenade. Light and smoke enveloped Mr. Aizawa, giving Todoroki and her a chance to escape. Mr. Aizawa recovered quickly, however, as he began to give. Smart move, but how did they get past Mr. Aizawa, Ribbit? "Oh Asui, good job on your win." "Thank you." And call me Sue. Okay, and I believe it has to do with the tape that's coming out of. Yes, I said. Most likely. As Sue, that'll take a while to get used to. She's also making a cloak and a catapult. She pointed out. Quote. I see her plan. I commented. That tape. The catapult and cloak. They intend to use the cloak to get closer to Mr. Aizawa. He can't erase what he can't see, even if it moves. So he'll have to get up close. I see, so when he gets closer to remove the cloak. We both said, the tape will ensnare Mr. Aizawa. Now let's see if they'll execute it properly. Yaoyorozu drew the cloak over her, Todoroki, and a dummy she made, and they began walking away from Mr. Aizawa, who took the bait and ran after them. Mr. Aizawa used his capturing scarf to constrict the cloak, and when he got close, Yaoyorozu removed the cloak and reached for the catapult. She missed, giving Mr. Aizawa the chance to jump back, but that move worked in her favor, as she pulled the lever, releasing the tape. Todoroki then used his fire on the tape, causing. Excellent, I said, smiling. Almost perfectly executed, but the moment she missed paid off in the end. Uraraka and Aoyama's match was up next, and as 13 shut off her quirk, Uraraka grabbed her arm while Aoyama zoomed over to the other arm. They were both holding on for dear life as 13 tried to suck them in with her quirk. Quote. That could have been bad, I remarked. Yeah, it looked like whatever Aoyama said to her must have shocked her enough to make her let go. Sue went on. Yeah, I didn't realize Aoyama was such a cunning strategist. Interesting. While we were talking, Iida and Yaoyorozu entered the room. Uraraka won, which was not surprising. I'm happy for her, Iida said. You guys won, too. Not that there was any doubt. I replied. Ribbit. Both Iida and Yaoyorozu smiled and said, thank you for your enthusiasm. Ashido and Chargedold are up next, facing the principal. This is a hard one, I said. How so? Iida inquired. I know the principal. He's extremely intelligent. His quirk, high specs, allows him to perceive information and formulate intricate battle strategies in the blink of an eye. I said, Ashido and Chargedold over there aren't as intelligent. Their midterm results indicate as much. It's no coincidence that the two with the lowest midterm scores were paired against the most intelligent person I've ever met, I explained. So, unless Kaminari and Ashido can outwit Principal Nezu, Yaoyorozu said. This match is almost impossible to win, I concluded. Ashido and Chargedold were jogging along, and nothing had happened until the wrecking ball on the crane Principal Nezu was operating slammed into a nearby pipe, causing a chain reaction that created a large explosion, causing debris to fall behind them. The pair jumped out of the way and began to run, while Principal Nezu was swinging the wrecking ball around in a rapid yet targeted fashion. That's unfortunate. I was rooting for them, but oh well, they'll have something to reflect on later. The following match pitted Jiro and Kota against Present Mike, who had sound-based quirks that could be turned off by Present Mike's quirk, voice. Even if Kota used his quirk to control animals, Present Mike's voice would scare them away. Present Mike was constantly yelling, causing Jiro and Kota to cover their ears in pain, and then Kota ran away, in terror. Jiro took the front of most of Present Mike's vocal blasts, as she used her earphone jacks to destroy. HMPH. He let a few insects beat him. Recovery Girl was chastised. That was way more than a few bugs, I remarked. Snipe's homing quirk allows him to control the trajectory of his bullets, and his detection abilities outmatch Shoji's dupli arms. Snipe's gun is so powerful that it shattered the pillar Shoji and Hagakure were hiding behind, and once Shoji left the pillar, he rushed out to face Snipe head-on, but Snipe stopped his charge by shooting one. The next match pitted Bakugo and Zero against Midnight. Hello, Midoriya, shouldn't you be going into the waiting room? Your match against All Might is approaching, Uraraka said. Yeah, but I want to watch this. I said as I looked at the screen. It's interesting to see you guys use your quirks, and while I watch you guys execute different strategies for certain situations, it's helping me expand my mind to new and different strategies. I said as I saw Bakugo blow away Midnight's quirk, like rushing in and blowing stuff up. I quipped, which elicited a laugh from Uraraka. Zero and Bakugo work pretty well together, but Midnight's quirk Somnambulist puts anyone caught in it to sleep, and it's even more effective on males. Zero thought ahead and gave both him and Bakugo a piece of tape to cover their mouths and noses. They can't breathe in the fumes, so why not blow up the fumes? Midnight, on the other hand, did not waver, and she pulled out her massive whip. There is one more match. Well, here I go, I muttered as I walked towards the door. You can do it, Midoriya. Uraraka cheered. I looked at her and gave her a thumbs up. See you at camp. Uraraka's point of view. Hey, has the match started yet? Jiro inquired as the remaining students who were not currently in Recovery Girl's office entered the Montier room. Yes, it just started. Midoriya is running on the rooftops trying to avoid confrontation if he could. Iida went on. It was the right decision. Even with All Might weighed down, fighting him and winning will be difficult. He'll be fine. He's intelligent and powerful, and he can defeat All Might and pass the final. He said he would. All Might was looking around before looking up. He jumped up to where Midoriya was standing and looked his opponent dead in the eyes. Midoriya began to slowly move to the building's edge, and All Might followed him. They did not begin battling. In fact, they were speaking. Hey Recovery Girl, is there a way for us to listen to what they are saying? Uraraka was curious. I believe there is, give me just 1 second, Recovery Girl said, pushing buttons on the intercom while whispering something. However, she was probably muttering to herself. Okay, here we are. I will beat you, Midoriya muttered, and passed this test. He yelled as he fell backwards from the building's edge. He placed his bandana over his mouth as fire erupted from his palms, causing him to fly. Dastardly hero, you can't get away, All Might yelled as he leapt from the building and landed directly on Midoriya, gripping the back of Midoriya's head and slamming him into the ground. You'll have to try better than that if you want to beat me. He yelled as he threw him into a building, causing it to collapse on impact. I and everyone else tensed up at the impact. I could feel it from inside. As the rubble collapsed on top of him, he took a few seconds to recover and stand up. Ow! He muttered as he rolled his neck, resulting in a loud popping sound. All right All Might, Midoriya said as he used his full cowling, as he called it, time to get serious. Get ready for a plethora of video game and anime movie references. Midoriya dashed towards All Might, jumping and pulling his arm back, causing All Might to raise his arms to his face. Hurricane kick, Midoriya yelled, pivoting his body and spinning around, delivering one powerful kick before landing back on the ground. The force managed to knock All Might back a few feet, giving Midoriya room to run. So, you've adapted your battle style. Interesting. But not enough. All Might yelled as he rushed towards him. Shoot, Midoriya yelled, stopping dead in his tracks and sticking his arms out, heat haze. Fire erupted from his palms, engulfing All Might in embers, but All Might drove through the flames and grabbed Midoriya's prosthetic arm. All Might then slammed Midoriya to the ground, creating a massive crater beneath him, and knocked him into another building with his knee. All Might isn't going easy on him. Asui commented. What's wrong, hero? All Might asked. Are you tired yet? I responded, but Midoriya isn't giving up. As if. Midoriya yelled as he kicked off the building and rushed towards All Might. Then he pulled his bandana off his mouth, Fire Dragon's breath. He yelled as a massive inferno erupted from his mouth and surged onto All Might, but it served another purpose. It pushed him closer to the goal. Bakugo muttered, he's doing it. He's almost there, I exclaimed. Not so fast, hero. All Might yelled as he launched himself into the air, gripping Midoriya's face and propelling him a few meters backward. When Midoriya landed, he hopped up and dashed towards All Might, jumping in the air and pulling his arm back. If you think I would fall for the same try. Midoriya then slammed his legs back to the ground, squatted down, and pulled his arm back, yelling, Star Punch. As he leapt and twirled in the air, landing his punch on All Might's jaw. Midoriya, who was dazed, jumped and flew towards the exit. Oh no you don't. All Might yelled as he turned around and leapt in the air, pulling his arm back. New Hampshire Smash, he yelled as he punched the air, the sheer force of which launched him towards Midoriya, colliding his back against his. Midoriya yelled in agony as he was launched into an abandoned bus just a few meters from the exit and landed face first on the ground. While he was lying there, All Might stood by the exit, waiting for his advancement. Midoriya was lying down. Then, after about 3 minutes, stand back up. Aye hack I'm not done, he muttered, adjusting his bandana before opening his second pocket. He took out a small bottle, placed it in his mouth, and removed the cork. He then dipped his gloves in a yellow liquid and used his full cowling. Chi time, to finish this, he yelled as he rushed towards All Might, who stood there braced for impact. When Midoriya was about 3 feet away, he lit his gloves on fire, yelling, Falcon Punch. As he punched All Might with his flamed gloves, As an added effect, he used the fire from his palms to do additional damage, and it did resemble a falcon. "I'm not finished yet," Midoriya exclaimed, planting his feet on the ground. He then began to spin around and use his flight ability, exclaiming, "Soaring Tempest." As he landed 5 consecutive kicks before flying over All Might and heading for the goal. "Go Midoriya," I cheered. He was almost there. "Nice try, hero," All Might yelled as he grabbed Midoriya's ankle and slammed him back to the ground, a mere foot away from the door. Midoriya attempted to flee using his fire, but All Might grabbed his arms and held them away from his face. As steam began to emanate from his body, All Might muttered, "Game over." "No. It's not," Midoriya growled as he twisted both of his arms to the right. Steam erupted from his elbow, and his arms popped off. "I will pass," he muttered as he began to crawl towards the exit. Midoriya approached the exit. "He's going to do it. He is going Toa." The automated voice over the intercom said, "Time's up, the exam is over. Izuku Midoriya has failed." "No," I murmured. He was so close. He continued to crawl. He yelled, "FK," as he banged his head against the door, unable to move any further. All he needed was 10 more seconds. Yaoyorozu mumbled. He was alone, against the symbol of peace, and he lost by a few seconds. I yelled, clutching my fist. "How is that fair?" Then, did the door open? Ahem. "I apologize, there was a glitch in the system, it closed a minute before your time was actually up. It was Mr. Aizawa, the instructor. Proceed through your test as normal." The entire room was silent, including Midoriya and All Might. I didn't know how to react to this. Oh, ahem. Hero. You won't get away," All Might exclaimed as he approached Midoriya. But he kneeled down and yelled, "D-drat. I've been bested by you, and now you will get away." Midoriya glanced back. Before crawling through the opened gate, the sign above the door read, "Good job. You've passed." "He died. He passed," I exclaimed. "The nerd got lucky," Bakugo said, a small smirk forming on his face. "Indeed, had that glitch not happened, then Midoriya would have failed." I replied, "Regardless, he fought well against All Might." All Might stood up and moved towards the exit, probably to give Midoriya his arms back. Still, he was limping badly, so Recovery Girl went out to heal him. "I'm confident he'll be fine. He's dealt with much worse." No one's point of view. "A glitch, huh?" All Might inquired as he entered the faculty office. He made a brief stop to see Midoriya in Recovery Girl's office. He was unconscious, so he couldn't tell him how proud he is, so all he could do was remove his prosthetic arms. "Yes, a glitch, what of it?" Aizawa inquired. "Are you sure? Because I had a timer on my wrist. It was 30 minutes, not 29 minutes. All Might replied. "You gave him an extra minute, did you?" "So what if I did?" Aizawa was puzzled. "So what, I gave him an extra minute. You saw potential in him. That's why you not only gave him the extra minute, but also had him go up against me alone in the first place." All Might clarified. "You saw the fight he gave, and you saw how well he did. I won't say he has zero potential. I also won't say he didn't deserve to pass. But that's because you've been training him harder than anyone else, that's why I paired him alone with you." Aizawa went on. "False," All Might commented. "What do you mean, false?" Aizawa inquired. "I mean that, false." As All Might replied, "I'll concede that I have trained him during the 9 months between his release and the first day of the school year, but from that point onward, it was all him." As All Might clarified, "And I'm sure you know that, you're just using that excuse to save face." Aizawa wasn't going to say anything. "Admit it, you see as much potential in him as I do, or else you wouldn't have announced that glitch at all." Fine, I'll admit it, sometimes you find a diamond in the rough." Aizawa laughed. His ingenuity and creativity with his quirks is top-notch. He was complimentary, but that means that I will be even harder on him than I was in the past. As All Might exited the room, he laughed. "I'm sure he'll appreciate that." "All right, Narumi, you can come out now," Aizawa said, as Midnight turned her chair to face her. "When did you realize I was here?" Midnight inquired. 5 minutes ago, I would have shrugged and left, but All Might barged in and now I didn't have a chance to kick you out." Aizawa went on. "Anyway, not the point, how much of that did you hear?" Midnight said, "I heard how much you've warmed up to Midoriya." As Midnight chuckled, Aizawa said, "I have no idea what you're talking about." "Don't lie to me, if you didn't like him, then you would have not made up some lie about a glitch in the system. Midnight pointed out, with Aizawa raising her eyebrows, I'm not stupid eraser, especially since Principal Nezu, power loader, and I worked tirelessly to make sure there was no faults and no discrepancies to make this test as accurate as possible. If there was a glitch, then we would have spotted and eradicated it yesterday. Quote. I'll take your silence as confirmation that I'm completely correct. You've grown to like the ex-criminal, she said with a smirk. Quote. Fine, I'll admit that I see potential in Midoriya, Aizawa said as he walked towards the door. But that means I'll be way harder on him than I was before. The training camp and provisional license exams are coming up, so everyone needs to work harder than ever if they want to pass. He explained as he opened the door to the faculty office. Whatever you say, Eraser Head, Midnight replied. Aizawa scoffed and exited the office, heading for home. He passed by the recovery girl's office. Thanks for the he. Midoriya paused right in front of Aizawa. Aizawa said, Hello, Midoriya. Hello, Mr. Aizawa, are you heading home? He inquired. Yes, though I still need to grab something from the classroom. How are you feeling? She asked. Midoriya rolled his shoulder, eliciting a small popping sound. My bones feel like they've been crushed by a steamroller, but I'll manage. Well, you did well during the practical. Not just anyone could go up against a teacher on their own and win. Aizawa interrupted. Yeah, well I got the saint beat out of me, and I won by a glitch. It wasn't really a victory, just a series of events that favored me. He went on. Aizawa sighed. Be that as it may, you still held your own against the might of all people, happenstance or not, and you still passed. He said as he walked past Midoriya, the last day of class before summer vacation is tomorrow, don't be late. Aizawa heard a faint, thanks, from Midoriya. He possesses potential. In fact, he's begun to realize his potential, but it still needs to be refined. As he opened the school's front door, Aizawa thought, the training camp will help refine him. Midoriya's point of view, pop, ow, I muttered as I slowly walked to class. My body is stiff as a wall, but it's not as bad as yesterday, and a long ice bath helped relieve the pain. But still, pop, ow, this is going to suck. Once inside, I was surrounded by literally everyone. Dude, your battle was amazing. Zero said, patting my back. Ow, I exclaimed, as he quickly retracted his hand back. Zero apologized. Oh, right, sorry. I muttered, don't worry about it. Still, how did you do it? Kirishima inquired. I watched the replays but it still boggles my mind how you beat a teacher, beat All Might all by yourself. I didn't, I replied. He kicked my A, I got a few good hits in sure, but I didn't win. I got bailed out by a glitch in the system. Which means I didn't deserve to pass, at all. Oh bolst. Bakugo growled as he approached me, you got lucky, sure. But that doesn't change the fact that you were a second too late from beating All Might, happenstane or not. He looked at my forehead and said, that shows that not only you can take a punch from the symbol of effing peace, but dish out as much punishment. The whole class was stunned, but I smiled and said, thanks, Bakugo. Don't thank me, this means that I'll have to go even harder against you, so that I can beat All Might. Bakugo giggled. Hey, well, one of those things is correct. I smirked back. Oh, that reminds me, Midoriya, Uraraka said as I looked at her. Where did you come up with those move names? Then Mr. Aizawa barged into class, saying, once the bell rings, you should be in your seats. Well, sorry, tell y'all later. I yelled as I dashed to my seat. Morning, Aizawa greeted as he walked to his podium. Unfortunately, there are a few of you who did not pass your final exams. He said as Kirishima, Sato, Ashido, and Charged winced, so when it comes to the training camp in the woods. Everyone is going. It's a last-minute twist. All four of them cheered together. We really get to go to camp? Kirishima inquired. Seriously? Ashido asked, tears welling in her eyes. Yeah, the good news is that no one bombed the written exams, 4 failed the practical, badly. 2 teams failed the practical exam. According to Mr. Aizawa. He then went on to explain the fundamentals of the final exams, such as how the teachers had to leave only one way for us to win or we would not have been able to pass. They were interested in seeing how we would react in certain, dire circumstances. But didn't you promise the teachers wouldn't be holding back? Ojiro was confused. All Might didn't feel like he was holding back. That was just to keep you on edge, and the training camp will help you focus on building your strength, Mr. Aizawa said as he looked at the 4 who failed. Those who failed needed these lessons the most, and we were never going to separate you. He explained with his trademark grin, that was just a logical deception we used. ... Not that bullshit again. The 4 who failed were cheering to themselves, while Iida clenched his fist and began shaking. He tricked us all. I should have expected this, he muttered as he shot back up. Mr. Aizawa, this is the second time you lied to us. Aren't you afraid we'll lose faith in you? Iida inquired. ... Not how I would have taken it, but we'll go with it. A little blunt there, Tenya, Uraraka said. That's a good point, I'll consider it. Mr. Aizawa muttered, but I wasn't lying to you about everything. He added as he glared at the 4 who failed, failure is failure, we've prepared extra lessons for the 4 of you. He said as the excitement they once had vanished, being replaced by pure dread. Frankly, they'll be tougher than what you'd face during summer school, Aizawa stated. After that explanation, classes continued as usual, and once classes were finished for the day, we all gathered to discuss the training camp. This is going to be great. I'm so glad we can all go together, Ojiro said. Iida opened the booklet we had all been given and said, seems like we'll be at the camp for a whole week. I guess I need a larger suitcase, I muttered. Guys, since we're off tomorrow and we finished exams, I have the best idea. Why doesn't Class 1A go shopping together? Hagakuri asked, sounding overly excited. Hey, we've never hung out as a class before, Chargedolt said, and Uraraka nodded in agreement. Bakugo, see you there, right? Kirishima inquired. I can't think of anything more annoying. Bakugo complained. What about you, Midoriya? Uraraka asked. Well, sure, I need some stuff anyway, I said as she cheered. Sweet. We soon all left the classroom. Iida and Uraraka suggested we go together, but I declined because I needed to get my arms checked. Oh, that's okay, we'll wait for you, Uraraka said. You don't have to, you know. I replied. Oh, don't worry about it, see you in a bit, K. She floated off. I nodded and proceeded to the support room. I knocked on the metal door, which swung open, revealing both Power Loader and Hatsume. Oh, Midoriya, you're here for the checkup? Hatsume inquired. Yeah, this would be the last day before summer and the training camp, so might as well. It was my reply. Yes, so sit on the table, Hatsume said before pausing. Oh, that reminds me, here. She handed me my costume instructions, which appeared to have been updated. Your changes have been approved, including these, she said, pointing at my gloves. They have holes in the palms. I did that on my own, assuming you wanted to use them while flying. She explained. You beat me to it then, I said with a nod, thanks for looking out. Welcome, now sit down and I'll run some checks on the arms. She said, removing my arms as she and Power Loader began to inspect them. Did All Might hit or grab them at any point during your battle? Power Loader inquired. He grabbed the wrist, and I used them to block a punch. I provided an explanation. I see, well, they don't appear to be damaged. The paint is a little scuffed, but that's easily fixed, Hatsume said with pride. Let's see. Joints, normal. The palm opening opens fluidly. Yeah, everything seems to be in working order. She said, handing them back. If they can take blows from All Might, then there shouldn't be much problem out on the field. She said as she picked up a tub of black paint and reapplied the paint to the scuffed area. There, good as new pretty much. She said as she reattached the arms. Alright, you are clear to go. Alright, thanks Hatsume, Mr. Power Loader. That was my response. Power Loader said, don't mention it. Tell your friends, Hatsume exclaimed. I returned to the front door, where Uraraka and Iida awaited me, as promised. So, how did it go? Uraraka inquired as we walked toward the station. Oh, everything is fine, even with the battle with All Might. I responded. Those must be durable arms if they took blows from All Might and are still functioning like nothing happened. Iida offered an observation. Yeah, and it feels like a normal arm, and it fits my costume, so that's a bonus. It was my response. I see. Oh, and that reminds me, she said with a smirk, you're not getting out of it this time. How did you come up with those names for your moves? Uraraka asked. Saint, she remembered. Well, there is no turning back now. I got them from anime and video games, I explained as I turned away. I knew it, Uraraka exclaimed. I recognized those names from anywhere. As we walked, Uraraka began naming the references to my moves, ranging from the obvious ones like Hurricane Kick and Fire Dragon's Breath to the more obscure ones like Soaring Tempest and Star Punch. Do you know where Soaring Tempest comes from? I inquired, which shocked me. She exclaimed, of course, it's from the best RPG out there. Then Iida stepped in. What's Soaring Tempest? He inquired. ... No way. Have you never played that game, Iida? I was curious about. ... No, I haven't. He said. That cannot stand, Uraraka exclaimed as we arrived at the train station. Fine, you're off the hook for now, but don't you think we aren't going to fix the fact that you haven't played the work of art that I and he's gone? Uraraka muttered with a huff. Can you believe him? She asked. No, I can't believe him. Saying you haven't played it is like saying you've never eaten katsudon. Exactly. Well, almost like that, yeah, she said while staring at me. When we go to the shopping trip, we are going to find every game store to find a copy. I won't rest until that injustice has been justified. She burst forth. I gave her a round of applause for that speech. Truer words have never been spoken. I said, all right, well, we shall execute plan Alpha 9 or Delta. Yes, but we need to work on the name, Uraraka said. ... Fine, anyway, my train in here, see ya tomorrow. I responded. See ya, she said with a bright smile. As I rode the train, something felt weird. I felt a tingling sensation in my chest, and my heart was racing. Was the fight with All Might still affecting me? I don't remember being punched in the chest. I would have remembered being punched in the chest. It's probably nothing, just a fleeting sensation. Still, it would probably be a bad idea to ignore this feeling. Who knows if it is a fatal disease or something? I should contact All Might when I get home. I am assuming he will know what it is. I got home, and there was a sticky note on the door. Young Midoriya, I will be out on a teacher's meeting until late at night. Not my decision, it's just how it is. I left all the facilities open. Just don't destroy the house while I'm gone, All Might. So much for asking him. Ah, at least I could get some training in. After a few hours of practicing and honing my attacks, I took a quick shower and returned to my room. School's out for a while. But perhaps I should study. I'd like to defend my #1 test taker status against Iida and Yaoyorozu. Nah, I should be fine taking it easy for a while. As I lay in bed, I couldn't help but wonder what my life would be like if I hadn't been brought into the UA by All Might. Let's see. I'd be in Quirk jail. I wouldn't have gotten one for all from All Might. I'd probably have broken out eventually and stayed as a villain, and All Might would have probably come after me. How ironic would that have been? But worst of all, I wouldn't have met everyone: Iida, Todoroki, Aizawa, Uraraka. Wait, there's that feeling again. All I did was mention Uraraka's name, so why is my face warm? Do I have a fever? No, a fever would be worse than this. It feels kind of nice. Gah, what is this feeling? Well, it should not matter. I will ask Iida or Uraraka tomorrow. I'm sure they'll know the answer. The next day, we all met at the Kiyoshi Mall complex, and everyone had different expectations. However, I was here primarily for one reason. As he looked at me, I said, Hey, Iida. Yes, what is it, Midoriya? He inquired. I need advice, I replied as he nodded, urging me to continue. Well, whenever I say Uraraka's name, and more so yesterday when we were walking to the train together talking about games and anime, I feel weird. Like my chest tingles, the world feels like it disappeared, and my heart beats faster. I don't remember getting hit in the chest during my match with All Might, and the same feeling happened last night as well. I have no idea what this is. I went on. He placed his hand on his chin, thinking, well, Midoriya, you just described what many people will refer to as a crush. You have a crush, Ashido and Hagakure exclaimed, catching everyone's attention. Whoa, Midoriya, you actually have feelings, Shiro joked. Yeah, who would have guessed, Ribbit, Asui said. But I stared at them blankly. Crush, I inquired. Everyone looked at me and laughed. Haha, good one, Midoriya, Kirishima said, but I was still confused. Ashido exclaimed, oh my god, he's deadly serious. How do you not know what a crush is? Hagakure inquired. I don't know, I just don't, I replied. Everyone began talking among themselves. Ignore the fact that I still have no idea what a crush is. Wait, I've got an idea, Uraraka. She will tell me, right? I walked up to her. Hey Uraraka. Yeah, Midoriya, she asked, sounding slightly nervous. Do you know what a crush is? I inquired. She looked completely stunned. Why, you can't be serious, right? She asked. Quote. Should I not be serious? And no. Well. A crush is when you have romantic feelings towards someone. Whenever you see them, it feels as if the entire world disappears, leaving the two of you. Why your chest is constantly pounding, they're always on your mind, and why you want to be with them forever. She groaned. So that's a crush. So it is true, I have a crush on Uraraka. Oh, well, then I do have a crush, I said, as she stared at me wide-eyed. Thanks for the explanation, it helped a lot, I replied, but she was still shocked. Uraraka, I asked, waving my hand in front of her eyes. And nothing. Was it something I said? Uraraka's point of view. Midoriya has a crush. Midoriya has a crush. Midoriya has a crush. As I remembered Aoyama's muttered phrase, my mind went into overdrive. Do you like him? The sentence alone prompted me to let go of the bar. No, why am I worried? I don't like him at all. Just because he's here for his mother, and he's super inspirational, and he's funny, and he's brave, and he chose the name I gave him without listening to anyone else's suggestions, and of course not, I don't have a crush on him. He's a friend who has a crush on someone else, so I should be happy and supportive. Uraraka, snap out of it, yelled a voice as I felt my entire body violently shake. Oh thank God, I thought you fainted standing up, he said with a relieved smile. My God, that smile. I muttered, oh, yeah, I'm fine. Great, are you ready to go? We still need to complete plan. Alpha 9 or Delta, he said, extending his arm. Sorry, Midoriya, I need to do something. I'll see you later, I stuttered, speeding away. Gah, idiot, I yelled at myself, drawing stares from the other customers. But I couldn't care less. You ran away from him, what were you thinking? I yelled, then shook my head roughly. Alright, you can do this, all you have to do is find Midoriya and apologize, say that there was a flash sale. Yeah, that's believable enough, but wouldn't lying be a bad thing in this situation? I asked as I looked around. There was a flash sale on duffel bags. Alright, I'll buy one, then go find Midoriya and apologize, that way I won't be Lee. The flash sale was correct. I purchased not only a duffel bag but also a flashlight, a thermos, and a sleeping bag for only 2,500 yen. There's no way they're making money from this. Not that I'll complain. Anyway, phase 2 is underway. Find Midoriya and apologize for running off and leaving him to wander the mall alone. It shouldn't be too difficult to find him. After all, who else in this world has such unkempt green hair? Okay, this was a lot harder than I expected. Where is H? Oh, there he is. Wait, who is that? A man in a hoodie was sitting with Midoriya, his hand around his neck. Midoriya appears uncomfortable. Midoriya, I inquired, as both the man and Midoriya looked at me. The conversation ceased, and the atmosphere became increasingly tense. Is that a friend? No, that can't be right. I muttered as the hooded man looked at me with malice and insanity in his eyes. I'll let go of him. I stuttered, scared of this man's gaze. This is nothing, everything is fine. Stay back, no closer, Midoriya yelled, and the hooded man let go and raised his arms. Oh, are you a friend? I didn't know, he said as Midoriya coughed violently. Sorry about that. The man then stood up and began to walk away. When he was a few feet away, I rushed towards Midoriya. Are you okay? Hey, Shigaraki, Midoriya growled. Wait, is that the guy from the USJ? What is your sensei? All for one after. He requested an explanation. Wait, all for one? Who is that? Who knows? But more importantly, you should be more careful, Shigaraki said, still looking away from us. The next time we meet, it will most likely be when I have decided to kill you. He muttered before walking away. We reported Shigaraki's appearance to the police. The mall was closed early so that the police could investigate without interruption. We were told to wait here until the police had finished investigating the area for questioning. We stood there for a few minutes. It's taking a while, right? Am I said. But he's gone. Where was he? Oh, there he is, sitting with a child. I approached Midoriya. Yeah, they're really nice people. Oh, here's one now, Midoriya said, pointing to me. This is Connor. He lost his mother and felt very alone. Hi, my name is Yurochako Uraraka, and you were so cool at the sports festival. He exclaimed, full of excitement. Well, I know, right? Did you see the moment where she tossed the tape guy out of bounds using his own tape? Requested Midoriya. Yeah, that was so cool, he exclaimed as lasers shot out of his eyes, thankfully missing. Oh, sorry, he muttered. His quirk is lasers. If he widens his eyes all the way he fires off a laser, he says it's dangerous. He said before giving him a thumbs up, but I think it's cool, you just gotta learn to control it. He said. Then he got an idea. Do you know where you want to go to high school? Midoriya asked. I wanna go to UA. But, my mom thinks it's dangerous with all the villain stuff. Connor was mumbling. Well, she's not wrong. Midoriya, but that's because UA does a great job at training students to become awesome heroes. He said with a smile, there are dangers out there, that's the world we live in, but there are people who are willing to do whatever it takes to make it a better world for the next generation, like me, Uraraka, and those guys over there. Midoriya pointed to our classmates. Sure, UA is dangerous, but the world won't be less dangerous if you don't do anything about. What? Connor exclaimed, I will be cooler than you. Then go to the US and become cooler than me, I'll be waiting for that day. He said as he looked around. In the meantime, want to hang out with us? We can keep you company until your mom comes. Midoriya said, extending his gloved hand. Yeah, he yelled, pulling his hands out of his pocket. Wait, what is that? You have prosthetics? Midoriya inquired. Why yeah, I had an accident with my quirk. I couldn't control it and yeah, he was mumbling. Midoriya looked at him, then removed both of his gloves. You and me both, kid. Connor was silent. I got these in a fight while protecting my friends. He said, patting Connor's head. Look, there are things you can control, and there are things that are accidents. Midoriya said as he balled his hand into a fist. There are accidents and choices I wish I could take back, but we can't, so sometimes you just gotta roll with the punches and move forward. He said, taking Connor's hand. Now come on, I'm sure the others would love to talk to you. ... Okay, I admit it now. I like Midoriya. Soon, the police arrived and brought Connor's mother to him before leaving after a few goodbyes. After a few minutes of questioning by the police, we were all allowed to go home. Except for Midoriya, he was asked to report to the police station for further questioning. Makes sense given that Midoriya was the one who spoke with Shigaraki before he walked away. But still, who was All For One? Was he really the mastermind behind the League of Villains? Midoriya stated that All For One was Shigaraki's sensei. Still, I can't ask him about it right now, and even if I did, I'm sure it's classified information that I'm not supposed to know, so he won't tell me for my own safety. Anyway, at least no one was hurt, so that's great. I'm confident that whatever Midoriya says will help the police locate him. I hope. Worrying about this won't help me pack for the trip. Besides, I was invited to go swimming with the girls tomorrow. So I need to locate my UA swimsuit. We have a week to recover before our training camp in the woods. I should rest up for that.
I will continue the story in next part. Till then, bye bye.